Hello, hello. Pepe cringe. It's a lot of POE 2 planning streams to not be streaming the game itself. True! Fuck. You're very right. Also, I have the curtains open right now because one cat is looking out of the window. I can't close the curtain. God damn it. Sadeg. Alright, let's see. I believe we have content to see from Ziz. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, you know what? Hardcore seems bad. Ooh. Oh, I guess this stuff is new.
G'day, mate.
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh.
Awesome, thank you.
Alright. We need to watch this.
So,
Okay. This is probably a good one to watch, actually. Just compiled info. But we should probably wait for a bit more people before we start delving in. Alright. We need this on a separate tab. Will you be playing PoE 2, Jamie? On release? Well, early access release? Perhaps? Oh god, he already has it up here. Reasons not to play hardcore. And then we have this video about hardcore being potentially fucked. Where did they find that image? Oh my god. Ooh. I wonder. Let's look at POH Reddit. See what's happening in there. What the fuck? Oof. You imported guided tips, you did. Yeah, we're gonna have so many of these. 10 must things you must know before playing. Viable crab build. Hell yeah. Nipple playing bat? What? That's what you're going for? Crab build? This? You know, that's actually kind of funny. Hmm. What is this desk that he... Holy shit. What is he drinking? Oh, that's cute. Oh my god. How much popcorn? What is that? Give popcorn? No, no, no. You can't have popcorn. It is not good. Nothing is free. Damn. Toucan. Whatever it is, it's orange vanilla flavor, so you want to try it? Oh no. It's orange juice. Oh, that's cute. But there's multiple dogs. That's pretty good. No path to building. No. No wicked POE trade. Oh. No filters. Oh no. There's no filters. Oh no. Exile like. Wait, where was this? Of Hell Clock. Damn. Wait. When did they... Oof, exile like. You love how I saw all the ES nodes. And Pathfinder's what you think of first. And everyone else thinks they should. I mean, the moment you see that keystone, yeah. The moment you see, where was it? Look at that. The moment you see, hey, hello, bro. Eternal Youth. The moment you see Eternal Youth and you see all these cracked ES nodes, like, it's just free, right? But by the way, where did you find that graph? Or I guess the pool. Oh wait, no, it was Baron. Baron that found it. You didn't find it? Yeah. What is this from? Uh, damn. Tiny rogues. Oof, they're getting overtaken. No, no, not good. What? Oh. Wait, what? Is it that easy? Holy shit, is that easy to get pigeons? Hell yeah. We saw the Ascendancy reveal. Ooh, 99% blind. This guy's fake news. He's on Reddit. He's already like 80% blind at least. Dinner is under the trash can, dude. Hell yeah. It's free. Wait, Xbox gets like free shit? I mean, they get in quote unquote early. 22 people. Ooh. The dedication. Yeah, holy fuck. 5 days. Oh my god. GTA Online. Oh my god. PC. Ooh. Giveaway. Oh no. Prefer the old energy shield divide. Oh no! It is a NOS bar. Oh. You know what? He has a point. I honestly like the old one, where it's like above the life bar. But I may... Hmm. Yeah, it is kind of sad that it's like this, in a way. So what game are you playing today? Not like you can theorycraft more than you already have. It's kind of true. Huh. Nah, I'd flicker. Oh no. Without knowing what unique items in the game, hard to go further than an idea. Yeah. Well, for now, we will leave those up, but we will be looking at some more stuff. We'll be looking at this. See if Ziz dug up anything new from Jonathan. And then we take a look. And then after that, what we play. Because it's literally 2 days away. Ah, fuck. Hits at Factorio. I mean, maybe. What would we do? What would we do? Oh no. Alright. Let's watch this for now.
Good. You see the notepad, yeah? You see the notepad?
What notepad? Why aren't you
Actually?
using Notepad++?
Why does everyone keep asking me that? Because I'm not a programmer who's a big, massive nerd who has to use Notepad++ because the other students bullied him.
This is why
That's
you
why.
couldn't do that puzzle as fast as me still.
Well, because I didn't look up every single hint.
Ooh.
Basically, and this is good. The idea was this. We're not necessarily presenting any new information today. Well, obviously, we don't have access to that. We're just writing down everything we think we know, and then sharing it with each other in the hopes of like understanding it better. You know how when you teach somebody else something or you tell somebody else something, it helps cement it
Yeah.
for yourself as well.
Yeah.
That's the idea. So anyway, that part. So I guess I'll tell you everything I know, or me and Khan know, I suppose. Obviously, I don't even know why I wrote 6 classes 12. I was just getting lubed up. So important general changes. We have hits, which are no longer separated by attack or spell. They're just hits now, which has a few really interesting ramifications. Obviously, this means you can now,
Oh, well, that's interesting.
I believe, I mean, I've written it down, so this is my current information. So feel free to tell me I'm wrong about anything, Zeus, because
Yeah.
that's we're trying to learn, right?
Yeah.
But we believe you can evade spells and you can block spells. There's no
I mean, that was kind of already established in the active block, but then there's also keystones where it's like you can now dodge spells, which means that spells can be dodged or evaded.
spell block or spell evade or anything like that. You can just evade and block spells,
Correct.
which is crazy.
Really? Isn't there literally a keystone that is like you can now dodge spells? Eh? Or maybe I'm dumb. Can evade all... Oh, it says hits. Wait. Wow, wait a minute. Then is acrobatics actually insane? Can evade all hits? Does that actually encompass AoEs as well now? Well, I mean, the cost of 50% less evasion kind of sucks, but... Huh.
But it's not as OP as you think because you cannot evade or block anything basically. There's nothing you can really do to dodge big slams. Like think like a Katava slam or a Shaper slam. Well, I shouldn't say there's nothing. There is like special keystones or gear.
Yeah, because you could get like 30% damage reduction on those, right?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah,
There are exceptions. There are keystones.
Yeah.
But we'll go over
Okay.
those separately. But in terms of like base default mechanic, if like a Shaper Slam is slamming you, you won't be able to block it. You won't be able to evade it. It's gonna hit you. There are keystones that can mitigate this further, but that's
Yeah.
a layer of complexity above. We're just talking base default mechanics right now. Also interesting to note is a massive like overtuning balance point in PoE 1 was resistances and how you
Ooh.
can like Doyani's prototype, how you can
Yeah.
make them have like negative 200 res or negative 100 res. Now they've just decided to say fuck that. You can no longer have negative res. You can also not pen either below 0, which also means having like enough pen or negative res or exposure to get to 0 will be really accessible and important to get. I think they'll essentially balance the game around you having like enough to get it pretty much to 0. I would assume, because they are quite there are very large sources of like pen and
Well,
exposure.
balance the
And
end
stuff.
game. Balance the end game.
Yeah, in game. But yeah, like I said, they can no longer go below 0, so you're not going to stack like 15 different sources of minus res.
Oh shit, look. Now we know. Low life is 30%. Oh my god. It's not under 50% then. Oh.
because it's not going to increase your damage at a certain point.
Yep.
Another big one is conversion. No longer, I'm not sure how to word this correctly, but to put it plainly, if you convert half your damage from fizz to cold, and you have physical damage, it won't apply to the cold damage conversion.
Wait,
So you'll
really?
actually need.
What's the source for that?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the source for that too. Any knowledge chat on the source?
I mean,
I'm pretty sure one of the mods on the POE Discord or something like that said this. So something like that, I believe.
it would make more. It's more. What do you call this? It's more intuitive if it works this way, and they're
Which
trying
stream?
to make everything more intuitive for new players and stuff.
Which
Like
stream
if
call
you,
video? It was Hirishi in Discord. So he must show it in one of these videos, right?
Okay. Cool.
I actually wouldn't mind the source because it is a huge ramification.
Yeah, it's massive.
yeah.
Oh my fucking god. It's the EB video. The mana stacking madness?
The monster damage one?
Conversion. Conversion now scales by the final damage type and does not remember converted damage type.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a source, but at least it's on the wiki. I mean, is that good enough for you?
And this is that damage will no longer remember its origin type. So if we take the example we discussed earlier in regards to POE 1, the physical damage converted to fire, where the player can scale this damage using modifiers to both fire and physical. Well, in POE 2, that won't be the case. The converted portion of damage can only be scaled by modifiers which apply to the end conversion damage type, i.e. the damage that is being dealt.
Here's the source. It was here.
Okay.
Okay.
Good
Yeah.
enough.
In addition, and frankly, the more important change, there is no inverse conversion order, so conversion can theoretically go from anything to anything.
That's good. So
Yeah,
that,
but
that allows them to do so much more.
Yeah, so in English, what this means, chat, is let's say you run Himthrower gloves, whatever they're called, which converts 100% of your physical damage to cold damage. Physical damage will no longer give you damage. Only the cold damage will.
Do you think
normally-
this allows us to do this defensively too? Because that's a big hole in POE 1
That-
right now.
Yeah, we don't know that yet. That
yeah,
part makes
I do
sense.
think this is
Unless they
something-
know.
But that's a bad thing because iron reflexes means no longer your evasion will no longer give you armor, like evasion scaling.
It's not objectively a bad thing, right? It's a different thing. Because like, do you remember I had that one build that would have been borderline immortal if it worked that way, and then I died, and that's how we found out.
Yeah, I can't remember. I know what you're talking about because it was like a betrayal death.
Yeah.
And your endurance charges fell off or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously that's a huge change though. Like especially if it does work with IR, it's very, 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 very big change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously low life is now 30%.
Well, is that 100% confirmed though? Because that's from a different node that says 30%, right? It doesn't specifically say low life. We actually talked about this in my stream too.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
I guess
it's not
source for this one
confirmed.
too.
Yeah, because I believe
sources?
this references the Blood Witch or something, which says 30%, but it doesn't say low life. Something like that.
I don't get why people need to know everything about the game. Oh, to be clear, you don't. I can't speak for my friends, but I'm pretty sure they're in the same boat. We're just
Same thing with
massive
Vita.
PV nerds. Like,
Yeah,
we're just massive
Yeah,
fucking
this one.
nerds, bro.
it's also
Oh no. Are we massive nerds? Because we want to know more info.
it's our job, right?
You know
Well,
that
it is
meme
their
where
job,
the
that's
wife is
true.
like, wonder what he's thinking about, but he's thinking about other women, and the guy's like,
The Roman Empire.
how does that work in
Yeah,
PvE? How?
that's exactly.
Literally.
That's literally us. Yeah.
Yeah.
So res reduction can still
Oh.
take res negative, but you can't penetrate negatively. But something like Doriani's would still work.
Oh, okay.
But I have a question though. So does that mean if
Oh.
you bring a mob down to let's say negative 50%, pen is literally dog shit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean,
And
so-
is exposure minus res? It is, right? It's
Yeah,
not pen.
It is. It is minus res. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Wait, so exposure's actually good?
interesting.
Yeah. So also, I'm not 100% sure on the low life 30% thing. I also like the reason
Okay.
that's
That's actually
because I
interesting.
found it odd that they very recently raised it to 50, only to lower it in PoE 2 to 30
Yeah. Yeah. Same.
during
same.
basically the
I
same
agree.
development cycle. So I thought that was weird.
Penetrate.
So I'm not convinced.
Yeah, so if you can reliably bring a mob to below 0, just
you don't need
ignore
pen.
pen. Yeah.
So basically,
pen-
early on pen or You could also
It
just not
depends.
bother with you could also just not bother with resistance reduction and just go for pen, go to 0 and call it a day.
Yeah, if pen's really accessible, it could be a case of early game pen, late game like with curses minus res kind of thing.
Yeah, it looked pretty accessible. Like we've seen like runes or whatever they're called on weapons for like 15% pen, shit like that.
Yeah. What about the low life information chat? Do we have any sources for that?
So if we look up the ascendancy of the Blood Witch, I think that's what it's being assumed with right now.
Blood Witch.
Blood mage.
Whatever.
I made the same mistake.
Yeah, it's a mage.
Lambao.
Maybe it's the other one. Isn't it? Was it the Infernalist? One of them references something.
Well, not on low life. Oh, but we must have a tooltip from somewhere.
Well, not on low. Infernal Flame.
Oh,
How did they get 30%?
Yeah.
I don't see why they would change it.
Yeah.
And we saw a video earlier. I don't
Yeah,
know
someone
where,
that was. Yeah,
they
yeah.
were on 50% life with petrified blood, which means that mechanic is probably still in the game. Like they always a low
Wait, someone who had petrified blood in POE 2? There's footage of that? Fuck.
life build or something.
Do we know it was
here we go.
petrified blood?
Oh yeah.
We don't.
The big stream, they said low flame was 30% and below. So people are basing it on that. So I am assuming that low flame is 30% and low life is 50.
Huh.
Yeah, that makes
Okay.
more sense.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. I'm officially taking that off for now then.
Good. We almost got japed.
Also 30? Oh, that is true. But I guess it's not enough. How about I put a question mark? So a question mark just means
If pain
not
attunement is
100%.
30, then I'm more likely.
Wait, hold on. What does pin attunement say exactly? Does he actually
Yeah,
say?
it has very specific wording. Let me
It
find
just says
it.
low life.
Didn't you have it open?
Here you go.
This.
Punishment 30% less.
Don't
Oh,
feel
it just
like
says
it.
low life.
No,
It literally
no,
just
no,
says
Yeah, I was like, what are you guys talking about? No,
it's 30% damage, not 30%
Yeah.
low life.
It does say 30%
Okay.
though.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. But I mean,
Love Val.
So I'm not convinced that low life is 30.
I think it's... If it's not 30, it's 40. It's anything below 50.
I'm not saying it's
Yeah.
not. I'm just.
I mean, if that's the only source, if that's
Wait, what is-
literally the only source, then I don't see how it could be 30.
Yeah.
wait, is low mana a thing in POE1? That
Yeah,
term.
I'm
Is it
pretty
used anywhere?
sure. Escher's shield that used to work that way. POE
what is-
Escher's mirror.
Yeah, what is low mana then? Is it 30 or is it 50?
Well, I don't think the shield even exists anymore.
I guess the best way to check is where to take the patch notes where they change low life. Because if they change for mana too, then it should be
Oh,
mentioned.
maybe I was confused because this is just not on low life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In POE1, everything with low is 50%. So it could be that it's 30%. To be fair,
Because
I think it's basically a 50-50. It's 50% chance whether it's 50 or 30.
Oh, Infernal Mantle with low mana.
low mana.
Yeah. Although it doesn't say what low mana. Well,
So on the wiki it says low
Ah.
mana is 50%.
Oh.
Apparently.
Huh.
But that's the bad wiki. Hold up.
Thank you, Alex.
Adrenaline
Thank you.
just resubscribed for
Um,
89 months.
I'm kind of tempted to take this off then. If that's literally the only source,
Yeah.
I'm kind of a doubter. Hey.
Yeah, low mana is a condition applies when the player's mana pool falls below 50%. That's PV1. And apparently, this I don't know if it's true. I haven't seen the proof, but they said low mana was 30%.
This got the
PV2.
receipts.
And
Again,
it's
I'm not
60.
saying it's not. I just don't know.
If it's 30%, I'm coming after you.
I guess we kind of knew this Spirit Reservation one. 180 base by endgame.
Wait, no, but I think
we're gonna get
it could be 30%.
No.
I'm just
We're
saying
gonna,
it's not
we're
for
gonna
sure.
get you.
I'm
think
trying
it's-
to be factually accurate, and I'm mad.
We're gonna.
And he's
He's mad.
relax.
He's gonna
This
sneeze on me. He's gonna sneeze on me, chat.
I'll come
is
cough
a
on
game
you.
where you have to be mad.
Now this is directly from the Dreamcore video, and he does show the receipts for this at least
Mm.
via some math. But
Yeah,
it's
we saw
12
this one.
life per level and 4 mana per level. And we also have some attribute information and spirit information. You might have spirit. I haven't like fact checked yet, but it's supposed
Wait, spirit cores were from quests? Wait, what were spirit cores again?
to be a base of 0, meaning that you cannot reserve minions at level 1
Yeah.
unless you get a scepter to grant you either free minions or additional spirit from the scepter.
Yeah.
And then there's every act has like a quest reward thingy to give you 30 spirit, meaning you get 180 by the end of Cruel.
Yep.
So and you can also get additional spirit from soul cores, which are those socketable rune like things. But they are notably different from runes. They're like they come from something else. Can't remember what. Was it like
Ultimatum or something.
Holy
I don't
shit.
know.
yeah, it was one of those mechanics.
Do you think
It
we'll
was-
have
it was one
really
of those-
rare runes like Zod?
What the fuck?
Who
I have
knows?
no idea, I'll be honest with you. I have no idea.
Who knows? I mean,
Oh,
surely.
Soul Cores are ultimatum. I'm gonna write that down as well then. What are runes just random drops? Soul Cores equals ultimatum, runes equals world drop. Is that correct?
Yeah, actually, speaking of runes, do we know how common they are? Because they have to be very common for the role they're supposed to fill. Like
I
they're
assume
supposed to
runes are
replace like
super
the crafting
common.
bench to solve your problems while you're leveling.
Well,
if they're
this
not-
is the point, right? That there might be common runes, but there could also be rare runes.
Yeah, I know, but like I'm just saying in general, like the common runes do drop very often.
Hmm.
Otherwise,
Chat,
you know.
the point of the sheet is not necessarily to have the best source of information. It's more about
I know what you mean.
checking information in one spot, like how do I word this?
Consolidate
Writing down
information.
consolidating the information that we know. So there's probably stuff on Extra Life Wiki or whatever that we don't know. That's fine. We can add to our sheet just to. The point is we.
No.
this is what
Fucking
we know.
extra life. God
When I say
damn
we,
it.
by the way, I do literally mean like me, Khan, and Ziz when we catch this up. I mean, Ziz probably already knows all this by the sounds of it.
No. I literally just found out they changed chaos damage.
What?
Oh, to be did you also know, skipping ahead a bit, that CI characters are effectively immune to bleed?
No. So I'm
Yeah,
learning a
so-
lot.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll scroll back up and we'll keep going.
How wonderful is that, by the way, that like we as streamers don't know?
I know.
I love it. It's so
I
good.
know. Well, streamers aren't special human beings. We're just normal people.
Well, you're pretty special.
Shit. Oh shit.
Oof.
Yeah, we do the main thing we have is more time, really. So yeah. So we do have the time to learn, which most people don't.
That was not a compliment.
Yep. Now this is interesting. You probably know this one, but strength is 2 life per strength. Int is 2 mana per int, and dex is now this one I don't know, but dex is supposedly 5 accuracy per dex. But what's really interesting is when you contrast it to PoE 1, it's actually in PoE 1 it's 2 strength per 1 life, and same with int, meaning that it's effectively 4 times stronger,
Yeah.
at least
Oh,
for life and mana.
4 times, not 2 times. What the fuck?
Obviously, you do lose the melee fizz, and you do lose the energy shield scaling, and you do lose the evasion scaling. But in terms of that raw mana, I mean, that's crazy. Like, attributes in PoE 2 are crazy strong. Which also makes me think that they're also going to be a bit more scarce on gear, I'm not sure. Just because they're so much stronger. Like, literally 4x the power.
I mean, we lose the ways to scale. I mean, is there increased mana on gear? I mean, on 3, sorry.
Yeah, there's
Very
increased
little, but there
mana.
is. I'll show you, actually. I'll show you right now. Because I have it open somewhere. Mana increase.
Yeah, and
Max
actually, it's true.
element.
You get +5 instead of +10 on the small nodes for attributes.
So it's. Oh wow! Wait, is this confirmed? This
What do you mean?
small node is 8%.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah, it's
god!
insane.
But
I
then
know this
we-
doesn't seem like
By
a
the
big
way, no,
deal.
you said that actually. You said that, no? Is that you told me this earlier? So
No,
don't
I
know.
told you that there were big nodes. I didn't see that there were small nodes that give 8%.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, even
Oh.
Captain Lance is like batshit thing. He knows what this means.
Yeah, that's kind of
I mean, look, for comparison, a notable is 6% with 20 flat. The small node is better than the fucking notable. What the fuck? How is this real? Yeah, I think this isn't real.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
I'm
looks
actually
weird.
a doubter. I'm a giga doubter. It doesn't even look like a mana node. Nah, this is fucking cap, bro.
What's it
I don't
say on
know
the
where
factual
this
that I
came
put
from.
key?
Oh shit! All right, so this wants to go into the
No,
drama.
no. I've already done it. I've covered it.
Shit.
I'm just
Oh,
jabbing.
shit.
I'm just
Wait, Ziz covered the Factual Life drama? What the fuck? Where? I didn't see anything there. Oh, wait, no, he probably covered it on, like, on stream only. Okay.
jabbing.
Oh, apparently EB is confirmed on Discord by Viperesque that it will not convert your energy shield. Oh, it says it on the thing. It literally says confirm not in EA. So, because apparently this was literally broken, which
Oh. Oh, interesting. Eldritch's battery is not in early access. Yeah, it would be fucking broken.
I believe it because I was
Well, I
theory
mean,
crafting
yeah.
this.
Yeah, it would
Yeah.
be stupid, yeah.
It'd be stupid.
Yeah.
Like I genuinely think this would have been actual game breaking. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so where were we? We were here. Obviously just confirming like obvious knowledge here, but gems have base attribute requirements.
You think it says confirmed to not be this, so it has a different effect. Oh. To not be this in EA. Okay, so it is gonna be in the game, but it's gonna not be converts all energy shield to mana. I see. Also, hey, great RAM. Huh, okay.
Genuinely think this would have been actual game breaking. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so where were we? We were here. Obviously just confirming like obvious knowledge here, but gems have base attribute requirements, and support gems will add to that. I don't know the exact math. Like I don't know if it scales upwards depending on how many support gems. Maybe you know this.
Say again?
Really? Wait, support gems will add to the attribute requirement? Does that... If they level up, are they gonna be like insane attribute requirements? No way, right?
So like, let's say I add one support gem, and let's say it increases it by 5 strength.
Yeah.
And then I add a second support gem. Will it go up by 5, or will it go up by like a higher
It's
scaling
probably
amount, like 10?
exponential.
Or... Do we know if it's exponential?
No,
or-
I'm guessing.
Okay.
What do you mean? What is exponential? The total stat requirement?
Yeah, of each gem.
I mean,
So-
I think it's just to, because it could just be. No, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure actually. Do you have no footage about on the gem to see the requirements?
There's probably, but it's like there's so much footage, and after a specific
Yeah.
moment in time.
You guess that's why Gemly has attribute stacking? Potentially, yeah. What is that? Oh. Oh, this is what he was talking about. Wait, what the fuck? I have to accept terms. What is this? Oh, no. Oh, whoops. Um... Ah. Yeah, that might be why. With this being like it is. I wonder then if gems are gonna have like insane attribute requirements. Requirements. 3 additional skill sets must require so much attributes. Potentially. Well, no, I assume, like, let's see. Like, for example, let's say, I mean, we have Arc here, yeah. And I assume Arc itself, if you have this many supports in, it's gonna have, you know, X amount of attributes. I assume the attribute cost will just be like you need that many attributes to cast Arc. And it won't affect like cast on crit, elemental invocation, etc. Things like that. Like the cost is just in this link. In this 6 link. But of course, I mean, the cost could be huge, but we don't know.
And it could have
No, but
changed too. Like something Neversink pointed out is anything that doesn't have 2 flasks is outdated.
True.
So
Because
you
it's
have to be very careful about the footage you analyze.
Yeah.
Because it's like what, you have like what? How many gems we have? 9? Is it 9? Or how many was it? Actually, that's a good thing to add. Like, how many gems do we actually have available
Good
to us?
point. Yeah, actually, I haven't written that down.
Do we actually only have 9? 9 and then 12 if you're a Gemling Legion dude with 4. I wonder.
Uh,
Yeah.
we'll put that here. Do we know how many? It is just 9, and that is separate from skills, right? Like if I have an ascendancy which grants me poison
Yeah.
concoction, that would
Yeah,
bump it to
that's-
10, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how it should be. So if you have 9, if you have 9
Gems.
skills with 6 links,
Not gonna lie. When I'm playing PoE 2 Early Access, I am playing Pathfinder, and I think I am actually good. Like the first Ascendancy point, I think I am actually going to try concoctions. See how good they are. Probably gonna try, probably like Poison Concoction, but yeah. I'm definitely gonna try concoctions on first Ascendancy.
I mean, I don't see it being unreasonable that it just adds every single
9
bonus
total
stat.
gem.
It's not
well,
unreasonable.
Yeah.
I don't think it's unreasonable. That is just additive. Like if you have 9 gems with 6 supports,
Do we say like? Should I
It's
just
like
say
30 per
gems?
gem.
Will people understand what that means?
Yeah.
skill gems maybe.
Well,
9
because
total
that's
skill gems. Yeah, it's 9 total skill gems.
kill gems. Yeah.
And when will that be? Oof. So the game releases in Japan when I'm sleeping on the 7th, 4 a.m. I wake up on Saturday. And typically I'm not streaming on the weekends, so well, I don't know what my friends are doing because they're flying to Japan. And they're gonna reach Japan in the 10th. You have to log in alone? No. Well, I mean, we can definitely play on the weekends, but I'm just not going to be streaming. Or I can force the stream. Yeah, I mean, I could do that. I actually, you know what? I could stream on the 9th, but man, I probably wouldn't want to stream for too long because I am traveling from the 10th. Fuck. You'll be here too? Hey, Baron. I mean, there is a possibility I can stream on Monday, but that's pushing it. Because I am traveling the next day.
By
I actually
default,
think
can have extra via ascendancies or
Weapons.
shall we say like gear?
Yeah.
yeah.
And then
Ascendancies,
obviously
gear.
5 support gems Oh yeah, actually, this is a good question. Maybe this knows. Does every single skill gem get 5 supports? Like up to 5 supports?
Yeah,
Or is there like is that like a hard yes, you think?
I would say so. Like we haven't seen anything contradicting that.
Well, there was some footage showing Ray's shield having no support gems. But that might just be because it didn't have any like jeweled orbed onto it.
Yeah.
5 support gems per skill gem. Up to.
Huh. That is interesting though. Does that mean that things like what was that ultimatum unique? The one where you explode your health. The Relic of the Pact, that's the one. Like, for example, if Relic of the Pact is in PoE 2, does that mean we can effectively 6-link Blood Sacrament without like using a Squire? Blood Sacrament would be crazy with 6-link. Yeah, it would be insane. Because if there is a if Blood Sacrament is in the game, I want to play it. And obviously, you would need to play Blood Witch or Blood Mage, because Sangumancy. It would be nuts.
Yeah, I actually think it's just additive then. The stat requirements.
Yeah, because 9.
Because you get like 5, yeah, you get like 45 support gems total, and that just works.
Yeah, because it would be
Doesn't-
250 total stats required to equip
Yeah.
it.
And you get half.
It's thematic for Blood Mage 2, so maybe we'll have it. I hope we do, because that would be very cool. I'd want to play it and make a build around it, because I still haven't played a Relic of the Pact build in PoE 1. To be honest, I wanted to make one if there was like a next league, but you know, with PoE 2 happening, it's we're gonna be deep in PoE 2.
Half the amount of stats from 3 compared to PV1.
Yeah, you're probably right. And that's
So
just
I think it's
assuming
additive.
you have no skills from gear, which you would, most likely.
Yeah.
You would from somewhere.
Yeah. So I think
Okay.
that looks right.
Plus 3 on Gemlink. Yeah, I won't mention plus 3 on Gemlink because I did already mention you can get extras from Ascendancies.
Yeah.
And then I said this as well. Gear just works like PoE1 attributes. From what I can tell, this is correct. Like if it says
Yeah.
150 strength, it doesn't add.
You wanted to make one? Like a good friend. Fish stole your idea. Yoink. It's my
Like
build
gems do.
now.
You just need 150 strength to equip it, kind of thing.
Yep.
And then
Easy.
the highway travel nodes we mentioned +5 you get to pick. Which is
Yeah, I like
Easy
that.
game.
I feel like I'm gonna be taking strength a lot in hardcore.
yeah, just have strength.
For
all day.
life-based characters, because of how much life you get, strength seems extremely important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I think. That's what Giants Blood is gonna be really fucking good.
Yeah, you just make a strength stacker, pick Giant's Blood, and it's GG. You have Giga HP, Giga damage. There's like no downsides. And I mean, you can get Giga accuracy too because of that notable? Or was it a... I'm pretty sure wait, was it a keystone?
So
Yeah, because you can just stack
switch.
strength and then get a
'Cause
big
you-
two-hander.
Yeah, yeah. Stack strength anyway, and good life.
Yeah,
Kill him.
because like I think it was like it was a low-level marauder, like a warrior, from Dreamcore. It had 60-something strength on it, which means just right off the bat, it has 120 extra life than anyone else. And it only had like 400 life, so it's like an insane amount of
actually-
extra life.
You start with some stats of for every stat, right? On each
Yeah.
class.
You're not very good at drinking water. I know. I don't know why it's so bad.
Same as before.
And that is different. That is different. Like
I just
Marauders
wanna
have
drink
more
water
strength
normally.
than other classes do.
Yep.
It's
Well,
a
I mean,
very
they're
small
just-
amount though.
It's just the starting, right? The starting stuff.
Gemling gets double that, so 4 life per strength. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, so... God damn. Honestly, Gemling Legionnaire seems fucking insane. Wait, what the fuck? That's just too good. Just become a strength stacker. Dual wield two-handeds. And get Giga Ultra HP with enhanced effectiveness. God damn. Wait a minute. Inherent bonuses. Does that mean that... where was that keystone? The one that, like, allows your strength to be put into your accuracy. Oh, unexpected finesse. Gain accuracy rating equal to your strength. This node. Does that mean... does that mean you get more accuracy if you take Gemling Legionnaire? Because wouldn't that mean it's an inherent bonus from strength, the accuracy? Because that would mean you just have infinite accuracy as well. That'd be broken? Yeah, that'd be insane.
So it doesn't matter that much.
Don't think so? Probably not, but, you know.
Sure.
A man could dream.
Oh, do we know about... Right. So you can't take out runes. We already know this.
Yep.
But can you overwrite them?
We
Does
don't
anybody
know.
know?
I'm going to ask
We
that.
don't know. Oh. Okay. I'll write that down here for now. Cannot remove them from gear, but we don't know if we can overwrite.
After we do this deep dive, you guys can like help me go.
It shouldn't work since it's an additive bonus. You have to actively choose. I guess. Yeah, I guess that would make sense.
Through questions because I want to try to maximize. There's so many questions people want me to ask that I don't really care about asking because
You hope everyone goes Gemling on release so that they get nerfed quickly. I mean, according to a pool that Baron found, let me put that up right there. No, my Pathfinder. Literally everyone's playing Stormweaver. Because to be honest, Archmage with Stormweaver, oof. Going Invoker, me, that's cringe. Just do the Giga Chat Pathfinder routes. Man. Sork is getting so much people. It's cool that Witch Hunter is getting a lot of people though. This new playstyle. Imagine playing POE 2 and being stuck in POE 1. Fuck, you know what? You're kind of right. Fuck. Nah, I'm still playing Pathfinder. Why are they playing Infernalist? It's so bad. You thought we won't get any nerfs because no one would like it? No, I think Infernalist is honestly could be pretty fucking cool. You don't take any of these you don't take anything Pyromantic Pact. You don't even go into 7. You just take 10, 5 and 6, and then probably 1. And then it'll probably be pretty good depending on how good 5 and 6 are. Because Demon Form could be kind of cracked. Potentially even 11 if you can solve the amount of damage that you take. But Blood Mage, honestly, grasping wounds, like, you basically have Progenesis inside your Ascendancy. Plus it leads up to Crimson Power, which is like, oh my god. You curious, how does the SRS support work? With Unleash or Fireball, for example. Huh. While active, your fire spells will summon Raging Spirits, which are short-lived Flaming Skulls Rush. Fire area spells? Wait. Summons... Huh? It has to be an area spell? Oh. Well, Fireball's an AoE. Okay. So you just have to cast an AoE fire spell for it to work. Man, to be honest, Fireball looks nuts because it fires a Nova on impact. Honestly, this seems insane. But if you have Unleash, does it count as several casts or one? Shouldn't that count as several casts? Support skills you cast yourself, making their effect reoccur when cast. Cannot support channeling skills or skills with a cooldown. Gain a seal every 200% of the cast time. Maximum of 2 seals. Supported skills are unsealed when cast, and their effects reoccur for each seal lost. Reoccur. I would assume because Jonathan said that if it sounds like it should work, right? Like this sounds like it should work with SRS on Fireball, and you just get multiple SRS. But on the flip side, that does seem kind of busted, doesn't it? %50 less damage when reoccurring. Would make for one hell of a smooth Infernalist leveling. It would. Because Infernalist would honestly be pretty insane. If Demon Form is good. Because we honestly don't know what... Causing your life to be lost at an ever-increasing rate. You gain Demon Flame every second. So it just says vastly boosting the power of your spells. They said it was like cast time and just damage. I want to know exactly what it does. And like how bad the life degen is. You heard Demon Form removed weapons though. Because it's a shapeshift, so it got rid of Spirit, which got rid of some minions. Ooh. I think we heard it. Yeah, we did hear about that somewhere, didn't we? Hope they fix that. Yeah, because that's a big amount of stats to lose. That they would have to, like... If it removed your weapon, holy fuck, it would have to give so much boost. Because weapons are a massive amount of damage. Alright, let's go back.
Because we only have 2 hours. Like, I really want to maximize what are the most important questions.
Oh. So that Wait, so there's still time to change the questions, or you're just trying to trim?
I haven't even like made a full list that I'm sending you a list to Jonathan later.
Oh shit, yo, we could just do that now if you want, chat.
No, I'd rather go through this because it'll help me make better questions.
Okay. We'll speed run this. We're almost done anyway, I think, because we were pretty close to like starting to theory craft. So offense. Oh, now this is one actually. This actually really fitting because I wanted to know this question actually is. Maybe you already know. So we know that accuracy drops off based off ranged, right? They've talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
Does this apply to enemies? Like if I am
Oh, that's very interesting.
off screening a mob, will that change its chance to hit me?
I would assume so.
I don't know if I would, right? But
I honestly would assume so, right? Like it makes sense.
is
That's a good
and
question.
conversely, but now here's what's really interesting. If accuracy applies to spells, does that also mean like I mean, I guess same question in regards to spells. And does it also mean is it harder for spells to hit enemies or
No. What? Wait, spells are just they just 100% hit all the time, right?
that's just separate, I assume, right? Like spells don't have accuracy, right? For players, I mean.
I would assume they don't.
Yeah. But that would be an interesting one to know.
Spells and hits aren't different anymore. Yeah, he did mention that up here, which is interesting because you can evade spells at base now. But then again, there are those keystones that like we have acrobatics, can evade all hits, which implies that there are stuff that can't be evaded. But does this just mean like undodgeable AoE attacks that like big wind up boss hits like they were talking in the video? Maybe. You wonder because it wouldn't make sense to nerf ranged attack and not nerf spells, which are basically ranged attacks too. Kind of, yeah. Ooh, damn. Then that means, because that would mean that any projectile-based build would need to get some form of accuracy, even spellcasters, because they took out suppression for the same reason that spells aren't different. Yeah, spell suppression was what honestly is a problem.
It applies to spells? Yeah, so really interesting. We covered it in evasion, but you can evade hits, right? And spells count as hits now.
Yep.
Which is confirmed. Which, again, very weird coming from POE 1, but that is confirmed.
Super weird.
A monster actually does have accuracy on their spells. Correct? I mean, they do. That is essentially... I mean, I don't see any other conclusion, right? That must be the case.
I might ask for clarifications.
Only monsters, though. I don't think players have accuracy for spells.
We are gonna watch his interview
They
after
just
this.
don't have spells. Oh, that's a more intuitive way to understand it.
True. Bareback, I'll still be able to hear you though.
Huh.
Okay.
No, I don't think that would work. Having monsters that don't have spells, that doesn't make sense. That would, like from a design point of view, that would make it kind of hard to make projectile-based characters. I mean, enemies.
Still, though, I still want to know if you're off-screening an enemy, does that affect the accuracy? That is still a valid question, I think. Because if we assume all monster hits are attacks now, essentially, that's I still want to know the accuracy question for monsters, I think. Obviously, there's a whole section on ailments. Now, this has lots of things to clarify. So, whilst this is AFK, he says he can hear me. So, I'll just rapid fire them. Elemental ailments, and we do believe this is specific to only elemental. The difference there being it doesn't apply to bleed or poison. and their chance to apply an ailment is now based off the hit that applies it. So, for example,
What are you crunching on? Because now you need to get snacks of your own. Don't tell Morabman. We know what it is.
if you hit an enemy for a certain amount of their threshold, it might give you like a 30% chance to apply an ignite, or a 30% chance to apply a shock.
Worms?
Which
What the
also
fuck?
means if you crit with like a lightning hit, it will
It's-
therefore increase the chance to
it's
apply a
raw,
shock
man.
purely because the hit will be larger than if you didn't crit. Freeze and shock have build-ups. I believe ignite and shock did not have build-ups. Let me just double check. I have the source for this before we pop off. I have lots of fucking images to open though. Give me a second. It's gonna take...
So he didn't list that there are supports that raise the chance. Like, what is the calculation of this? Them some crunchy worms? Mmm. Candied worms. So elemental ailment chance is not based on the damage dealt by the hit which applies it. But then we also have monsters that have like resistances to ailments. And then we have the supports on top of that that raise the chance to apply the ailment.
Take me a second. I'll just read exactly what this is a GGG employee wrote this in the Path of Exile 2 Discord. Damaging ailments care about the final pre-mitigation damage of the hit now, so crit damage naturally affects ignite damage with crits. Damage relative to the monster ailment threshold increases the chance of inflicting ignite and shock specifically. So they're differentiating ignite and shock from build-up like freeze. Crits have no specific interaction with ailments, but they are more likely to inflict ignite and shock because they deal more damage, but that's it. Ignite and shock chance is based on damage relative to the monster's ailment threshold. Currently, it's a base of 25% chance to apply per 100% of ailment threshold the hit deals. So let's say you hit one
Crit, ignite, flame blast could go burr. Good. And then you just put some SRS on there for good measure, you know.
a mob for 1,000 lightning damage, and the mob had an ailment threshold of 1,000, that would give you a 25% chance to apply shock. And if you hit for 4,000 damage relative to the 1,000 ailment threshold, this would be 100%. Yeah, you need to hit for 400% of the threshold, correct?
Wow.
Yeah, so ignite and shock just have a chance, which is not build up. I'll link this in chat. Yeah.
Wait, but what is chance then? Because let's say that's what you might be going for on release. Seems pretty straightforward. Because I was talking, like, before I started stream, I was talking to Nessie about this. And Arc itself has a 15% chance to shock. That's also the magnitude, which it apparently ignite, which is apparently ignite effect. Yeah, magnitude is damage over time. It's basically POE 1 dot multi, which is worded differently. So wait. Ignite and shock chance are based on the damage relative to the number's monster ailment threshold. Currently, it's a base of 25% chance to apply per 100% of ailment threshold. So do you know what Bringer of Flame means on Infernalist? Does that mean that every small hit by you and your minion keep increasing ignite effect? Well, not on low Infernal, so you need to be above I'm gonna say 50%. Above 50% of the Pyromantic Pact mana thing. All damage from you and your allies in your presence contributes to Ignite chance, Eggman, and Magnitude. All damage from you and your allies in your presence contributes to Ignite chance and Magnitude. Wow, the way that's worded is so weird, isn't it? I would assume that this means... God, that's so weird. Because contributes to Ignite chance makes sense, but Magnitude itself is dot multi, which means that this means you are raising your dot multi slowly? Or maybe there's a fixed amount of dot multi and Ignite chance that Pyromantic Pact can give you through Bringer of Flames. And so if you're above low, you're gaining a fixed amount of Ignite chance and Magnitude that you and your allies can make use of, maybe? God, I don't know. It's worded so weird. More minions, bigger Ignite? Potentially. So if you have like SRS from your Flame Blast, maybe you get bigger Ignites, bigger Magnitude? I don't know. What you know is that every hit, even if you could use... Even if you use Cold would Ignite with... You are right, it does say all damage. Oh, shit. Oh, that's interesting. Wow. You are right. So you can have a full lightning damage base build or cold damage and make it Ignite. It doesn't have to be fire damage. Ooh, that's actually kind of cool. That makes it a bit more interesting and potentially desirable. Especially if you have, like, let's say, lucky chance strike on lightning damage. You would just get, you know, bigger high end or more often on the higher end of damage for lightning. And you get bigger ignites, bigger chance. That is very cool.
More damage is better, correct. What if you had Ball Lightning with 750% more shock? I believe the way that would work, chat, is let's say you hit for 100 damage with Ball Lightning and you had 750% more shock. That 100 damage would count as 850 ailment threshold. Does that make sense? So if you, let's say the mob had 1000 ailment threshold, this would give you something like a 20-ish% chance to shock with Ball Lightning. Ish. I don't know the exact, I mean, I'd have to get a calculator, but you could.
Interesting, okay. That's an interesting one.
The idea. Essentially, it acts as if you're hitting a lot harder.
I'm back.
What if you use a flat?
Wow, wait a minute. So Arc is actually kind of it's kind of fucked unless Arc hits really hard. Wait, no, that's Archmage. Wait. Wow. So if you put chain support on this to get more chains, does that just mean you, like, for each chain you get 50% more damage on single target? That's kind of correct, actually. It does hit pretty hard. And this, too. chains 2 times. So if you're single targeting, that is 50. I mean, literally 100% more damage against single target. Wow. I can see why they put that down to 15% chance to shock. So that would be some pretty big damage.
That percent shock support. My understanding is that doesn't exist.
I'm back.
Oh, hello. Yeah, so feel free to chime in about any of the ailment information. It is a little bit confusing, specifically how there is essentially freeze has build up, ignite and shock don't. They just have a chance depending on how hard you hit relative to the ailment threshold.
Even on bosses?
And well, bosses have their own special ailment threshold, remember, which is much tinier than the HP bar.
Yeah.
Like much tinier, by the way, chat. I actually, bit of history. I found it easier to chill Uber Adzeri and the Gauntlet than like a normal map boss, which is because I did all this testing for Gauntlet. The Gauntlet I won. Do you remember this?
I remember.
Yeah. So really interesting. Bosses are usually easier to chill. Like Shaper is easier to chill than like a map boss sometimes, just because of ailment threshold values. Because they can really tinker with that manually. That hidden value that we can't see behind the scenes.
Yep.
Interesting.
Anyway, what's really interesting on top of this, because this is obviously just elemental.
Why would I forget? I made the gauntlet.
ailments. Bleed specifically, and we do have confirmation of this. Requires you have to hit their life pool in order to be able to inflict a bleed, which means that if you're a CI character, you are effectively immune to bleed. But this is also the reason they had to do this is because bleed and poison both bypass energy shield. This is different from chaos damage doing double damage to energy shield. It completely bypasses it. And this, I can show you. I don't know if you've seen this. Have you seen it?
No.
I'll bring up the video. Because this is a tooltip. So this one's kind of like, well, it's not confirmed because you know everything's subject to change, but it is somewhat confirmed. Oh, you don't need to unmute. This one's just reading.
Okay.
If it like, well, but you can see it reads protects your life by taking damage instead. Rapidly recharges if you don't take damage. Chaos damage removes twice as much.
Yep.
And damage from bleeding and poison bypasses energy shield direct to remove life directly.
So what does CI do now?
CI works the same way as it does in regular POE. It just has
I'm so excited to see all the uniques. That'll make builds go crazy. Compared to what we know at the moment, yeah. The moment we see like more uniques, that's when like real builds will be made.
different ramifications. So you still have a max of life of 1, and you're still immune to chaos damage. That does effectively mean you are immune to poison damage and bleed
Oh.
and all chaos.
Wow. CI seems a little too strong then.
Well, that's
CI is kind of fucking busted.
actually the next point on the list, because we went over this a bit. I'll skip down a little bit. But in order to make CI not completely busted, they basically neutered every single tool we have for it. Everything. So energy shield recharge rate has been lowered from 33% to 12.5.
Oh.
The delay is 4 seconds, up from 2. So this is mathematically 6 times worse.
Wow.
Right? Because a third of the
6 times worse. But it doesn't matter. For Pathfinder, Flask, Regain, we laugh in the face of this.
recharge rate and twice the delay.
Yeah.
And then we also don't have things like Wicked Ward. We don't have
Wow.
do we even have ES Leech? I don't even think we do, except for Monk obviously. But ES Leech seems very hard to get.
Yeah.
And then Zealot's Oath as well got gutted. Zealot's Oath no longer provides you with like ES
Monk,
regen.
Monk has ES Leech.
Yes, Monk specifically.
Monkey.
But worth pointing out that's we believe is that just attacks, chat?
Bow CI Monk.
It just says Leech.
Oh shit. Widowhail is confirmed to be in the game. Bow, Monk, CI.
It's mana leech applies to energy shield. Right, so the problem is getting mana leech from spells. Is that the issue? Because you would need a source of leech, and the only source of leech we know for fact that exists is there's one on the blood mage, I think. But the only other
Wait. Oh, it's specifically Lisa's life. It's not energy shield. Time to pivot to monk.
source
Oof.
of leech is just fizz leech, right? From attacks is the problem,
Chalupa.
right? Yeah, so I mean leech is tricky. Leech is a very tricky stat right now. It's very tricky. But yeah, because of all those downsides, you can see why CI is kind of busted and also kind of dog shit at the same time. Because it's like really hard to get back. I did have a really cool idea though. I don't know if it'll work. And it's in the block section. Tell me. I'm gonna bat chest. I'm just gonna tell you the ideas. You can
Okay.
tell me if you think it'll work. Are you ready? So everything I just said, right? ES is insane if you can recover it, but you can't recover it, right? It's
Yep.
basically impossible to recover. However, there's one item, one gem that exists that let me see if I can find it. Stun. Oh god. Why did I look it up like this? Am I dumb?
Wow.
Energy shield. Is it? Oh, here we go. Energy barriers. Energy shield recharge begins immediately and is not interrupted by damage for 3 seconds when stunned when using supported skills.
Huh.
So you might be thinking like, okay, well, how do you force trigger this? Well, now this is theoretical, but if it works, it's hilariously OP.
Oh, I get it.
Active block.
Wait, can you lower your stun threshold? So one hit on block will stun you. That would be kind of busted, wouldn't it? That's basically just it's basically that jewel interaction again. God damn it. The CI you generally have low stun thresh. Ooh, yeah. That is kind of true. Fuck. Unless like in POE 1 there's that there's that notable that changes your stun threshold to your life threshold
Yeah, because
or
active block
vice
is
versa.
based off stun, and if you get staggered, it should theoretically stun you. We're thinking it stuns you,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's, and so you hold your shield up, it breaks. While you have it up, you're basically immortal, except slams. But if you do break the stagger, you link it to that gem, right? Because it's an active gem that you can link to it, and we already confirmed it is linkable. That will then trigger your ES recharge. and
The
will give you
whole like
Yeah, bro, I'm
except for
smoking.
AoE is pretty scary though.
It is. It is. It's not immortality, but that is really strong, right? You're not. It only blocks from the front. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's
I'm not saying it's
insane.
immortality, chat, but it is really,
Yeah.
really strong, right? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean I think that'll work, but I don't know. I don't know if it's hardcore viable.
I think
It doesn't
will
one cast.
be at
Wait,
the bare
wow.
minimum very tanky for softcore.
We did see a lot of those in PoE 2. Really? Hmm. A lot of it seems to just be like increased stun threshold stuff. Yeah, nothing that seems to be like a convert. Weren't there a lot that increased stun threshold based on ES? But that's the thing, you according to his well, I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess you do. Well, you according to Steele's like idea, you don't want to raise your stun threshold. If anything, you want to lower it. I mean, gain 20% of maximum ES as additional stun threshold. Is that the one you're talking about? Eldritch Will. You misunderstood the build?
It's scuffed even for softcore. I don't know if it is that scuffed.
I don't think
Ja-
it's
Ja-
scuffed at all. If anything, that's actually very strong. That's a good idea. Especially since you have to dance around for 4 seconds with that recharge delay. And the rate is slower. Oh, and you can take that node. The Aegis Aurora node. To also help with it. So it's actually insanely good idea. This one, Ancient Aegis. Recover energy shield equal to 1% of armor when you block. So if you have good armor and high ES, you can take this plus Steel's idea to effectively become almost immortal. But you know, obviously, as it said, AoEs are a problem.
Yeah,
No,
this
I
is
don't think it's
true.
that scuffed for softcore.
Yeah, chat, this is true. Look at all of the gameplay teasers, all of them. There was only one footage at all, only one source of footage where they didn't take a single hit point of damage during a boss fight, and it was the one where they had the shield. They literally did the entire boss, a full boss, and it wasn't like they didn't just one-shot it. It was a long boss fight without taking a single point of damage. I think block is really strong. Like really, really strong. Now you do
Yeah.
have to avoid the slams, but
Yeah.
I almost think active block is too strong. 100% block of spell and attack damage. And the only thing that you're weak to is obviously the stun and the AoE. They're probably going to nerf it in some form.
I think the slams will kill any. I think, chat, the slams are gonna kill you. Like, you're fucked on the slams. Like everyone's fucked on the slams, right? It is what it is. But there's a lot of damage that isn't a slam.
That's pretty cool though.
Yeah, there is one caveat. I think that mod only appears on armor ES because I think it's an armor based implicit.
Are they
But
not
that's
hearing
fine.
or something?
Oh, hello.
I
Khan?
can't.
Oh god. The fact that it's channeling too, which means you can cast things with cast while channeling while blocking. Oh my god. You're right. You can have like a damage setup in that too. What the fuck? That's insane.
Tell if I'm.
We can hear you now. Now you're muted.
Oh fuck me.
Have you been talking this whole time and you've been muted?
Yeah, I've been talking. You've been fucking so doing a warning. I was confused.
No, you were muted the whole
Yeah,
fucking
we
time.
haven't heard you
brother.
talk to him in a long time.
Dude, the fucking Discord icon was deceiving me. Dude, because the problem is like when I have you shit full screen, I can't tell if I'm muted or not.
You know the best part is, chat. This is true. Khan thinks we're ignoring him on purpose.
No, but I mean I know you
No,
wouldn't. That's why I was confused.
Because the icon is lit up when you can talk.
No, because no, but it's like there's a fucking what it's called. It's crossed. The microphone icon at the bottom is crossed.
You think I'm just yapping over you, ignoring the fuck out of you? But like, it's been like 10-15 minutes. Oh,
Poor
no.
Karn. Goddamn.
Sad
Getting the short end of the
I'm
stick.
fuming, dude.
I'm
Mad.
actually
Why is
mad.
Card mad?
I'm fuming, dude. No, I'm not muted. See, that's the thing. Like right now, it looks like I'm muted, but I'm not. Look at my screen right now. Look at it.
Yeah,
That's
it
exactly
does
what I'm
come up.
talking. Yeah,
The
you can see it. Like I'm not
disrespect.
muted,
Real
but
quick.
it showed me as muted. So like,
And make sure you run your Discord as admin. That helps sometimes.
okay. Well, I
But you
mean,
can restart now if you want. Yeah, you can restart now.
yeah, BRB.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that is different than mine.
What's different?
Yeah, his mute icon.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we'll talk about builds as well. Oh, I don't know how much I told you or you understood this, but I wanted to do a key giveaway too at some point today. Because I
Yeah.
have like 27 keys to give away.
God
I was just
damn,
gonna give them all away. Just gonna do a big
27.
giveaway.
I'm gonna sell them. $50
Oh,
each.
shit. Scalping. Oh shit. I have the keys and I'm gonna sell them. Oh shit, what the fuck?
Oh, I
Hey,
gotta
chat, if you're
clip
gonna buy
it.
keys illegally, at least don't buy them for more than $30. They only cost $30, chat.
These are better keys. They have streamer energy in them.
Ooh.
Chat.
Like I lick the keys before I sell them.
But yeah, anyway, continuing on. My understanding of block, by the way, is not only do we have this active block skill, but regular ass block from POE 1 exists, and it also counts as both block and spell block. And it's not directional, this block. It does still have the same limitation with like slams, but
Yeah.
it is basically just regular ass block, except block and spell block, right?
It's insane. The passive block, honestly, it seems kind of busted too. I still, like, I don't think any of them know if the passive block is affected by this stamina / stagger bar.
Yeah.
They tell me I'm wrong here, but block seems really fucking strong.
Yeah.
Like
Mhm.
really
I mean,
good.
yeah.
It's incredibly
Oh yeah,
strong.
okay. Yeah, you were talking about fucking slams. I was saying that fucking Warbringers don't die to slams. You can just press the Jade shit.
I need
Ugh. I mean, he's not wrong, but actually. Huh. If you play it right, maybe you can ostensibly be immortal if you do take Jade Heritage. Because you just block everything else. Just roll out of it easy, just don't get hit. True. It's just the Dark Souls way. Just get good, fucking dodge. That's the thing though, like, he can just block everything. And if it's an AoE, and he just wants to stay in there, just get encased in Jade. You know what's funny? Jade Heritage is better. Well, I wouldn't say it's better because you're stuck in place still. But it's probably better than Embrace the Darkness. Fuck.
to know more information on that because that's not immortality apparently. It does actually have a it actually has a threshold.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm assuming it's really high for.
Wow,
It's
I
true.
don't know if I
Darkness
assume
is so
anything,
bad,
you know?
yeah.
What if
I
it's
mean-
literally 1k and it's actually dog shit?
No, because they actually like you have to charge it over time. You have to.
I think they need to balance it so that Jade is, like, I guess on par with Darkness in some form. Because if it's way, way better, then who the fuck is going to take Darkness? Just go Warbringer and take Jade form. And just face tank AoEs. The Into the Breach stuff is potentially insane, though. It could be very, very good. The only downside that I see is that you have to manually go and pick these things up, which sucks. Because Darkness can give damage. Yeah, but that's the thing though. If you're constantly taking damage, you don't have darkness and you don't have the extra damage, so it's like you're gonna get hit at some point. It's Path of Exile, right? You're not going to have that up all the time. Unless you have like a really high evasion build or something. Actually, oh. Maybe this is more catered towards like evasion based builds versus, you know, taking hits. That could be. Thinking about it from like a very high evasion based character. That could be decent. Maybe. 140% of damage is chaos is crazy though. Yeah. Yeah. We also don't know what considered to be in a breach means. Oh, it is a skill, isn't it? You have to actively use it. Creates a breach around you, allowing. Oh shit! I wonder if this also has a cooldown. Yeah, I didn't think about that at all. Because if it has like a cooldown and other things, do you need to build CDR to upkeep the buffs better? Because it only lasts for 5 seconds, which is kind of scary. If it's 5 seconds and it stacks up to 10 times, I'm assuming that either Into the Breach is like massive, and when you cast it, the whole fucking map becomes Into the Breach, or you can spam it. Because in PoE 1, we have those breach rings that doubles the effect, right? Maybe we have something similar in PoE 2, while in breach. We do know that there are breach rings, but I don't think it said anything about like doubling while in breach, right? They just said that breach rings are like potential endgame because you can add like a fuck ton of quality to it. But we may have something similar. They're completely different, yeah. It could be interesting. I think you can catalyst breach rings to the moon. Yeah, that isn't the limit like what, 60-80% or something? Something around there? Sounds something ridiculous.
Wait for stacks and you have to not move while you use it. So, you know, I'm expecting it to be
50 or 60, yeah.
pretty strong. Like a Volatic armor, like
I mean,
old weapon shop or
I agree with Karn here because they usually give a lot of love to melee, and melee has traditionally been very strong. So I think that's a safe assumption.
It's true.
Okay,
Ooh.
okay.
Got him.
Okay, dude.
Exposed.
I mean, listen. For once, I admit it
did
looks
you-
like it's gonna be good. So
Did you see this? 1 mana left was theorycrafting that he can do 6 million damage in one attack
What?
In PoE 2?
in PoE2.
well, it means like one shot with the.
I have no
How hard is that guy cooking? Holy fuck.
idea how people are theory crafting damage.
Yeah, how are they doing that?
I don't know either. I mean, I guess he's just assuming of the same weapons that we had in
Well,
PoE2 in game.
You can assume
can.
damage values based off the notables we have on the tree and the small nodes. You can just
And the
infer
supports.
like X amount of notables and passives, damage skills, and then you go conservative as the
Math
point, right?
confuses me still.
And then you can assume base damage off of a
Same.
weapon, damage
Yeah.
multipliers from the skill, support gems to add to that, any conditionals like shock or whatever, and then I guess you would just add like what? Ailments if you're gonna do ailments, because I think he is gonna do the
He
whole
wants to do
point.
ignite. He wants to do ignite.
Ignite.
Yeah.
Yeah. So based
that's
off
cool.
all of that information, he was assuming he would be able to one shot Zesht, the end game pinnacle.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I'd love to see his napkin math though. I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
But
I'd like to
yeah,
see it as well.
He calced it to be 6 million damage in one hammer of the gods.
God
What ascendancy was
damn.
it? I don't know if he.
I didn't see more than that. I just saw the clip.
Yeah, I'm just curious about what ascendancy. But I mean, I'm assuming it's gonna be probably Titan or something.
Titan.
Titan or Warbringer, yeah. I mean, Warbringer. Okay, we're gonna talk about Warbringer ascendancies later, I guess.
Yeah,
in detail.
we will be talking about all this, like the build specific stuff later. Again, though,
Yeah.
we know fuck all, so I mean, it's not gonna be that interesting. But this will go over like some of the builds he's thought of. And again, when we say builds, it's more like totems look cool.
That literally is what I'm doing.
Tinsley's firing
Yeah,
his
so-
blade.
You want to play EA totems
So
again?
tough.
Oh no!
Oh
I'm doing
no!
melee.
Huh?
Oh,
Maybe
Even though we're
totems?
nerding out
Warchief,
over mechanics, I would say we have roughly like 20.
what the hell even is the skill? Hammer of the Gods. Does 1,300% attack. Wait, really? Is the multiplier that insane? No fucking way. Oh my god. What the fuck? It's the culling machine? Oh my god. Look at the cooldown. Yeah, that's fine though. It's just a big one hit. So I assume he's doing like a 100% crit on something that's frozen, and he's making this crit and ignite. God, that is crazy. And it's a slam. So if he's doing slam ascendancy, I assume he's taking this ancestral empowerment. Oh. Maybe even surprise strength. Hmm. Because that is a big, very big hit. 1,307. 700. You know what? They must have added the 7 for the memes. They didn't need to do this. This could have been a 0, and it would have been just as fine. It'll really be the Hammer of the Gods with all those multipliers? Yeah, that is insane damage. That's cool.
25% of the information we need.
Wait a minute. Okay. Sorry for pausing too much, but... I mean, you could probably get a lot of cooldown, potentially. Because there's a lot of CDR. There's 10, 20, 30. There's already... Oh my god. There's 42 increased cooldown recovery rate. Just right down here. You can ostensibly make that thing, like, potentially a 10-second skill. Maybe. God damn. That could be insane.
Right? To make a build. Because we have a few passives, a few notables, the keystones, and not even full ascendancies. We just have like partial ascendancies. So
Yeah.
we just don't. And gear is like a real guess at the moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, for example, everybody is like looking at Titan for Warrior, but I think that it's not gonna take much for Warbringer to be insane, even from the info we don't have. So
Yeah. So we're missing a lot of information.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're here now. So another mechanic that we know about is overflow. It's not very accessible. It's not designed to be, but it is very powerful. It allows you to double the pool of the of the overflow type. So Blood Mage allows you to collect orbs, right? That overflow your life.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Waking Dream. Is this the energy shield one?
Can't remember.
Does it hit
Hmm?
everything? Does it?
Wait, is that the meditate one? Ugh. No, that's faith is a choice. Wait, what the fuck? What is waking dream? Oh, wait, this overflows? No way. Yeah. This says just leech red flames of Chayula. Leech 7% of your maximum life to you. That's not overflow mechanics though.
Doesn't
Maybe it
recover
was
literally
everything.
everything.
Let me double check actually. POE 2 ascendancies.
He's probably gonna fix it because I don't think that's overflow at all.
Meditate.
Well,
There,
or something.
there, Taylor. Yeah, life, damage, and mana.
Or
It's not, yeah, it's not explained. But then they revealed it and it's not. It's leech.
flowing damage. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. And then obviously there's a unique chest that allows you to overflow your life. It does cost life to use the chest though, which is interesting. It reduces your life, but then you can overflow your life. So I think it ends up being like
Really? Wait. Unique. Life leech can overflow maximum life. Is that it? No. Wait, reduced maximum 25% reduced maximum life. That must be it. Yeah. Life leech can overflow maximum life. Wow. It's a level 52 unique though.
Oh, was
check
it the
the
chest that does
Dreamfeast
that?
chat.
Was it the
It was
chest
a
that does that?
chest. It was
Oh,
a
that's
very
why.
shit. It was a very
Okay.
dog shit chest though. Like it was really
Oh,
bad.
that's why I thought it was blood mage, because I think I saw the chest and I just assumed it was. I just fucking mixed them up. I thought it was blood mage.
Feeds on corpses to boost your energy shield.
Oh. While active, enemies and minions that die in your presence will drop Grim Remnants. Gripping up a Grim Remnant grants you energy shield. It can overflow your energy shield up to double its normal maximum. Oh my. Okay, just say I need to take a piss real bad. Be right back. Ugh. Okay. We back.
and can overflow your energy
I have
shield.
to double.
Wait, so
Yeah, just feed on corpse. Yeah.
so how does this work? You just literally
Wait, so does this actually make you... If there is DD in the game, this does actually make you kind of immune to DD? Like, could be kind of good.
reserve it, and oh my god.
30
Well, actually,
spirit.
What is
enemy.
this? Yeah, you just turn it on, and you basically get AS on
Oh.
kill
Yeah.
that overflows. That's crazy good.
Yeah, that's
Yo,
crazy.
that's
You don't have a way to get that
crazy
for
good.
busting, though.
No, but for mapping, I mean, you got to admit, maps could be quite dangerous.
Well, the thing is, a lot of a big part of playing was gonna be just mapping. If we don't get map bosses like every map,
and these, unlike support gems, these do level up, right?
Oh, yeah, yes,
I
it's
mean, it's
just
level 7. It's level 7. So.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is actually the. I mean, we don't know the value. I mean, let's not take the values too seriously, but it's a safe assumption that this is not the upper limit. So
Yeah.
that could be very good.
Mm.
Oh,
If
true,
you're
you could
using
do, like,
this as a
minion
summoner,
abilities is. Yeah.
if you're using this as a summoner and I pick up a Grim Remnant, do my minions get a shield, or will they pick up individual Grim Remnants?
Oh. No, I think it specifically says your
minions
your
that
energy
cuck you.
shield.
Is that
Yeah.
what you're asking?
Uh-huh.
Also, yeah, you can just have this with the minions that die, like SRS
Yeah.
and shit.
Well, only if what Ziz said is not true, because if the minions cuck you, that would be very bad.
Yeah, it
I
would be.
doubt it. I highly doubt it.
I assume
highly
only
doubt it.
you.
Yeah, I'm assuming only.
I think
Yeah.
only you can pick it up, Ziz. I'm gonna.
That's
I would
fine.
assume
Yeah.
that it's
Just
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be
for 2
weird.
months.
Otherwise.
What do you think about
that.
the
Yo, that
non-Q
means
limit
it's an honest to
tendency?
god, legit, like
Yeah, looks fun. Thank you.
minion instability
months.
CI build. That's like basically broken. Like you just
Depending
run
on how
around
the-
picking up Grim Feast, and you're like a god.
Depends how high the values go. I guess it would help with the recovery too for ES,
It would.
even outside of the overflying part.
Yeah. So yeah, overflow is a new defensive mechanic that we don't have in PoE 1, but it looks very like hard to get, but very strong. And then obviously Leech. We were delving into Leech when you arrived. Like I think it was, you heard Khan talking about Leech when you literally arrived. We were just literally looking at that now. My understanding is it just works. That you just leech damage based off your life.
It just
The
works.
damage you deal.
Well, yeah.
I assume it's capped though, right? It is capped. It must be. It
No,
must be.
no. I don't think this is capped though. Why would it be capped if it's based on your damage? The entire thing is like PoE 1 lead.
Well,
Yeah,
how
it's too
quickly- what's the leech
complicated.
rate? There must be leech rate, no? Check the
Yeah,
Jimbo
it's
But they've
video.
simplified it so
It's
much,
over.
right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
over. like,
what's the
one-
simplification? Because I think everyone knows how it works, but me. What's the
I have no idea.
simplification?
I
Okay,
think-
let's watch the video.
Yeah.
I'll pause my music.
Oh my
sure.
god.
Uh,
Oh shit. The rarest steak in the world. You know, when beef is cut like this, that looks so weird. It's like just a cube of meat. I mean, it looks good, but holy shit.
Dream Core PoE Leech.
Oh,
In
fuck, I
Path
need
of
to-
Exile
I
2,
need to-
Leech is being significantly simplified, to the point that there is now only 2 relevant stats.
Vesal
The
is
percentage
firing
of
Ziz's
damage a
laser.
character will leech, and a new mechanic in PoE 2, leech resistance on monsters. The amount of resource a character
Yeah.
leeches is based on the damage a monster takes from a hit after mitigation, multiplied by the sum of percentage of damage dealt leeched as X resource that the character has. That total is then multiplied against the monster's leech resistance modifier to provide a final total amount of recovery that will recover the resource over time. For example,
Finding out the leech resistance for each thing is going to be very interesting, especially like for bosses. I wonder how high their leech resistance is going to be.
let's say a character in early acts has 2% of physical attack damage leeched as life and hits a monster with an attack ability. The monster takes 2,000 physical damage from this hit,
God
so the total
damn.
leech amount is 40 life. The monster has 30% leech resistance, so the character recovers 28 life over time. Monster leech resistance is based on monster level and will generally increase the further you progress in the game. This system is not designed to make leech ineffective against some monsters or bosses, and is instead intended to counter exponential damage increases that a character will
ES looks so much cooler like this. Fuck. So sad.
ultimately experience over the course of.
Isn't this also how D2 does leech? Or was it last epoch
Yes.
maybe? That's D2?
I think it's okay. The thing is, like in last epoch, yeah, it sounds similar to last epoch.
I honestly have no idea how leech works in last epoch. Even after playing that mining build, holy fuck, that build is OP.
To be honest, it's basically just you do a certain amount of damage, you leech a certain portion of that damage, and then that leech is recovered over time. We just don't know
But
the
is
duration. We
is
don't know
the,
if it's
yeah,
1
I was
second or
about to
3
say, is the
seconds.
duration always the same?
I think they
yes, it
explain
should be.
duration in a second, but we think
Yeah.
it's 1 second.
Yeah, it depends on the duration. If it's
Progression.
gonna be
To
Right.
present a somewhat balanced amount of leech at any one point of game progression. For example, comparing leech recovery in Act 1 to Act 6 should present a somewhat equal amount of leech relative to the character's total resource pool. The only information that we don't have just yet is exactly how long a leech instance will last for by default, but based on the interview Zizaran did with Rishi and
Know that
Jonathan,
guy.
their answers
Yeah.
about leech may suggest that a single leech instance will recover the amount of resource over 1 second. I'll link the timestamp.
Wait, so you knew? Yo, explain.
Yeah,
you
he
knew.
knew. That's what I remembered. I remember this.
Bro, my memory is like a goldfish, alright?
Oh, he's just like me, for real, for real.
Yo, hey guys, where's the source for this? Oh, it's Ziz.
I'm the source for this, apparently.
Look, he's so happy. He's like, yep.
Perfect.
Yo, I have
Perfect
no
frame.
memory. I'm sick. Leave me alone.
Oh, okay, that's why Ziz looks like dead. He's sick. Sad egg.
All right, leech.
But yeah. That's why I was saying, like, I don't know. Leech is either insane or fucking dog shit.
Damage X leech percent, leech amount, leech percent on gear, on character, X leech resist on mobs equals leech amount over 1 second default base duration.
Yep.
1 second is honestly pretty good.
But
Pretty simple, right?
yeah, there
Yep.
seems to be a development in the extra life bullshit, by the way.
So, oh, content?
Content.
Oh.
I mean, wait, hold on. I'll link you.
Oh my god, okay.
Oh,
I didn't want this
no.
to be a drama stream.
I mean, listen, man. Like, I'll link you. Lamau. It's actually.
Oh,
Oh my god. Bruh. Guides and walkthroughs, builds, bosses guide, new player help, endgame guide, walkthrough. What? What the fuck is this? Guides and walkthroughs, walkthrough. Remove this or separate this. Just, bro. Game progress route. Trophy and achievements guide. God, Factual Life does need to get deleted. What is this dog shit?
oh.
I fucking
Right,
clicked,
because
goddammit.
essentially they said that they gave it to traditional media, not people to make guides with. And then they're calling out Fextra Life for having guides on their wiki with POE 2 information. So we're almost done now. One more thing, obviously, mana regen. This is a new information done off the math of Dreamcore's latest video. He basically looked over the stat sheet, did some basic math based off his character, and he's found that mana regen is now 4% of base, up from 1.8% in PoE1. So the default mana regeneration rate is over double.
Doesn't that mean that the downside of mind over matter doesn't matter at all? Look at that. Yeah, 50% less mana recovery rate. Oh. Still higher than base mana regen in PoE 1. Yeah, I think the downside doesn't really matter then. So mind over matter is fine. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Mind over matter is actually insane then.
Which is pretty
Ah.
interesting.
That's nice. Okay, personally, I don't know how you guys feel, but I hate mana as a solvable thing in games.
I also hate mana. Unless you're an Archmage build and you're actually building mind over matter. But man, solving mana in PoE fucking suck because you always had to solve it.
Yes, I think it never brings anything interesting. Unless it is the focus of the build.
My opinion on this is if it's like resistances, it's fine. If it's anything more complicated than
Yeah,
that, it's
true.
really fucking annoying.
True, Mr. Vintage.
Like it's something I
Well-
expect to solve on every build, like
I do like
easily.
to zoom out. Yeah.
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 See, it's actually the best example of like mana being fucked is when you try to play slams early game. It's actually completely unplayable. Like you spend 7 points on your tree and your mana is still not solved. I have people like complaining about asking me like how they can solve mana because it is not solved even by spending like 6-7 points on your tree, and that's not reasonable.
Jesus Christ. And this is coming from Master Slammer Khan. He knows what he's talking about. Fuck. That's pretty bad in PoE 1. Holy fuck. That many nodes?
In PO1, that is.
I didn't know it was that bad. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'll put it this way. I think we can all agree. If we still have to use a mana flask in endgame, that's going to be a bit of a problem. I will
I think
just,
it's okay.
I will solve it on any build I play. I'm just going to solve it. Like I'm just going to get.
I
my
don't
regen.
think I don't think it's as bad on PV2 because your mana pool is actually there. Like you have mana to play with, and you have a slot dedicated to mana flask. I don't think it's
So
that
the
big of an
reason
issue.
why mana flask would be annoying is because what happens when you're out of mana flasks?
I mean, that's the point. I think it's supposed to be a resource that you have to. Well, for example, if you enter a boss fight, you need to finish the boss, kill the boss before your mana runs out, or manage your mana.
Infernalist doesn't have to worry about mana, right? Or does that affect the Infernal Flame? Yeah. Infernalist doesn't have to worry about mana because that like it basically just inverts the mana cost. At that point, you have to like stop casting to, you know, not overflow your mana, quote unquote mana, because it's converted into flame, yeah. So technically that, you know what? Yeah, that does solve mana. Infernalist does solve it. At the cost of not being able to, you know, become a machine gun. I mean, we don't know how much cast speed you can get, but yeah.
Mana properly. I don't mind it as much in PV2 as I do in PV1.
I do agree. The 4% mana is really good. Like that's a W.
Yeah.
So,
Big W.
but
Yeah.
that's huge. And the
Well,
mana regen nodes, unlike mana percent, are a lot more abundant. Like there is a lot of.
You can machine gun, right? You just take damage if you fill it up. Yep. Yeah. You will take a lot of damage. How much damage do you take, actually? Take maximum life and energy shield as fire damage. Oh! Lose all Infernal Flame upon reaching maximum Infernal Flame. 10% of Infernal Flame lost per second if none was gained in the past 2 seconds. Ugh, wow, you have to have like a kind of a waiting game. But I assume, depending on how much damage this does, I assume you just want to make it go max, like, immediately. Oh! Oh, fuck, I just realized. Wait a minute. Oh, no, I think... No, never mind. I'm pretty sure we brought this up last stream. Where this is just the more active version of the minions because of Pyromantic Pact and Bringer of Flames. Take maximum life and DS as fire damage. When Infernal Flame reaches maximum is rough, though. Yeah... Oh. Oh, wait. Take maximum life. Wait, does that mean you just take 100% of your life and energy shield and you just die? Wait, is it actually... You just explode? Take maximum life. There's no way. Wait, take maximum life and energy shield as fire damage. Huh? You're gonna have to aim to hit like 90% fire res then? That might be the case. So if you have 75% fire res, it is going to take maximum life, but that gets negated down to 25%. And you take 25% if you reach max. Ooh. That's interesting. If it does work that way, and you can negate it. But it's still gonna suck, because you won't have any leech. What do you mean? Like, you can spec into leech. I'm assuming that's why people are building popcorn SRS. Potentially. But I assume that's... I mean, it could be good. Because there's a node that gives like 3% HP per minion revived. Really? Wow. Wait, revived? Does that apply to SRS as well? So you just cast a fire spell and you gain 3% each minion? SRS doesn't get revived though, do they? Yeah. That's what I'm wondering as well. Like, does it count? Does summoning them count as reviving them? Oh, no. It wouldn't, yeah. Because you would have to reserve them in spirit. For they die and then you wait for them to come back and then they're revived, yeah? Yeah, okay. We also don't know. Yeah, it doesn't say what type of damage you take in this demon form as well. But yeah.
A mana regen. So I think it'll be well, from what I can tell, I should say. I haven't seen the full passive tree. It's from what I can tell, it exists though. So yeah, we'll see. Obviously 10% res penalty per act. I don't know if you've heard anything about this but do we know if Chaos Res also has the penalty? Because there was maybe a hint. Like I'll show you the information.
Okay.
Y'all are cooking so hard, by the time it's released, you'll be burned. Hey, we're just going through the info. We must cook something.
You don't need audio for this. It was just here. He has 10% negative lightning. Obviously, that's just the 10% penalty.
Right.
And his chaos res is 0, and he couldn't determine where he had the chaos res from. He might have had it from a quest reward. Maybe he's just forgetting.
Yeah.
But there's a non-zero because he said he had no chaos res on his gear for sure. So unless he had it from a quest reward, there might not be a chaos res penalty, which would be interesting.
Right.
I mean, I think that regardless, we'll almost certainly have chaos res penalty in maps. I think I could see it not being there in the campaign, just because, for example, in P1 you
Probably
can't
a
really
quest
solve
reward.
chaos res. Yeah, or
Yeah,
it's
I'm
that.
assuming there's a res penalty for chaos, but something to keep an eye out for. Because
Yep.
that would actually weaken chaos inoculation slightly.
It would.
Do you know what the hardest thing with POE 2 is? Is that we have so much info about how things work in POE 1, and then even in POE 2, things have changed so much. So it's like, wait, does it still work like that?
Yeah, I mean, when I heard
Yeah, we're basically our own worst enemy, because we have to assume so many things. It's funny, people forgot how to play meta in Hearthstone now. That they changed, now that they changed things up again, oh shit. The meta has completely changed, and now people gotta find the meta. That's pretty good. If it's shooken up that much. That keep seems kind of fresh, doesn't it?
heard about the block system, my immediate assumption was passive block got removed, and I was like, "This is awful."
Yeah.
But the fact that it's both is
Very
the
good.
opposite. It's literally insane. It's very interesting.
Keeps people spending.
I have a flask and charm section here. I guess I should fill it out. What do we need to know about flasks and charms? I suppose
Well,
2 flasks.
It's super nice that it's changed every 3 or 4 months. It is nice. It keeps things fresh. I mean, it's like leagues, right? It's not about spending. You play the free mode.
These are dedicated life and mana. You can't have 2 life flasks unless you use a special like.
He doesn't talk about guard flasks. We were looking over this yesterday when we were looking over the flask nodes, and we found fucking the wording guard flasks. What is that? I really want to know.
yeah, that's what we think is the case. I think I saw MP say
No,
that.
like
Yeah,
Jonathan
we-
did say, like,
After watching the official video from Dev's YouTube channel, when they introduced Infernalist, the damage from reaching maximum Infernal Flame wasn't that scary. Oh, did they showcase it? Also, hey, Gerd. POE2.
Existence.
Years, Rayclast has been
Oh, hey, Fabgum. Hello. What are these ads? Shh.
With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up.
Oh, shit, you're right. Oh. That isn't that bad, is it? So I assume... I assume that is what we were speculating. Like, it does take your maximum life and energy shield, but since this person probably has 75% fire resist, or potentially more, it only took off like 25% maybe. Back with your build, but all your problems are solved. You're going Stormweaver, 6, 7, 8, 9. 6, 7, 8, and 9. Oh, Arcane Surge as well. What adds? Wait. Oh shit, wait. Let's keep DB up. Okay. Let's see. So you have Hand of Chayula as per normal. Okay. So it shocks. Cast on shock, cast contagion. Oh, wait. You're casting... Huh? Wait. No. Holy balls. Wow, we gotta look at the cost. Jesus Christ. Okay. 100 spirit. $60. It is 75. 60. Is this just a flat 60? Elemental invocation? Cost is fine. We've seen even more leaks with just a chest that gives 100 spirit. Oh shit, really? Oh. I mean, what level is the chest though? You're probably not going to use that chest in endgame. But I mean, that will probably be a like better higher level uniques with more spirit maybe. You take it all with a grain of salt. Everything in that video is probably old footage. That is kind of true too. Possibly, yeah. How does the blasphemy work here? So, blasphemy, what he is doing is using blasphemy to walk around to apply all of these curses. Wait. Oh, interesting. Okay, so he's applying all these curses, and with the curses, he's applying decaying hex, which adds the dot damage over time. So he's walking around, causing a very small damage over time. It doesn't matter, he just wants the damage over time. And he is casting Hand of Chayula with Hex Bloom. And... Oh. Wait, so Hand of Chayula... Okay, so Hand of Chayula is just adding more? It had 2 flats, so it should be new footage. We can assume the Infernal Flame shouldn't be that painful. Yeah, I would assume it shouldn't be that painful, but, I mean, Raining Pain does have a point that they could have changed some things going into early release, so take it with a grain of salt still. It's safe to assume. We also saw the Mana Flare does 20% of mana as fire damage. So you're going mana stacker. Okay. Raging. Ball Lightning. Innervate. Blasphemy. Okay, so Blasphemy. So, cast on Shock. Boom. You shock with Hand of Chayula. You apply all the curses. We still don't know if Blasphemy support works with Hex Blast, but if it doesn't, Hand of Chayula is probably good enough. Cast on Shock will cast Contagion. Okay, Contagion, Chaotic Freeze. Wait, I forget. How are you getting the freeze again? You can either shock with Hand of Chayula or Ball Lightning in this build now. Okay. So you can cast this as well. Multi-project. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Man. The chance to shock on Ball Lightning is fucking crazy good. I mean, it does, like, very little damage, but still. That's a super nice shock. So it shocks... Where does... Oh, that's right. Where was it? It's Chaotic Freeze. Yeah, that's right. From Contagion is Guaranteed Freeze. It's wait, Contagion is Guaranteed Freeze. What? But Blasphemy with Decaying. Blasphemy with Decaying Hex is a better option, but we don't know if it works actually. Yeah. And we don't know if Blasphemy with Hex Blast works either. You're wondering if there will be an Overcharge support. Overcharge. Wait, did we have an Overcharge in POE 1? Eh? What do you mean by an Overcharge? Alright, so Cast on Shock will cast this, and with Chaotic Freeze, Hex Blast should freeze, and then Biting Frost happens, and then Mana Flare, boom, Ignite will cast DD, Wildfire. Okay, DD for the cleanup. Splinter. Oh, Breaking Armor, hey? Wait. No, it's fire. Wait, it's also physical. Oh, shit. DD is the big hitter. Yeah. Ignite scales with hits now, remember? Yeah. But to cast on Ignite, your mana flare obviously has to ignite. But I guess that doesn't matter because you want to scale a bigger Ignite with DD. Huh. Maybe. But it's hits to deal less damage. Wouldn't Searing Flame and Splinter kind of fight against each other? Because you're doing less physical damage now. So you're doing less armor break. Though, if this works, I guess it wouldn't really matter. But where are you getting the corpses, though? Like for boss fights. 100% ignite effect against frozen enemies with frostfire. What? That's the thing, though. Supported skills have 100% more effect of ignite against frozen enemies. Supported skills. Wait, no, this won't work though, because your mana flare is already taking up the freeze from biting frost, unless you have a high crit chance. DD's physical damage will always be 20% of a corpse's maximum life. That's the thing, because your freeze is getting consumed by mana flare. So I'm not sure if Frostfire would work very well, but I would say this build needs more cookage. Let's go though. My man, if this works, once you get the cast on to work, holy balls, that could be pretty fucking cool. Okay, let's get back to the video though. You could always just drop Mana Flare and go cast on crit for DD. Yeah, that's true actually. You know what? That might actually be kind of better. Depends on the flow. Sometimes it will, sometimes not. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of true. And it also depends on like where's your flow going to end based on, well, obviously based on like bosses, DD won't go off because there won't be any corpses around unless, you know, he summons trash mobs.
Like it is just dead for CI.
Yeah. Okay. One dedicated mana.
Wait.
Yeah.
Well,
one
like Jonathan
dedicated-
did.
Yeah, that's what we think is the case. I think I saw MP say
No,
that.
like
Dedicated.
Jonathan did say like it is just dead for CI.
What were they talking
like
about?
out interest is
Very
the
good.
opposite. It's literally insane.
Gotta figure out what the corpses will be for bosses? Yeah.
It's very interesting. I have a Flask and Charm section here. I guess I should fill it out.
think SRS corpses count though? Wait, I mean, historically in Path of Exile 1, SRS never left a corpse. They always just go puff and smoke. Right?
What do we need to know about flasks and charms? I suppose
Well,
2 flasks. These are dedicated life and mana. You can't have 2 life flasks unless you use a special like.
Yeah, that's what we think is the case. I think I saw MP say
No,
that.
like Jonathan did
Dedicated
say,
life
like it is just dead for CI.
Yeah. Okay. 1 dedicated mana. Now I've only seen 1 charm on any character so far. Maybe there's like a couple endgame characters that have more than 1. So I'm assuming charm.
Wait, he said he's dead for CI. Oh, he didn't look at that one node. Oh, we won't look at it right now.
Slots are quite endgame.
I saw 3. I think I saw 3.
Yeah, but it probably was like a level 95 character. Because all the like Act 1, 2, and 3 footage I've seen, I think only had 1.
Yeah, you needed
Yeah.
the higher tier belts for that.
1
A
to
really-
3 charm.
A really nice thing for me about flasks is that we can roll flask recovery on flasks now.
Oh, we can roll flask recovery on flasks? Oh my god. That's huge for me in raining. What the fuck? Oh, that's actually really good.
Oh, that's so confusing. You mean like charge generation?
Yeah.
Yeah. It looked like a piss poor amount, but that was literally like an Act 1 flask, right?
Yeah.
Even that is pretty substantial.
Build is greenlit, awaiting nerf. True. By the way, about overcharge support, take a look on the 3rd link from your last tab with Google results. This? Wait. Like, oh, this overcharge support? Oh, I'm silly. Wait, we actually have it in POE 1? What is this? %50 chance to shock. Support skills have a 25 less damage supported. Less damage. Supported skills shock enemies as though dealing holy balls. Huh. Apparently that's a skill that treats minions as corpses when they are reviving. So you'll use that to get them in the boss room. But that means you need to reserve more spirit to... yeah, you need to reserve more spirit to reserve those minions. So you get skeletons. Yeah, but he's gonna need to reserve it to get them to revive. And that seems so finicky though, because you need your minions to die next to the boss to leave a corpse. What does that mean for, like, if you detonate their corpse, does that mean they can't revive, or... Also, holy shit. 69 shock effect. The cost of actual damage. That's a very interesting one. Was this ever used? I've never... Damn, I've never seen a Path of Exile, like, lightning-based build use overcharge support. Well, mainly because we didn't really spec into shock, I guess. SRS always target the closest mob, right? Yeah, but SRS don't leave corpses. Like you can't reserve SRS to auto revive. It has to be on a cast of an AoE skill, an AoE spell. Yeah. So I guess just melee skeletons. But yeah. AoE fire spell to be precise. Oh, okay. So it needs to be fire.
It does build up over time, yeah. It does matter. Can roll charge generation for sustain.
What? Wait. Charged no, wait, he said recovery though. I mean not recovery.
Over time, yeah.
Recovery on. A really nice thing for me about flasks is that we can roll flask recovery on flasks now.
You know what? Depending on how big that recovery is, like just based on these nodes, because we gain 0.5 life flasks per second. We probably can potentially gain almost, I wouldn't say effectively like infinite life flasks, but close enough. Probably close. We were hinted at one. Oh, really? We saw one with charges? Oh, at /s. Okay. Am I getting baited? This bastard. Oh, wait. I don't know. Oh.
That's
S per second, that is. Okay. I mean, 0.25 per second is the S. Okay, I thought it was like a slash sarcasm with this fucking guy. 0.25. And if that was what Ziz saw, that's gigantic, because you can scale that with the passive tree. Fuck. Yeah, I think we can affect, like, as I said before, not like effectively unlimited flasks, but very close. The question is how much charges you need and how much capricious the flask will be. Well, based on POE 1, it either uses 10 charges to 15 charges out of like, what, 45, 60 or something like that. So if we can get like 2 charges a second, it can be different. Yeah, it could be. If we can probably get upwards to like two, if we can get to 4 charges a second, oh my god, that would be insane. 4 charges would probably mean effectively unlimited flask usage, uptime, I should say. 3 would be still really good. If anything, that would be kind of busted. So which skeleton should you choose? Well, obviously the one with the most HP and the one that melees. The one that obviously just auto-targets the boss and goes up to it. Oh god, but you need one with a lot of HP, but you need it to die quickly as well. So you would probably... Oh god, so you would need to... You would need to use that... Was it on the passive tree? Or was it a support? The one that's like minion instability. Oh god, you could have cast on minion death. Oh no, you could have another cast. There we go. Run reduced to low life. dealing 50% of their maximum life as fire damage. DD cast on minion death. Yeah. Wait, would that work? When they die, they just immediately DD? Fuck, that would be interesting. You need minions to revive faster too, to make it consistent. Why not replace DD instead? You don't think so, but still funny? Yeah, probably not. That would be kind of busted. I just sec. Another toilet break. Consuming too much water. Okay. Is there a way to check minion HP? Yeah, we don't know yet. I don't think it's possible. It's too early. I guess we go based off previous value? Maybe. And how much spirit they reserve? That is true. Okay.
So confusing. You mean like charge generation?
Yeah.
Yeah. It looked like a piss poor amount, but that was literally like an Act 1 flask, right?
Yeah.
Even that is pretty substantial.
It's
It
super
does build up over
substantial.
time, yeah. It does matter. Can roll charge generation.
You hope that dice will add basic statistics for summons, like skeletons and specters too. I hope so too. Yeah, that'd be so nice.
For sustain during boss fights. Depending on, I mean, I did the math on that. It was like 1 flask use every 60 seconds. So, I mean, hopefully that's a low tier mod.
Yeah.
And hopefully
I mean,
there's
surely it
notables
was.
on the tree for extra flask charge sustain. Because 1 charge, like 1 use every minute, is not going to cut it for me. Like,
Well,
if I
I-
have to rely on it for mana and recovery.
I guess that was like a low level class that they saw, because low level class seem
Yeah.
to use more charges,
Um,
and their charge limit is like
yeah, what about
smaller.
charms themselves? Actually, I should almost have an entire section in here.
At least in
like, obviously
POE 1.
Charms roll for ailment, well, we'll say like effect removal. Remove, freeze,
Yeah.
etc. How do we deal with ailments? Stuns I get. Stuns, there's a million sources of stun threshold on the tree.
Yep.
Like, they don't give you stun immunity, but they give you like stun threshold, like out the wazoo.
Actually,
But what about ailments?
I think there's no stun immunity because of the active block. Maybe.
Oh, because it would make you immune, so you can have the shield up forever.
Yeah.
That's a good point, actually. That's a very good point.
Yeah, that'd be way too fucking strong.
Let's see. So ailments. Yeah. Do we have any like? Do we have any information at all on ailments? Like, is there?
Do we have any images of existing charms? Like we've seen a cold one, haven't we?
Yeah. They showed a couple, like one that like triggers when you get frozen and stuff
Yeah.
like this.
I wouldn't mind seeing a few examples just to refresh in my
Because
mind.
if I remember, the way it'll work is that you'll have a charm that like, if you get frozen, you don't get frozen, and then that has to recover. So it'll be like, you can check if your charm is ready, and then you can open a strong box. But then you wouldn't want to open a second freeze box 3 seconds later unless it's replenished.
Here we go.
Oh, there's the one.
So
Yeah.
we don't have modifiers, sadly, but we have bases at least. Use when you become
There's the-
poisoned.
There's duration.
Oh, and-
There's a duration. There's a
Whoa.
duration.
Whoa! Yo! Increased flash charges gained. And this is a low base too. Well, I guess that doesn't really matter. 26% increased charge, flash charges gained. Increased mana recovery from flasks. Is there like an HP recovery from flasks? Wait. Fuck. Whoa, wait. No, these are charms. Reduced flask charges used. Increased life recovery from flask. Okay. Wow, these would be very ideal. This one probably. Increased flash charges gained. Or reduced flash charges used. Depending on how many flash charges used. That is pretty good.
For duration. Yeah.
I think I heard Havoc or someone like that mention.
Are those just generic prefixes and suffixes? No, that's the implicit on the belt. So they're ostensibly white belts, and that's the implicit. Yeah. So think of this as like a, if it was a leather belt, it would this would be, you know, flat HP. So that's pretty cool.
Early on, the res charms might be valid because they're low level and you don't have res. And then late
Yeah.
game, you might want to switch to remove like immunity ones.
Yeah.
Because obviously you would never, ever, ever, ever,
It's
ever.
not mandatory
Wait,
WSD.
cannot be stunned. Oh shit.
Use it when
But
it
it-
comes stun. But I mean, it's just to not get stun locked.
Do you think this actually means like? Wait. Would this work with the shield thing then?
I mean, I
Maybe
think it would.
No fucking way, right? That would be busted. The fact that it's in there. Reduced flash charges used, yeah. It could be pretty big. Oh! Wait. Does this... No way. 20% of flash recovery applied instantly? Holy balls. That is insane. So if you are taking Eternal Youth, that 20% will be bad for your build? Really? What if you have like a big... reduced overall depending on how it's calculated? I guess that's kind of true. 9% increased cast speed. Really? That's the base that they have? Oh, fuck. Oh, wow. Maximum quality is 50, yeah, 50%. Because if you're supposed to heal over 10k over 10 seconds, instead you now do 2k instantly and 8k over 10. Bad? Not necessarily. Well, I guess it depends on how fast you're recovering it, but an instant 2k could be pretty good, depending on the situation, but yeah, I can see what you mean, though.
It would, yeah.
Nah.
Like, no, because
That'd
like
be
if you
broken.
hold, no, you hold the shield, you get stunned, and it triggers this, and you're not stunned anymore. But you will still
Maybe it's-
interrupt it.
Yeah. Yeah, there was an amulet with flat spirit, so there is a way to get spirit. And this is a really low level one too. Well, Hmm. At higher levels, this potentially could go to like 30 spirit, but I guess we'll just have to see.
Maybe it's not stunned.
Maybe it's a heavy stun, which is completely different from a regular stun.
Yeah, maybe it's stagger.
Yeah.
I think we need to play to say more true. Yeah, that's what it's gonna come to. That's what it's gonna come down to at the end of the day for most of this.
Yeah.
That would make more
So
sense.
that would also kill my like energy shield recharge
Yeah.
idea pretty hard. Yeah, I mean it would be too broken, so
2
it
more
would make
days,
sense.
let's fucking go.
Well, I guess this basically tells you all the ailments they expect you to deal with. Poison and bleed are 2 of them. Shock, ignite, slow, freeze, and stun. I mean, I guess
Oh, you know what's interesting? There's no. I assume there's a charm for curse immunity. It just probably hasn't been shown yet. "37 hours. God damn it. It's gonna release on the 7th. At fucking 4 a.m. for me. I'm gonna be sleeping. And I'm not even gonna be streaming on the weekends. God damn it.
the freeze for me is the big one.
I mean, freeze bleed. Bleed is nice too.
Well, if I'm
Sedge.
CI, I'm immune to bleed and poison.
Yeah.
Stun, I'm just gonna get enough stun threshold on the tree via the notable. Slows. Yeah, slows, freeze. I wonder how Rippy ignite.
With the Pathfinder's energy that makes you immune to slows, I wonder how prevalent slows are going to be on like monsters and everything.
It will be.
I mean,
Monk
shock is the big one though. Shock is really, really good.
So I guess for now, charms are main way to deal
Oh,
with ailments.
hello, Norm. You're wondering how the servers will keep up with all the people? Yeah. That is going to be spooky. It's probably going to be many ground effects that slow us. God, that would suck. I fucking hate shield ground. It's so annoying. Servers will die like they do every league? Probably. I'm expecting server death. You know what? That's probably a good thing that I'm sleeping. Give them a line of white powder for the buff.
That we know of.
Do we have anything on the passive tree? I'm just gonna double check.
Oh shit, you got it? You got all the achievements? Pog. You got the CTF one? Let's fucking go.
Passive tree real quick.
Hell yeah.
Congrats. God damn, why do I have 5 billion tabs open?
Classic steel.
Yeah, the same. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to find the link.
Sorry,
Oh,
I had
God,
to sleep so
It has such a
early.
weird link too. It has such a weird
I was so
URL.
tired last
Okay, I
night.
found it. Look at it, Marco.
Makora.
Actually, Ignite's not gonna work, right? Because
Ignited, maybe?
So
Yeah,
good.
I know CI takes
Appreciate you
care of it.
trying. Nope, no problem.
There's regen while affected by ailments. That is nice, don't get me wrong, but like chance to inflict ailments. Gain ailment threshold. Oh.
That's
Huh.
pretty good.
I'm not seeing too much information here.
Yeah.
No, the PB2 tree is not no.
And you look at classes today after work? Oh shit. Fucking log in.
This looks very
Fucking
pretty.
go.
And you might be like, give me the link, and I'll link it in Discord just so you guys have it as well. And you might be thinking like, oh my god, let me take a look. You'll be glad to know that this node is node number 52. This node, node number 53.
No, show the best one. You gotta
What's
show
this?
the best one.
Oh, chat, guess what this node is?
Oh, N66 is so good. Oh, 69.
69. Yeah, it's basically a blank. Like there's a couple nodes on here that we know, but almost the entire thing is
69.
empty. This is just like a nice visualization of what we do know, but most of it we don't know. Well, to be fair, I mean, look at the bottom side of the tree though. We do know a lot. I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot on here.
Mm.
But I also question its authenticity because this exists, and I refuse to believe that this is real because this is stronger than a fucking notable almost. Where was it? Yeah, Mana Blessing is arguably weaker than this little tiny travel node.
Mm.
And this looks like an energy shield art, not like a mana icon. And this is an energy shield node that doesn't look like I refuse to believe this is real. You can click hide unidentified. Oh, so it doesn't even hover over anymore. Yeah. But yeah, anyway,
Charms.
might be some ways to deal with it on passive tree. New stat called ailment threshold
Mm.
for players. Okay, that's pretty much everything I got. Anyway, is there anything you want to add to our little knowledge bases that you might know that I haven't added or covered?
No, I'm really out of it. I'm still like a bit fucked.
That's fair.
A little fucked.
And mad.
Oh, someone said it's spell damage, not mana. And it's just mana on the thing because it's incorrect. Yeah, that would make so much more sense. Well, I thought spell damage was on the left side, though. Whatever.
I'm surprised we don't have the full skill tree.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that's
you
another big question. Do you think we should get ascendancy and skill tree information before the launch?
Okay, so that's a really great question. Skill tree, not necessarily. Ascendancy tree, absolutely fucking lootly if there is no ascendancy respec. That is absolutely
True.
fucking insane to not have public. If
This was posted before all the ascendancy reveals in their defense.
there's no ascendancy respec, imagine respec like going in ascendancy and you're like, oh shit, this doesn't even work for melee, bro, and I can't respec. Make a new character. 10 hours
No, but
wasted.
okay. No, but the thing is, like, if they do it properly and every quote unquote, like, you know, whatever fantasy you wanna go for, whatever archetype you wanna go for fits the class you're playing, then the ascendancy should be fine for it. Like, if you wanna play spellcaster, you know, play sorceress, for example, or like that should be fine, right?
I'm going to bring up ascendancy respec and push back quite hard on that in the interview.
So Ziz made it happen. Let's
I think it's a
go.
technical issue, no, probably.
No, it's
No,
definitely
they said
not
they
a
would-
technical issue.
It was a design decision. They were debating
Oh,
it.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's currently not allowed to be respect because
Oh, they're talking about that.
it's
Okay.
easier
then.
to like allow respects than it is to take it away. So currently it's not enabled.
Okay, I see.
Are you gonna be mad during the interview?
Very mad.
Yeah, I think he's already mad, dude.
I'm gonna go get water and then we can get started on the questions.
Yep,
Alright.
sounds
Bye.
good.
Let's see what the questions resulted in.
Thank you so much for joining. Welcome everybody. I am joined here today by Jonathan Rogers, director on Path of Exile 2. Thank you so much for being here.
No problem. I mean, you know, it's always good to talk to you. We've
Oh, no.
done a number of these interviews, and
Cringe.
I honestly, I'm always happy just to just talk to whoever's got good questions for me. Honestly.
Yeah, I've tried to do just that. So I've sent Jonathan some of the questions ahead of time just so he could prepare. We could have a little bit less dev check.
They revealed ascendancies after this interview? I believe so. They revealed it yesterday, and this was posted 2 days ago, so... Probably... Ziz was like, please, give me ascendancies. Probably in here, somewhere. We'll see.
And yeah, I've tried really hard to not have any repeat questions except for a few that I really want to push back a little bit on and talk a little bit about.
Sure.
But yeah, it was honestly it's been so many things that's been changing. So while like making questions with chat, it's been a little bit like, have they answered this? So like it's yeah, but very excited for this. So I want to start with an interesting question for me personally because POE 2 is so different than POE 1. And I don't know how familiar you are with World of Warcraft, but a big event there for me was the Gates of Ahn'Qiraj opening with like
Mhm.
basically the server coming together and working on
Right, right.
something and that affecting like a little bit of the future outcome. So have you ever thought
Right.
of doing a league like that where the future of the league or how it goes core depends on how us as players perform during the league? As a quick example, like maybe we lose the war towards Breach or we win the war and that like changes the future league.
It's something interesting. I feel like we did something like this before, but I'm trying to remember which thing it was. Wasn't it like Tempest, actually? Like, I feel like Tempest had a mechanic like this, but maybe it was like really not obvious. Like, it's actually the kind of thing I am interested in doing. We just haven't really kind of ended up with a league design that kind of wanted to do it. Because you have to be really careful with that stuff that you don't, like, it can be frustrating for players just because
Yeah, because they're gonna feel like they missed out, which kind of sucks for some people. But you know,
okay, probably not the thing you're referring to because that's the whole like coming together and actually like towards a single goal over the long term. But we've had a few mechanics where playing the league affected before, and I think Tempest was one of them. Where like I think it was that one where the more people who farmed something, after a certain number of people had farmed it, it actually the mechanic moved us to another location.
Oh, that's cool too.
And yeah, so that was kind of interesting. But like I think that we sort of decided for that particular case that we weren't like that happy with it because I kind of had this thing of like, you know, the idea of unfairness of like, you know, oh, you have to like, someone says
Yeah.
like, oh, this happened in the middle of the night, you need to wake up and do this. And so we kind of weren't happy with that. But I mean, the thing you were saying there about the gates, I mean, like, that's pretty cool. I just, like, I guess you have to be prepared for like both outcomes and then exactly what you're going to do in both cases. Like, it needs to actually feel like it had a meaningful impact.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be the follow-up league. Like it could be something that you do
Right.
half a year later or something. Like say you say that we have to kill like 6 billion monsters, and if we don't, like the league will be different. But yeah.
I guess I'm also kind of into the idea, although maybe people aren't, of like you create like a thing that once you've achieved it, unlock something for all players. Like that kind of stuff could be potentially fun. So I mean, there's stuff you could do there, but
Yeah.
I don't have any plans for it in particular. Like I haven't actually thought too much about this kind of stuff, but yeah, like I don't know, it's kind of interesting. I'll keep it in mind when we're doing the next league design for sure.
Nice. Cool. So I have a few questions about stash tabs. The first one is for things that don't have a PoE2 equivalent, like let's say Blight, right? Are we just not getting a tab at all, or are we going to instead get like a regular premium tab or something like that?
Yeah, so currently you don't get anything, and basically that's because we still want to be able to potentially add that content later, and then at that point that tab will be, you know, for that league. So if we gave you something now, then we'd have to like, I guess, read only the other. If we gave you a bonus tab now, we'd have to like give you a read only one or something like that. And effectively, the main thing is that we're trying to just make it so that where it makes sense, the thing you bought before will work. Yeah, I think that for the particular one you mentioned there,
Yeah.
that
oh my god! So that's like pseudo confirming that every form of content is gonna be in the game. Isn't there like a stash tab for everything? Well, almost everything.
I suspect that in the future there'll be a time when that will work again, and so you're kind of going to be good in that regard.
Okay.
But I guess it might be like, it is worth bringing up though that if we get to the point of like literally we're never going to use this ever in PoE2, I suppose we could consider like having a replacement tab or something like that. But at least for the time being, like we still intend that a lot of that stuff still gets used anyway.
That makes sense. Yeah. Now, the next question is also about stash tabs. And I remember at some point there was a big discussion about consolidating normal tabs and letting people make quad tabs. Now, if I recall correctly, the reason this didn't go through is there was a big issue with like database problems because we already have stuff in remove only tabs, right? PoE2 doesn't have this issue. Is there a chance that we can like, for example, there's quite a lot of people like me that have 100 normal stash tabs and would like to merge 4 at a time into a quad stash tab. Is that something that could be an option now with PoE2?
Let me think about that. So it's certainly not something that we've done. I suppose we could potentially do that. I have to say that I'm personally not a huge fan of the quad tab overall, just because, like, I understand the like gameplay utility of it, but it's just, I don't know. There's something about it that sucks a little bit to me, of just about the way that it just you don't really. I feel like you don't appreciate the items the same way. Now, admittedly, if you're just playing the game and you're like, like you don't care about this at all, right? Like, I understand that you don't, and so it's fine. We've got that option. But yeah, it's just one of those things that I've kind of never really loved about it. Like, it kind of makes the items just look a bit lame, but whatever. As I said, I understand that in practice, like for a gamer, it's like you don't care about this. But yeah, like I guess it's one of those. We haven't done this.
Yeah.
Guess we theoretically might be able to do that, but yeah, as I said, it's just not something we've done.
Yeah, I'm a very big fan of the quad tabs, and I actually
Yeah.
it's funny you brought up Tempest. That's actually where I ended up buying 100 normal tabs, because the radiating
Right,
Tempest and the
right.
20 XLs. I was like,
Right.
and I was new at the time, and when you're new to the game,
Right.
you don't want to get rid of everything. So
Mm-hmm.
the next question is, we've seen on the POE health bar that there are numbers now, right? So we have basically damage numbers in the game. So I wanted to bring up, have you thought about letting us have a literal target dummy?
Okay, so we've thought about this for
Please!
sure. The concern that came up the moment we discussed the target dummy is, okay, what resistances does it have? What like what all this kind of stuff. Like basically they'd have to be state, like how much armor does it have? How much evasion does it have? Like all these things. And so then we started getting into, okay, like you'd have to have some way to set these values, right? You'd have to be
Oh, it would have to. Well, I mean, I guess the band-aid way to do it would just be to emulate the monster that they have in the game. You just put the monster there, and you can whack away at it with unlimited health, I guess. That'd probably be the easiest way to do it, but it's probably not that easy, maybe.
able to be like, okay, I'm going to set up a target dummy with this particular amount of armor or whatever to simulate whatever boss it was. And then we're kind of like, okay, should we then have a thing we can like select, like, okay, here's a boss that it's going to be equivalent to, and then like that would be how we could to do stuff like this. And then we're kind of like, well, hang on, at some point you just got the actual boss itself, you might as well just use that. And then we're kind of like, well, like maybe the target dummy kind of then is like not quite of like, it starts to lose its utility then, so the whole chain of reasoning kind of came from all of that stuff. Like, I do understand like where you're coming from though, if you're saying that's not good enough, but
I think you're
like,
overcomplicating it a little.
yeah. Right. So you reckon target dummy with no stats, and then you're good?
Literally a target dummy with no stats. If you really
You know what? That is true. He is over complicating it. Just a target dummy with no stats. That does kind of make sense.
you don't want to overcomplicate it, you could even have two, right? One that's the equivalent of like, let's say Shaper, right? Or literally just like one boss and one normal monster. But even if all you give us is a target dummy with no resistances and no nothing, that is like already a lot better, in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
so.
definitely like I'm actually kind of like probably fine with this, but like as I said, the main concern was that. So it's funny because like anytime you're discussing a feature like this, there's always all the questions of like, okay, so then what are people going to immediately ask for the moment we add this? And so that's how we end up down the path of like, oh, it's like going to require this or this or this or this, and then all these things. And then that suddenly the feature is killed because of like the feeling of over complexity. So I guess that's just sort of explain like how that sort of stuff occurs. But yeah, I mean, look, if you're saying it's fine with no like with no stats at all, like maybe it's something we could consider doing. Like I'm not really opposed to it, to be honest.
Yeah, I know a lot of people want it. There is a lot of people that don't as well, but yeah, figured I would bring it up.
Right. I'm just out of interest. So to hear the case for people who don't want it, like what do you think is really the behind that?
Target dummy will not work for PubGub build. Ooh. I mean, if he can somehow get the corpse generation to work, then it'll work. He has to solve that part. People would probably want more with the dummy if they just give the standard one. I mean, yeah, people will always want more, but just having the dummy itself is good, in my opinion. Oh, you're looking for some heat? Ooh.
Because I mean, I've heard this argument from some GG people before, but as far as people in the community, like, what do you reckon is the reason for like no target dummies?
Let's see. I'm seeing so many people say I do want it. Someone said we have POB, don't need dummy. It would feel too competitive.
Right.
Misleading numbers.
So in a way, the person that said it would feel too competitive. Coming from like an MMO standpoint where you have like a DPS meter, like a DPS tracker, I can see that being a thing in a way. But that's just the nature of like anything that is crunching numbers, I would say. Because obviously the name of the game at the end of the day is who can do the biggest number and who has the biggest number over the other person's number. But, you know.
I'm trying to like pick
Well, they
out
shouldn't
like
be misleading. So long as the target dummy actually emulates a real monster, the numbers wouldn't be misleading, right?
yeah.
So then that's the argument, therefore, and then that exact thing there is like, oh, well, that's why you have to have, that's why you have to have the ability to simulate it to a given actual enemy.
Sometimes less info is better. I don't know. It's hard to see like reasons for why not.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
The next topic is gonna be a bit of a longer one, and
That's a terrible argument. Sometimes less is better. Okay. Not a true POE player. SMH.
bit of a discussion.
Mhm.
I want to talk about what the current state of portaling out at bosses is, and then talking a little bit about pausing and logging out as well.
Oh.
Yeah. So basically, yeah. So you can't port.
Wait, pausing? Less CBT is better than more CBT? Wait, what's CBT?
Portal out of boss fight. This was something that we tried for a while to make it so that you could portal out of boss fights, like, but like, you know, with timers and stuff like that. But eventually we're just kind of like, you know what? Why are we even trying to do this? Let's just
Cock and ball charge. Oh, okay, that's a terrible cut. Like, what's the word? There's no equivalency there. That doesn't make sense. Take it back.
completely ban it, and then that way we don't have to worry about like all the potential kind of like rules and weird stuff about like, oh, you stand at this location, the boss can't hit you, like random stuff like that. Like, it just effectively removed a lot of potential exploits. And I think that probably was just a straight up improvement. There's been actually a potential exploit at this location. Have to worry about like why for a while to make it so that you could portal out of boss fights, like, but like, you know, with timers and stuff like that. But eventually we're just kind of like, you know what? Why are we even trying to do this? Let's just completely ban it, and then that way we don't have to worry about like all the potential kind of like rules and weird stuff about like, oh, you stand at this location, the boss can't hit you, like random stuff like that. Like, it just effectively removed a lot of potential exploits.
Okay.
And I think that probably was just a straight up improvement. There's been actually a few other changes we've made. Like, this is something probably people will never notice, but you can no longer swap your gear in the middle of a boss fight either. That's been now disallowed too.
Oh. Intriguing. So builds that use like Ralakesh's impatience or stuff like that are dead. Fuck 'em. Which kind of sucks, but you know.
And like a few other things like this. Like, these are just things that, like, once again, people probably won't normally run into if they're not trying to do some kind of exploit. But effectively, like,
People are already exploiting POE 1. Logout macro is for poor players, you think? That is a whole nother like can of worms and discussion, but in the past, I'm pretty sure Ziz asked Chris Wilson himself, like, the game is almost, it was something along the lines of the game being like basically balanced around a logout macro, because shit happens so fast. But, you know, I can see the excuse for people saying logout macros is cheesing the game. But with how fast the game is on some things, it does just feel like logout macros are necessary to stay alive at hardcore. But yeah, it is one of those subjective things that people will probably never agree on. That's why the devs slowed the pace in PoE 2. Yeah, probably. But that's probably also kind of why.
we just want to make sure that, like, when you're actually in for a boss fight, you actually have like a proper experience. Like, you have to actually overcome the boss without some kind of weirder forms of cheese that you might otherwise try to do.
So what happens if, let's say that a hardcore player goes in, they get 60% through the fight, and they realize
Yep.
they can't do this?
Mhm.
What happens if they log out and wait until the next day?
So you can always log out, like resurrect a checkpoint effectively, or like log out and just wait for time. So like it's possible to get out of a boss fight, right? Like you're not locked
Oh.
into that forever. So that being the case, like effectively, like like if you know that you can't do it, you can get out. And this is sort of an interesting question, because I know there are people who are kind of be like, oh, it would be nice if like once you've decided to do something, you're kind of committed to that action. But I just think that we probably didn't want to really go down that path, because it would mean that like I feel like that would kind of probably feel a bit bad, I think.
It would feel kind of terrible for hardcore players, I would say, if they're forced into doing it. There has to be a way out, especially for hardcore. It's probably so punishing on hardcore, yeah.
Okay,
And like so the
so
concern then, go on.
yeah, so just so I'm understanding, so from the first thing you said, I was under the impression that if I go into a boss fight, let's say I'm going to fight the Shaper, right?
Yeah, yep.
They need to give us training boss fights. Drop 0 loot, 0 risk of death. That would be very interesting, wouldn't it? Because a lot of the time, you know, in like POE 1, in Gauntlet, people would use... they would just go to POE Standard in Softcore and practice the boss with like their unlimited currency. But having a way to train would be kind of cool. Because that would just push every single hardcore player to watch a video regarding boss mechanics before trying it. I guess it depends on the player, but yeah. Leaving the fight should be possible. Literally abandoned. Yeah. So if you abandon, the boss is gone. You lose your stuff. The main reason people fear bosses is because it consumes so much currency or deletes characters. Yeah. That and, well, you know, risk reward. Is it going to be rewarding or time consuming or shit like that? But yeah.
Either the Shaper dies or I die, but then that's not the case.
No, that's not the case. So you can
Okay.
actually like you can bail. That is the case. You can't portal, but you can choose to restart at checkpoint or like log out to back. Like if you log out. Okay, so if you just Alt F4, right? What'll happen is when you log back in, you'll be in exactly the same place you were, which is like. But that's more that the feature there is more about like trying to make sure that you don't like lose your place when you're just playing, right? And you disconnect for a reason.
Yeah.
But if you
Wait, but how does...
you want to choose to leave the fight, you can just...
So they just sell it and then let the price of all the items inflate for no reason? Yeah. People want to run bosses, but they have no clue if they can. Imagine if all dead bosses fight. If all the dead bosses fights people don't sell, and all the items not in economy. What? All the dead bosses. Huh? Oh. Dead boss fights people don't sell, and all the items not in economy. It's probably a lot.
decide to do that. Like, that is okay. And just another thing with that, by the way, is like I believe that the feature where if you lag, that the game gets paused, I believe that did get done, which means that even if
this game gets paused, sounds...
you just have like internet lag, the actual server will pause while the lag is happening. So then, regardless of whether you get disconnected or not, you're not going to die during the middle of an internet lag.
Wait, so you can lag switch yourself to pause the game? Well, I mean, there's going to be some form of exploit somewhere, but that's
Spike.
new. Yeah, this is new.
And I believe that it might be like 100 milliseconds or something like that. Is like basically if your client's not responding for that amount of time, then effectively the whole instance just pauses and we're like, we'll just wait until you're good before we keep going again. Yeah, so that's how that works basically.
What? So you can lag switch yourself? What the fuck? There's definitely going to be an exploit, but in your opinion, it's just a good thing to have overall. Yeah. At the end of the day, it's like a necessary evil, but I feel it's going to be exploited. By some people.
But yes, you can leave.
Oh. In things like Gauntlet, though, How is that going to be handled? Like, let's just let's say what's stopping top players from just lag switching to pause the game? Lag switched linked to character life logout macro. Yeah. So you don't have to spawn a minion. Wait. You added Archmage to your build somehow? So you don't have to spawn a minion to proc DD. Every iteration you make, you get closer and closer to Archmage. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just gonna be, you know what, I'm just gonna be an Archmage fully. Fuck everything else. Gauntlet can have different roles, you guys? It still doesn't, like, stop people from abusing a lag switch to pause the game. I mean, I guess we'll have to see what he says.
Yeah. So, could you walk me through the difference?
Because I'm pretty sure Ziz is going to pick up on this, especially since he's the maker of, like, you know, gauntlets, and he's a hardcore player too. He has to talk about this somehow.
Real quick. So, will I have to log out and wait 15 minutes?
You think the game pausing is fine? Doesn't seem that OP? Oh, it's super OP. What are you talking about? Like, if you can effectively pause anywhere you want to, imagine if you have... Let's just take past the past gauntlet, for example. Past gauntlet, Maven fight. Just lag switch non-stop, pause the game non-stop, even if you're like, even if your character is moving, just pause every second. Even if the fight takes like 2 hours, you are effectively safe from any mechanic because you can react to everything. That is insanely strong. He's talking about something you can do while pausing a bit. No, but just the act of being able to pause the game is like incredibly strong. Playing like that and pausing will be a terrible feeling. Yeah, it would feel terrible, but you would effectively be safe from everything because you can react to everything. You can go to pixel perfect sections, like movement wise. You can perfect everything. It's honestly what some speedrunners do this. Take for instance, like a game that's in first person. If they need to shoot something, sometimes they would use the menu. They would open up the menu, and open and close the menu to pause the game effectively, and they would line up their shot with the pause menu. And once their shot is lined up, they shoot it. Because in speedruns, most of the time, if you're menuing, well, I guess it depends on the rules. But that is one way to do it. Glass cannon builds become more viable if there really isn't a cooldown on the pause thing. Yeah. Because speedrunning a video is not relative to income generation in a game like this. Yeah, but so is dying as well. If you die in Gauntlet, you are set back so far. If you are 100% safe, I mean, Gauntlet is technically effectively a speedrun. But if you gain safety at a bit of time loss, that is gigantic. So depending on how they deal with this, I guess it depends on how they iterate this pausing mechanic he's talking about. But that's like what comes to my mind when I think of being able to pause. Because that's crazy strong.
Or will it be hitting escape and then clicking like leave fight?
Yeah, so if you hit escape, there's a button there called respawn at checkpoint, and effectively that will just mean that you can, at any time you can choose to do that. Now, obviously the concern with that, like, and we've actually discussed this quite a lot internally about, like, should that be okay? Because there was, like, a whole discussion with this of, like, the fact that there's just a button you can do to press this kind of, like, would mean that, like, it's like, even if you see, like, a slam coming, you'd be able to, like, push escape and just, like, press that button before it arrives. And that is the case.
Wait, so is escape the pause? No way, right? The game is still running when you press escape, right?
But the thing is, if we required you to log out and wait 15 minutes,
Yeah.
that would kind of be lame too. Like, I don't really want to, like, and the counter argument to that one was like, oh, but like, that's at least more friction to actually doing this. And it's like, well, yeah, but then do you really want the strategy to be that you have to log out and wait 15 minutes? Like, it's just kind of lame. So in the end, we kind of decided to do the more, I guess what I would call player-friendly thing of just like, you know,
Yeah.
that option is there for you. You can leave if you want. So effectively, yeah, in some sense, I suppose you could say that that's kind of equivalent to the old F4 you could do in POE 1.
Yeah.
But you know, it's that's kind of where we ended up anyway.
So just to confirm, this does not kill you on hardcore, right?
Oh no, he's thinking about it.
Oh, I lost audio.
Wait, no, it doesn't. Oh, sorry, yeah, it doesn't.
Okay.
But
Okay.
let me just think about this because I feel like I'm just getting a memory suddenly of us talking about that as well.
Yeah.
I'm
so,
pretty sure that that's
The Monka W.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's fine.
Yeah,
But
because
I feel like I remember.
the concern I would have there of why that would be a bad thing, and I know a lot of people are against logout macro,
Right.
and I actually thought it would be something like a 2-second portal you'd have to cast, and then it would fully
right.
reset the fight, and you have to go again.
Right.
The reason personally I'm not a big fan of like having to commit is that you end up over farming so hard to the point
right.
where you go in and you know there's a 0% chance of you dying, right?
Right.
Like as a
right.
normal shaper for now. Whereas like
You wish we had that on PoE 1. Your animate guardian would have survived for much more. Oof.
if you can die, it's a lot more fun being able to go in before you're ready. So that's
Right.
awesome. I'm very, very happy with that answer.
I will mention, by the way, that there is a very old league flag. I don't know if it's exposed on the private league interface. It probably isn't, honestly. But there's a very old league flag that actually does enable a timer when you disconnect before you actually get disconnected. So
Really?
if we wanted to run a league that had that functionality of where like you have to commit to everything when you do it, like because you'll stay in game, we actually could turn on a flag that would allow that. So I don't know if you ever want to run a gauntlet like that sometime, where you actually have to you have to commit to something like that.
Wow. They can force you to, even if you use a logout macro, you're just effectively dead. That's pretty fucked.
That
it
would
is
be cool
possible
for a
to turn on.
gauntlet.
Yeah. So
that'd
that's
be
something we could do.
That'd be perfect. I think that's really good for a gauntlet.
You'd love that for
right.
Gauntlet?
A
You'd love
quick
to-
question as well.
you'd love to join
in
that
PoE 1,
gauntlet.
we have the 6-second disconnect timer. Is that
Yep.
accounted for with the 100 millisecond lag thing you talked about?
Okay, so effectively the 6-second disconnect timer is still like that is just like after 6 seconds of like you not being in game, then we just terminate the socket and you're gone. But because of the 100 millisecond pause thing existing now, effectively the 6-second thing doesn't like really matter anymore because it's only important for, like because the instance is frozen anyway. So all that's doing is just making it so that like look, at some point we have to give up on the fact that you're not going to actually be able to come back again. In theory, we could actually increase that time now because like there's really no downside to it being that long or even longer. So that would give longer for the internet to recover. But I mean, I guess we just haven't kind of done one thing or the other. But the thing that's going to matter to you really is just the fact that after 100 milliseconds, instances paused, you're not going to die. And how long it takes before we like actually time your whole connection out is kind of not really as relevant anymore.
Ooh. Hmm. If you will know that before joining the gauntlet, it'll be like, you have balls, right? You have balls, right? Do you not have balls? Honestly, just thinking about it is making you consider going hardcore. Really?
Awesome. That's super cool.
I mean, yeah, for hardcore, that is quite nice. Because deaths to like DC, oh my god, those are so annoying. I think that's like most of my deaths in Diablo 3. It's just a DC. It was bad.
I can't remember in whose interview you were talking about it, but you expressed some interest in racing again and saying that that's something you considered revisiting now. But obviously you were cognizant of the fact that it's not necessarily what's going to like bring people back or bring revenue to the company, right? And you are a company. So I wanted to suggest, have you thought about having a specific like battle pass maybe, or even one singular item for racing, and telling people, look, if there's interest, we'll bring back things like descent, etc., based on how much it sells for. Then like the racing community can literally contribute as much or as little and as there is interest.
I think that's pretty interesting. I actually did have another idea like a
That's actually a
long
good
time
idea.
ago, which I don't know. Like this is a different idea, but we'll just see. I'm just going to see what you think about it, because we never actually did this, but it was a thing that I was interested in, and that was the idea of like effectively like pay to enter races, where it would be like, you know, like some number of cents to enter a race, and then effectively, I mean, it's sort of similar to the thing that you were talking about there, I guess, except that instead of being for a whole season, it was just like individual races. And that was kind of an interesting idea that I was thinking that maybe people would be interested in, but I wasn't quite sure whether the community would like that or not. Like, it kind of wasn't clear to me, and so we're thinking like, oh, you know, like 5 points to enter a race, and then because of the fact that the rewards. So then, effectively, the rewards of the race would have to be like cosmetics, right? Because obviously, we can't give you rewards in the form of anything that would be player power, given that you need to pay MTX currency to enter. But effectively, the original race rewards were alt art uniques anyway, and like effectively, if we remove the actual part where you get the actual unique out of it, in theory, we could do like skins and stuff like that as part of the rewards. So we kind of discussed that, but I wasn't like whether I was just like very uncertain about whether the community would like hate this. So I'm kind of curious.
Are we moving forward with some kind of esport? That's not. I wouldn't say that's their goal. Like, the closest thing to an esport would be Zizzaron's Gauntlet. Like, that's the closest thing. We don't know if Path of Exile is going to do their own thing, but I mean, before, in the past, Path of Exile has had race events where they, you know, the reward would be a specific unique, and those are now like very rare. So it has been done before, and they're just talking about bringing those kind of. I wouldn't say it's like an esport. It's more like it's like a game event, you can say. Like take like RuneScape's like Christmas event or something, for example. It's just a game event, but you know, you can get a reward. You can participate if you want. You don't need to. I wouldn't say it's an esport, but it is in the form of a race.
Curious to hear your idea about what you think of it. I mean, the battle pass is similar, except that it's more of a like one-time purchase for a whole season, I assume.
Yeah, it's also, I was thinking more
I hate the idea of battle passes. It's so bad.
of like even if it starts out with like a cloak that you buy that isn't
Right.
like this wouldn't depend on you being able to play or not. This is like if you want to see
Right.
more of this in the future.
Right.
I'm more of a fan of free entry and then having a way for
Right.
people to
Don't we already have a battle pass on POE 1 essentially? Yeah, Kirex battle pass. I honestly hate that thing. I mean, it is fully cosmetic, but I just don't like battle passes.
support and just being open with like if
Right,
this
right,
is something you guys are interested in, this is how you can show that you're interested in it.
Right.
If not,
Right.
I
Well, the battle pass thing is sort of interesting because it already kind of is similar to how the racing structure was anyway. Where you get points, and then like at certain thresholds, you get, you get cosmetic.
Yeah.
So it actually probably does match more into it. I just mentioned the other one because it's something I thought of ages ago. Thought it would be interesting to see.
It does really depend on how they implement the battle pass. If it doesn't take, if it like, because you know, typically in the recent like gaming space, battle passes have always been like, oh, you gotta pay this much to get like the premium stuff in the battle pass, you know, and you can just unlock it as you do. But as they're talking about right now, it doesn't necessarily need to be tied to money. It could be tied to like in-game achievement points and whatever they're doing. Effectively, if you think about it, every single league where you do your 40-40 achievements, that's effectively a battle pass, but not tied to real life currency. Stop, Ziz. Imagine if they put the league achievements behind a paywall battle pass. Well, again, yeah, effectively they're already doing that, but it's not behind a paywall.
But you know, that is an interesting idea. Like the racing battle, it's actually a pretty cool idea. Like I'm interested in this for sure.
Cool.
The main issue really with that is just that the amount of bandwidth we have for making microtransactions, which is what we need to make for this, is honestly surprisingly low. Like it's so ridiculous in some ways that like for a company that makes money from cosmetics, that we don't have more people just working on that stuff.
Yeah.
But you know, we effectively need more people to be able to create more stuff like that, and it's like to already get more people for making existing cosmetics. So I guess you know, if we had infinite resources to make that stuff, I would absolutely do something like that. I think that's pretty interesting. So it's just a question of, you know, where we get the time.
Yeah, that's fair. Awesome. It's just I'm such a big fan of racing, and I know a lot of people are, so
Right.
wanted to bring that up.
It is cool.
I have a question from a community member in full caps lock.
Sweet.
How do
Always the
character
best way.
names? How do character names work? Is it the same as POE 1, or is it #1254, where multiple people can be the same name? So obviously, like our accounts are
Yeah.
hashtag now. Are our names still?
It's time to learn 3D modeling so they can help with MTX. True. There's a job to be had. Let's fucking go.
Unique.
So we decided to just keep the names the same way they worked before in POE 1, for now at least. And the reason why is because, so with account names, you never really have to refer to account names very much while actually typing.
Yeah.
So that we wouldn't have had to worry about all the concerns that come around having to like know people's discriminators and having to like, you know, worry about all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
With character names, there's a few other details. So one of them is that they expire. So you don't have the problem with the space.
Expire? Wait. How? Because I assume, like, in Path of Exile 1, once the league ends, the character moves to standard, and you keep the name, like, forever, until the character is deleted. How does it expire?
Just you know, exists. I assume you knew that about character name expiration, because
I thought that was just done in waves.
it's not done in waves. So effectively, 1 year after the character name after the character has not been logged into, it goes into a pool of names that someone else could create if they want to, and if they then do that, then the name gets expired for you. So effectively, like over time, like names will free up again.
Oh, interesting. Really? I haven't logged into some of my characters in fucking years. Ruh-roh.
So that's the way that works. It's actually just as I said, it's just as soon as you haven't logged into a character for a year, that's when
A character or
is
the
no longer-
account?
isn't- the character.
Wow. Okay.
So I believe that's how it. At least I think so. It's been a little while since I thought about this, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's the way that one works. And yeah, so because of that, like characters don't have.
Oh shit, we'll be racing for names on early access start. Fuck, you're right. Oh my god. Yeah, people are gonna be creating characters just to reserve the name. And in some cases, some insane people will be like, I want to buy the name.
Have quite exactly the same problem as account names do. And as I said, the character names will be more annoying because that's kind of how you know, that's kind of how you refer to people within the league. So we kind of decided to do that. That being said, if it became like a real problem, I'm open to the idea of doing the whole discriminator on character name thing. It's just that it would mean that you'd have to then have a situation where it's like, whenever you're doing a whisper, you'd have to like know, like, because you have to have like autocomplete for this, right? Like you can't have discriminate autocomplete, and then that means you have to have all the whole thing of like, okay, are they in your friends list, are they in the guild, are they in your party, have they talked in chat recently, have they whispered you recently, like all of that stuff would have to go in the pool of things that you autocomplete for. And I mean, look, it's like how Discord used to be, right, when it had stuff. So there's basically just a bunch of work that you'd have to do there. And I mean, we could do that stuff if we felt like we needed to, but we're going to try without for the time being.
Cool.
And see how that goes. And you know, like if it's like a real problem, then we can always change it.
There are some audio issues, by the way. I don't know if the mic's too far away or something, but you're cutting out a little bit.
I'll try that. Hopefully that. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what to do about it.
It's not too bad. It's just a lot of people are commenting on it.
Fair enough.
Awesome. So another question with that are, like, for example, I have the name Zizarin right now in POE 1.
Mm-hmm.
Will I have that in POE 2, or is it like fresh start from everyone and there will be a character in POE 1 and a character in POE 2?
Ooh.
Yeah, so the characters are separated in POE 1 and 2. The databases are just completely independent. So you'll have to race to get that one, I guess.
Oh shit.
All right, I'm not getting that one. Cool. So a few other questions
Wow, if Ziz actually gets Zizran as a name, I'd be shocked.
about runes.
Mhm.
So runes, they're obviously like replacing the crafting bench, and
Sure. Yep.
in a way, and can you override them? Like, can I put in a new one over it if I
Oh.
want to change later?
You can't. So that's something that
Ooh. You cannot.
I guess we could potentially do though. Like, I don't think I'm against it. I'd actually have to talk to Rishi and Mark about whether or not we'd want to allow that. But currently, you can't at least.
So yeah, I'm very curious about this.
Whose name should I get? Hey. Get all of our names. Reserve them all. So you can give them to us later.
Because from my understanding, one of the main reasons that you wanted to remove sockets from gear was that you really wanted to have this new thing where you find a gear upgrade, you don't need to 6-link it, you don't
Hey, Tenryo. It's been a while. Hello. You take my name, I'll find you and I'll take my name back. Oh my god.
need to like
Mhm.
get it exactly how you
Wonka.
need it to be. You can just equip it. But I feel like I actually love the concept of runes, but I feel like a little bit about how they systematically work sort of ends up canceling this, right? Where
Fuck.
I will not be able to actually pick up an item and wow, this is an upgrade. I will have to fix my runes. Maybe I have to farm them.
I see what you mean. But I don't think it's the same because the thing with so a couple of things with this. One of them is that when we're talking about the whole like picking up an item and having to change stuff, what that was mostly around is the idea that okay, like socket colors and so on, right? Like you admit that you had to change like either you have to chromatic stuff until the point where like you've actually got exactly what you had before, or you have which is like definitely way more annoying than having to just use a couple of currency items on your on your item, right? Like chromaticking to get to the right state like could be like very difficult. But or the other thing you might have to do is to just rearrange everything in your character and like, oh, this goes here, that goes there. I like I use different supports or something like that, right? So to me, that was like a much more arduous process than what this is, because effectively
He's advertising a brand. Oh my god. If you take my name, I'll just make fun of you for also picking a retarded name. The guy that registered Nike and stuff when internet came, I haven't worked since. I mean, the guy that registered Nike probably got a shit ton of money for selling it to actual Nike, probably. I don't know the history of that, but he probably did, yeah. Because, you know, they want their brand. And you can't exactly take it away from people that have already, like, bought the domain. So you actually have to go to the guy that bought the domain, and they're going to have to ask, like, oh, I need to buy this from you, dude. And then they're going to have to agree on a price.
you're going to have the currency that allows you to add sockets to items. It's not hard to get that currency. Like in the early game, it's a little bit more restricted, but effectively you're definitely going to buy. As you go through the game, you're going to have that currency in abundance, I would say. So I don't think it's like necessarily a problem like doing that. But what? Sorry, I felt like you were about to say something there.
He did, if you recall. You think it's the same that registered a lot of different addresses? Yeah. I mean, domain phishing is a... I wouldn't say legitimate way to make money, but, you know, it is one of those ways people make money.
Yeah, so especially with resistances and stuff, I'm still a little bit worried about this because you don't have the ability to
right.
change that later.
So effectively, in terms of fixing resistances, the sockets are more of a thing that you would be worried about early game for those kinds of stats. When I say early game, I kind of mean like during the campaign, right? Because during the campaign, you're like, okay, I've got low on this resistance. I want to get another one of those. To me, at least, I've found that it's kind of not something that I'm too worried about overall, like as I'm changing items going up, because as you're going through the campaign, you're finding new base types, you're getting new things, you're kind of constantly upgrading, and it kind of hasn't really ended up being a thing where I'm worried about that. If you equip a new item and you're like, I lack this resistance, generally speaking, I'll like, oh, okay, well, I'll add another socket or two to this, and then I'll get the resistance rune out of my stash and use that. So it's kind of ended up being a thing where like just fixing that resistance tends to be a problem that you do after deciding to upgrade it anyway. So that's kind of been okay. And it's worth mentioning that with the runes, because they're kind of like, so at early game, they're more powerful than they are at late game because the values, there's only one value of each for each type.
Yeah.
So that means is that like early game, the resistances you're getting from one of these resistance runes is like extremely huge relative to the other resistance sources you would get. But as you get later into the game, the runes are less effective at solving that problem because the numbers are not stacking up compared to the mods you could get. And so as you get towards the later game, the things that you're going to be wanting to be socketing are more of the soul cores, which have the like different mods that aren't kind of designed to fix those early game problems. And also your character has more mods overall and is generally kind of like more in a good place. So it really is like, in terms of like fixing problems you have, it's more of a like, you know, first sort of 30, 40 levels kind of type deal rather than after that, if you know what I mean. So I think
Interesting. Or he was sued and got no money. You heard that there was a guy that registered Apple with no double P as name for the firm, and Apple got rid of him at court. Huh. Really? Well, I guess that makes sense, because it's too close to Apple. But like, registering a name and domain are two different things though. Because if you own a website domain, you own the domain. Like, they can't do shit to you, law-wise. He had that name earlier, by a few years. Oh. Like, he had the domain, or... But you said it registered as a name for the firm. I don't know in that case then. Anything outside of domains is not something I am well versed in.
purpose, they work really, really well. As for changing them, I suppose we could allow it. I don't actually see a reason why we could.
If you don't have money to manage the court, you lost anyway. Kind of, yeah. In a way, yeah. But like, court stuff is very weighed more towards having more money. It's just better, but yeah, kind of sucks.
Couldn't do that, although as I said, I haven't talked to Mark and Rishi about it. But I guess the feeling here is that because you got to choose it, it's not quite the same as feeling like you need to be able to remove the mod that you would have from one of the random sources, where we have like some random ways to get rid of it. So that was kind of the reason why we're thinking that it can go the way that it has. But as I said, I don't think there's necessarily a downside to allowing you to replace it. So maybe that is fine. I just haven't thought all through all the repercussions of that yet.
Yeah, I mean, for example, like I normally play SSF. Well, I actually have been playing a little bit more trade lately, and especially for trade, right? You could see like a perfect item you want to buy of somebody, but they've like got these like garbage runes in it. So I could see that being an issue as well. It's definitely like I'm trying to go into POE too with the approach like, well, I haven't played it enough. I'll see how it is. But that is definitely something I'm very worried about, and hopefully something you'd be open to feedback with when we actually try it.
Right. I mean, I'm definitely always open to the feedback of that.
Yeah.
But as I said, I think from actually trying it myself, that hasn't been a problem I've run into particularly. But, you know, I guess we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. That's fair.
So the runes will be socketed permanently, yeah. So once you socket them in, you can't take them out, you can't replace them. But he was saying he would talk to people on potentially being able to replace sockets, but yeah. I mean, replace runes in the socket by putting it in another rune.
How rare are like the how rare
You wish they'd allow us to destroy what's socketed?
are the rarest runes, basically?
So the runes themselves are not particularly rare. You
We'll
get them fairly
see,
often.
yeah.
Like, I mean, you'll get, I mean, in Act 1, you'll find 4 or 5 of them probably, and then it only increases from there as you get more monster density and so on. So like, you're finding them, and generally speaking, like if you're in Act 2, like maybe there'll be a rune that you want that you don't have, but then by the time you're in Act 3, I would say you probably have the runes that you need. Like, they're generally available. It's really the soul cores that are the ones that are like the, you know, it's actually a struggle to find the ones you need of these, like, because that's where the kind of, and, you know, the higher level gameplay is.
Right. And would you say there are soul cores that are at the rarity of like Eternal Orb?
So you can't change them? Yeah. So once, currently at least, when they said this podcast right now, they, well, no, not podcast, Q&A, I guess. You can't change any runes that you've already socketed in, and you can't take out runes that are socketed in. So once you place that rune inside the armor, it's in there forever.
Divine orb, like that type of stuff.
Oh, not the normal runes, the endgame ones? Oh. They've only been talking about runes, so I assume they're the same, effectively the same, maybe? I don't know. Because they were only talking about runes, not soul cores. They should make it so none can be removed. Potentially.
I don't know the actual numbers, but I would definitely think so. Like,
Okay.
there's definitely there are definitely hard to find ones for sure.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Awesome. Next up,
Old D2
how does
style?
like stacking ailment works for like stacking?
Yeah, but D2 is very... Also, hey, Londe. But yeah, D2 is more... Like, the runes... Didn't the runes give you, like, special abilities? Versus stats?
Multiple of the same.
Right. So effectively, so in general, ailments don't stack, right? In order to get the ability to stack them, there has to be some kind of mechanic you're getting.
Yep.
Usually that mechanic.
Only stats? Really? I thought they gave you, like abilities. You had rune words, so combinations would give you specific items. It was stats res, otherwise they only gave you stats. That's rune words. Really? Weapon indestructible. Ignores target defense. Holy balls. 50% damage. Extra gold. See, runes and rune words. It's not loading. I can't be asked. Actually, just a sec. That's a great time for me to take a piss. I'll be right back again. Okay, we're back. Go piss, girl. Okay. It's because he's drinking only water. Yeah.
Mechanic will
It's just flying through me.
have some kind of like that mechanic may have some kind of explanation for like any specific details you have to be aware of. But I guess the main thing to understand is that if you're doing something like stacking poison, the way that works is that all of the poisons that you do will always be on the monster.
Yeah.
And they're all running. But if you've got the ability to stack 2 poisons, then whatever the 2 largest poisons that you currently have that are on there, those will be the active ones. And then when one of those falls off, then the next largest will take its place effectively. So that kind of means that like that's kind of, I believe, sort of generally how the like buffs work in POE, where you've got like, you know, what if you can have multiple buffs on a thing, but only one of them is active at a time. So in the case where you're allowed to have more than one, it's just effectively whatever the highest N buffs are that are on the character, that's the ones that you get effectively.
Mm,
Well, that's good.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's anything else you want to know about that, but
No, not that I can think of. I think that answers that.
listen to it, and yeah, he does say all runes can't be removed. Yeah. So I'm assuming it's the same for soul cores. Like, he did specifically say runes, but I'm assuming it's the same for soul cores, right?
That's really good.
sure, fair enough.
Another question from the community. Does mana and elemental leech exist?
So mana leech is a thing, but only for attacks.
Yeah.
And elemental leech, I believe, is a thing. There are probably, I believe there are probably like various mechanics around that will give you elemental leech.
Okay.
It's definitely going to be a lot harder. But what we're trying to avoid is mana leech for spells.
Yeah, because Archmage exists.
Because that can kind of like defeat a lot of mechanics and so on. So effectively, that's the main thing. Everything else is fair game, but we just have to, you know, like it just depends on where it comes from. So yeah, that's kind of the basic idea.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I know a lot of people.
Please no Ellie Leech. Why no Ellie Leech? Well, he did say there's no mana leech for spells, so I assume that goes with elements as well, right? Ellie is probably only like HP leech.
People are hoping for a spell mana leech, so it's
that's the thing
broken
we
some
don't want to
hearts.
do.
Yeah. Okay,
That would be
next up,
fucking
questions
busted.
about a few questions about crit actually. In PoE 1, it's almost like when you're building a crit build, you're supposed to be 100% crit. Is that the same in PoE 2?
Just taking part in the combo since you
I
ain't
would say
playing
that
anyway.
it's kind of more like earlier PoE 1
War
how it used to be, where it's
game,
like you
please,
can get there
play the game.
with various mechanics, but I would say that it's like it may not be the most optimal thing to do, just because like the stuff you're sacrificing might be too much in order to do that.
Yeah.
Especially when you've got like conditional crit mechanics, getting to 100% isn't so bad, but like you're not
Dan,
always going
try
to
it
be
on
meeting those
your
conditions,
account.
if you know what I mean. Yeah, I would say that like we've tried to kind of keep things a little bit more in line in terms of having more like, as I said, just like the controlling the sources a little bit better and kind of making sure that like getting to 100% is actually like a real, like, as I said, possible but kind of not expected. So I imagine the sort of expected crit would be a bit lower than that, and yeah, trying to increase beyond that is kind of not hugely valuable.
Okay.
Mm.
What's the main reason they're indifferent? Is that just to like retain player power and not let it get out of control early?
I wouldn't say.
And before he hops on Rainbow Six Siege and ruins your KD. Ooh. Oh my. I think he said he's only playing for the first day and then coming back to old school RuneScape League. Oh.
That exactly. I think it's more just that like ideally every mechanic. So like I'm just a general. I am generally in favor of the idea that like there's the decision to not increase something more is not because you run out of sources of it, but because like there's a reason that you don't want to do that because what the trade-offs are too much. And so effectively by keeping the values that you're kind of like can easily get to a sort of certain midpoint, you just avoid this, like you just sort of make it so you get that trade-off, like you have to make that trade-off towards the end of the range. So it's effectively like that. I think that's kind of really the main reason. Like it's been a little while since I talked about this with anyone, but yeah, like that's kind of really what it came down to. We just kind of wanted to make 100% crit more of a like this is a very unusual situation rather than this is a common situation.
More
Okay.
invested in League at the
And
moment.
do you think part of that is as well that at least in PoE 1, crit feels like the end game? Like you should go crit at some point, and you kind of want to avoid that as well. Is that part of it at all, or?
Well, we're certainly trying to make it so that crit is not the only build. There was actually a thing that we changed. So, so here's a random thing for you. We actually had the change for a little while where
You went around Albion streamers asking if they're trying out PoE 2, and almost none of them know about the release. He thinks it's an ARPG. They'd also be hyped. Well, Albion it does have that top-down camera, but it doesn't necessarily make it an ARPG because it's more MMO, like MMO community based, I would say. Albion is nothing like PoE. I wouldn't say it's anything like PoE. It's more it's more like Path of Exile is like an MMO, but Albion is like it is in the MMO space versus PoE being in the more, you know, it is in the ARPG space, less MMO focused. Albion's all about stupid ass power trips from guilds made of people who think 50v1 is good PvP. Let's be honest. Old school RuneScape has the exact same problem. Any game, any MMO that has PvP has that exact same problem. It's not just Albion. Even more E players know about PoE 2 than Albion players. Oof. Played it once, never touched it again. Dang. The Founders Pack, and you never play it again. Pathetic. EVE Online has the exact same problem. Any game, any MMO with PvP that allows for group PvP has that problem. It's inescapable.
Where so crit modifiers, and I need to get this correct. Like there are various crit suffixes in PoE 1, and so there was this feeling that in PoE 1 that if you're a crit build, you've got like you can make your build more powerful than what non-crit builds can, because the suffixes that are available to you as a crit build are like more powerful than what the suffixes are available to you as a not crit build.
Yeah.
So because of that, we actually decided initially to move crit stuff all to be prefixes as well, to effectively compete with the other prefixes that you could get that all increase damage, right?
Yeah.
And so we did this for a while, and we actually found that like it actually made weapon rolling way less fun. Like in theory, what it was doing was making it so that, okay, you could get a crit weapon or you could get like a not crit weapon, and like they were kind of competing with each other. And like we did all the math and we're like, hey, look, now we've made it so that crit builds and non-crit builds are more in line with each other and they have the same level of power and items and so on. And we kind of thought that we'd done a good thing there. And then at some point we just realized, like, why is it the weapons just don't feel as fun to find in PoE 2 as they do in PoE 1? And then we realized that like this is actually part of the problem. So we actually reversed that decision and moved the crit stuff back to be suffixes again. And we've kind of tried to make sure that the suffix pool is actually reasonable in other ways for the other builds, like making sure that the suffixes are actually like make sense and there's powerful versions of like ideally it's like there should be there should be a level that each suffix can get to that is exciting, right? Like, and so like the question we have to ask ourselves is like, what is an amount of strength that if you got that on a as a suffix that you'd be excited about that?
Yeah.
And so effectively, like we're trying to make sure that there's actually like at the high end there are suffixes that are actually really good.
Ooh, that's actually very nice. Because, yeah, like, as they were talking about, crit damage multi on a weapon would beat out everything damage-wise in the suffix pool. That's cool that they're raising up the other stats, though. Don't get me wrong, you like playing Albion. You have 120 in a few of the X skills. Because you're a 1v5 guy. In 8.1, that would just smash people. Damn. I mean, being able to PvP multiple people and win over them feels fucking good. Holy shit. I used to do that shit in Guild Wars 2. Man, that shit was fun. Does anyone know exactly how big Path of Exile 2 game size is in gigabytes? It says 100 gigabytes. What is the actual running low on what is the actual running low on space? We don't know. We did see like some sort of we did see Fextra Life looking at it and they're like, oh my god, it's not downloading fast, and it's something of the sort. We saw some pretty pics showing 120-ish gigabytes. It's too much for your SSD. Uninstall something. Hey later, Clarice. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Any game. You heard the same about Stallcraft X. Stallcraft. Imagine not going Blood Mage. A. I mean, Blood Mage is pretty good, but it's Pathfinder's where it's at. You'd have to uninstall Windows? Oh my god. Okay, that's edge. Get a new SSD? Yeah, you probably have to. Got 2 days. SMH, your head. Yeah.
And so hopefully we've restored some.
You love blood? Wait. Oh. I see. That makes sense. For some reason, I thought you were talking about this character. I was like, huh? Blood. Dokuda. But then, this is that's the wrong one. Imagine being on your period all the time. Blood mage play. Oh my god.
Some of the like possible power that you sort of can get from weapons, and I think that's sort of like as I said, I think it's in a better place. I don't really remember exactly how this was related to the original question anymore, but it was just something that came up in my mind.
Does that mean that at the high end, you don't want dead suffixes? Like I remember life regen for a long time and thorns, right? Would be literally dead
You
suffixes.
need to you still want to have suffixes where when you get them, you you need to have bad rolls, right? But
Yeah.
at the same time, we did say that like okay, whatever when you've got the higher tier rolls, that there are actually things that like that the highest tier of something needs to be something you actually would be excited to see.
Okay.
And there are actually a couple of cases where so we the tiering system
yeah.
for mods for rares, like you know how when you've got like T2 3 4 5 4
Comes out in 2 days, yeah? Yeah. Well, a day and like, what? Like 14 hours, something like that? Around there? 13? Give it 4. 36 hours? Server's gonna die. It's the one saving grace because it's coming out when I'm sleeping. I'll let the people that are not sleeping suffer through the servers, and then when I wake up, I'll be like, hey, log in, nice and smooth.
4 5 just goes up to 5, like T5 rares. When you actually, if you actually get a T5 rare, it's actually possible because we haven't got some of the mods. Like light radius, for example, they don't actually have an eye level. There's no light radius mod that's higher than eye level, like 60 something, I think it is. It's probably like the highest one. It's actually possible that on the highest tier content, with a tier radius, because we haven't got some of the mods. Like light radius, for example, they don't actually have an eye level. There's no light radius mod that's higher than eye level, like 60 something, I think it is. It's probably like the highest one. It's actually possible that on the highest tier content with a tier 5 rare, that the dead mod.
No, we can't do light radius stacking. We'll be suffering on release so that we can take your name. Oh my god. Light radius build incoming? No, he just said there's like dog shit light radius. It's bad.
Mods like that are actually cut out of the mod pool completely. So it's actually possible for that to be the case. Now, tier 5 rares are like rare as hen's teeth, right? They're actually like incredibly rare. So when you get one of those, like the mods on those are going to be really good because like that the eye level of the mods you're going to get is like higher
I'm
than
so
a certain
excited
amount.
for that.
Ooh.
Okay, so like that means that there are just like really some really good stuff up there.
Who needs light when you have blood? Yeah, but what if you're blind? You can't see shit. You can't see the blood. I mean, you can feel it, smell it, and taste it, but you can't see it. Not good. Who needs blood when you are thunder? Oh no. You wonder if we have Wrongcraft in POE 2 Expedition. Oh. That's a good question. I'd assume... Oh wait, no. Didn't they actually show it? Didn't they show something of the sort? Like, it was either Rog or Gwenin. It was either Rog or Gwenin, and they were gambling with stuff. They did, yeah. I'm pretty sure Gwenin was in there. They were pulling some sort of like armor out of that UI. I forget who it was. You want to be a blood mage IRL? Just throwing your blood on everyone? Oh my god. God W. Do you know Mastodon band?
But yeah, it's
Expedition is the main core mechanic in POE 2, no? Yeah, it is. One of the main first Atlas mechanics. Can you see League mechanics in campaign then? We don't know that yet, actually. I'm not sure.
Once again, can't remember where I was going with this, but this is like a thing that exists for the rare system. So the that can mean that some of the rares you can get at on the higher tiers can be very good.
Awesome. Very, very cool. I'm very excited.
There's a song from Mastodon called Blood and Thunder. Oh, is that what you're getting at? I see.
to hear that. Like items is like my favorite thing in ARPGs, so
hmm
definitely looking forward to that. I want to continue asking about crit.
Oh,
Enemy
more
crit in
crit.
Path of Exile 1 can be a little bit weird with especially like let's say multi like the Valspark from like Tynvin or whatever he's called, or
hmm
the Shaper Balls and stuff, because either the entire ability crits or
hmm
none of it crits. Is
hmm
enemy crit functioning similar in PoE 2, or is it to the individual projectile?
Ooh,
So I
that's a
don't
really good
think we've made any
question.
changes here, but I believe that the way that that works is determinable by the designers as they're working on it. But I suspect it's one of those things that they probably don't necessarily always think about, because it's kind of pretty, it's sort of somewhat invisible, you know, like, so it's one of those things that just probably just doesn't come up in their minds. So we can control that, and I don't know whether or not. And as I said, the system works fundamentally the same as PoE 1 did. I just don't know whether to what extent they've actually like used the features that allow them to control one or the other, and what situations that they would want to use one or the other.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
out of
interesting.
interest, do you prefer the like every mechanic crits, or do you prefer just every projectile? I assume every projectile is what you'd prefer.
I'd way prefer every projectile.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously now I usually will end up building for crit immunity instead, and that's fine.
Right.
But I remember when I was a new player to Path of Exile, and suddenly I'd be standing next to the Valspark Exile, and it would just explode, and I'm like, what just happened? And somebody
right.
would like watch my clip, and they're like, oh yeah, he crit you, you're gone.
Yeah. You also love that D4 has Lilith. And then GGG goes, what if you could be Lilith? True. So are you are you looking towards Infernalist? Because you can be a demon. Holy balls. And it has physics. Projectile just like player spell skills, right? Are you talking about crit? Like crit chance? So what they're talking about is that each cast of the skill, it either doesn't crit, like let's say one cast of oh my god. What was that? What was that bow skill that everyone uses? Make it per proj? Yeah. Per proj honestly would be way better. Because if you have a skill with like multiple projectiles, and if one cast doesn't crit, the whole thing, all the projectiles don't crit, which feels like ass, yeah. I mean, that's how it always has been in Path of Exile 1. And so Ziz is saying he wants it to be per projectile in the skill. So each projectile has a chance to crit. Which is honestly probably way better. You're already a big booba demon mommy. Don't need to RP one. So good.
Right. I have a feeling that I mean, I suppose the question would be whether we should make per projectile the default option. It's one of those things that like I don't see a reason why we wouldn't. I'd have to talk to Mark about it. But yeah, that's probably reasonable. I think that I think that the whole ability critting all at once is the default for some reason.
It is.
Yeah.
I think. So I'm pretty sure that if you run into that, it's because the designer forgot to add the stat that makes it so that it's just every projectile to that particular ability. So yeah, that's just kind of one of those random things. But for player skills, it's like one of those things that we really have to think very carefully about.
Yeah.
Because there are kind of reasons and not. I mean, like one of the ones that is tricky for this is Rain of Arrows. It's like should every projectile crit or should every projectile not crit? Now, because right now every projectile has its own crit roll, it means that if you use like Sniper's Mark on a monster and then you do Rain of Arrows on that monster, then you're almost guaranteed to crit it at some point just because it hits so many times.
Yeah.
And that means that effectively the Sniper's Mark is like using it with Rain of Arrows is just like a complete win because you're just incredibly likely to actually trigger that. And so then it's kind of like, well, should we make it instead so that ability is like crit, the whole ability crits or doesn't crit? But then the problem with that is that it just feels super weird. Like there's something odd about the feeling of like I do a critical Rain of Arrows and then you start to think like, should it look different so you can see that the whole Rain of Arrows is critting? Or I don't know.
Right.
Like, it kind of just has some weird implications. So we kind of decided not to do it in the end. But yeah, there is a reason why we have both the abilities to do in different situations.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm definitely a lot less concerned about the intricate workings of how player crit works because
Yeah,
like
just
the
the monster
monsters
stuff.
aren't gonna
Yeah.
complain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your question. If you hit someone frozen with Hex Blast plus Biting Frost, will it all crit 9x? Yeah, they... Did he just confirm it? He said they were like going back and forth on it. Just give spells, skills, base crit percent like weapons. I mean, they already do, but that depends on like the single cast and the instance that the single cast gives multiple projectiles. Will the multiple projectiles crit or not? Is the problem.
Right.
It kind of just has some weird implications, so we kind of decided
Or hits that have multiple hits like Grey Ram is talking about.
not to do it in the end, but
Yeah.
there is a reason.
Oh. Oh, so they are going with that route. The route where if it has multiple projectiles, each projectile has its own crit chance. Chance to crit or not crit. It's not going to be like if your one cast doesn't crit, everything doesn't crit inside. That's kind of nice.
Reason why we have both the abilities to do in different situations.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm definitely
Both. It just has some weird
That last part he says,
implications, so we kind of decided not to do it in the end. But
Yeah.
there is a reason why we have both the abilities to do in different situations.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm definitely a lot less concerned about the intricate workings of how player crit works because
Yeah,
like
just
the
the monster
monsters
stuff.
aren't gonna
Yeah.
complain.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a tricky one. Definitely would be a
Well,
fun.
I mean, look, I would be interested. I should talk to Mark about whether or not we should just have a policy in general of just everything a monster does is always individual roles. Like,
Yeah.
there
I'm
might be a reason. There might be a reason he's against that, but I'd be interested to find
I'm
out.
curious how you feel about bosses, especially critting at all. Personally, I'm a big fan of like everything being static, right? And like not having mods and not being necessarily variable because like there's some abilities that like you're basically effectively mathing out what you can tank, and then suddenly you get
Right.
unlucky with a big crit, and you're like, oh, never mind.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm just curious how you feel about that, like mods and crits on bosses.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about. Well, okay, so mods. I think it's nice to have mods personally. I think because I like to have situations where you've got the ability to like it gives us an access to because what having mods does like on maps and so on is the ability to make it so that a boss fight can feel different from a different time you fought it, just based on what the mods were.
Sure.
So I think that stuff's important. That being said, we did like the idea of having the static bosses for the top pinnacle content, just because that is a measuring stick that players can use against each other. So having that be like a static thing is kind of nice.
Yeah.
So that's why I like the mods. As for the crits, I can see your point for sure. Like that is an interesting point. Like, should we crit at all for bosses?
Yeah, I was just curious.
I guess
just wear breast dome. Okay. If only it were that easy.
I just don't really have like I honestly don't really have an argument for why they should, to be honest. I guess the main thing would be just to make sure you've got enough variance, but then the answer would be, well, why do the players probably don't want the variance? Yeah, I don't know. I find that to be interesting. It's not something that I've really thought about too much, I have to admit. I see your point about not wanting to have the crits for sure. It's probably something that I'll have a chat to Mark about.
Yeah, I was just very, very curious about the answer there because obviously, like, we can just get crit immunity, but the feeling for me there is it almost makes it mandatory.
Right.
That's good. Static pinnacle bosses. The price of gear should be pretty stable with that. It depends, because a lot of... Well, yeah. Like as Ziz is saying, if bosses can crit, it's kind of like the same issue with... oh my god. How did I forget the name of this? Spell suppression. It kind of feels like spell suppression where you absolutely need it or you're dead. Well, more so in hardcore, I would say. But even in softcore, sometimes spell suppression almost feels like it's just needed.
And I feel like in general, whenever something feels mandatory, like remember the cast and damage taken Immortal Cold days and stuff like that, like
Mhm.
it usually gets like changed or removed.
Right.
So
I suspect that the answer against this would involve basically like it's
Ooh.
like it's an axis of
Hey,
character
Jacob.
development that we're removing. Like that's probably the
Hello.
argument that would be made against it. So then the question is, yeah, like, but I agree with you that if something's mandatory, then it's kind of like, you know, maybe why should it necessarily exist? So yeah.
Just play builds like you, where you get 10k life for ES and ignore spell suppression. Yeah, but then you still die to spell suppression, like some sort of spell or spell shotgun, and then you're like, ah, shit, I need spell suppression in the end.
I mean, point taken, right? Like this is an interesting one to me, and I'll talk to the guys about it.
Ziggy wrote something really cool that I like. Let me see if I can. Where'd it go? Enemy crits should be conditional buffs you can see to and react to. I think that would be really cool. Like,
Right.
That would honestly be kind of cool too, because they do have bosses do big wind-up skills already.
let's say that let's use Shaper Slam as an example, right? That if the Shaper Slam is about to crit, it like changes the animation and becomes maybe a bit slower.
Right.
That would be really
makes sense.
cool. That because that does
Right.
change the fight, but like I love that.
Yeah.
That's actually a very cool change. If it changes it like visually, you can see the difference. Like you are gonna get crit. Because at that point, it would just be a skill issue, right? Like you actually didn't dodge it. Doubles the boss's moveset. I think that's fine. If anything, that's just a plus to the players and to the game. Makes it much harder to learn, but no longer RNG. I think that's way cooler. That's such a good idea.
That'd be way
Okay,
cooler.
well, that's interesting. Okay.
It's for me I guess for me the big thing is that like they look exactly the same. You have no idea if it's gonna crit or not.
Yeah. No, I agree. And that's a very good argument. Like, it is a very good point. I'd be interested to hear.
Should just make the same animation slower or have a different color. It should be pretty easy. Yeah. Like it doesn't even need to be slower. It can even have like just a like like just a small visual flash or something. Anything that would make it different, and it'd be like, oh, okay. Slower wouldn't work. Nobody would ever get hit. Yeah. So it would need to be like a small visual flash or something along those lines, maybe.
Here, if Mark has any particular reason against that, maybe he doesn't. Like, it is a very interesting point.
Yeah. Cool. More questions about monsters. Do they still get charges? And if so, how do they work?
So charges don't have any inherent bonus anymore.
Yeah.
So therefore, monsters don't currently get charges. I
Oh.
suspect it's the kind of thing where we might come up with some interesting thing to use them for in the future.
Oh shit! You know what? That's interesting. That kind of. Ooh. Well, he's currently saying that they may iterate on that, but currently, that kind of means that some specters that you raise, the idea of having them gain, charges to use on like specific skills to make them OP is kind of not possible right now. So minions in shambles.
Sure. But currently, there's just no reason for them to exist. So they just don't get them.
Cool. A lot of people are curious about support characters and how they fit into Path of Exile 2 for those that want to play with their friends and make OP combos together.
So I would say it's sort of interesting, right? Because what we don't have is the support character in the way that POE 1 had it, where it was like just a literal kind of AFK. Well, you walk around behind them, you don't really do anything.
Yeah.
So I would say that, like, for that, like, we still have things like that. Like, you've got scepters and stuff like that that can give people bonuses. But I would say that support characters in POE 2 are more along the lines of like, I'm debuffing monsters actively, or
Yeah, like we've already seen this kind of thing. Like there's going to be stun bots, curse bots, freeze bots. They'll be like basically just, well, obviously call bots too. That like the witch hunter as a bot, a shock bot, yeah. Ailment bot, CC bot, it will exist. Especially from the witch hunter, because call exists. And the ascendancy itself. 100% with how strong the effects are, yeah. So stuns, like a stun bot will absolutely exist. Especially with the bosses and heavy stuns. Arguably, arguably, I would almost say in some form they would probably nerf heavy stuns and stuns to some extent, because I assume someone will make a build where you can stun the boss constantly. Oh wait, is there like an internal cooldown on how fast you can like heavy stun a boss? Have we seen that before? Like a bar that like basically just an internal timer to say you cannot heavy stun the boss again. Someone has to take care of the dummy. Most likely. And they scale with the number of players too. Oh. So is it literally like it's like Monster Hunter. If you have more people in the hunt, the monster takes way more stun. Way more to get stunned, I guess, maybe.
Or I'm doing like I'm like setting up things that are that don't need to worry about the damage in order for.
Did they actually explicitly say that? That if you have more people in the party, the boss is harder to stun? I don't remember hearing that, but if that is the case, I mean, it makes sense, right? Kind of.
Someone else take advantage of them, like these kind of things. So like, you can make a support character that's kind of like ultra slow all the enemies. You can make a support character that will do things like place place objects that other people can use, or or for example, like make a character that's like armor breaking lots of monsters so that other people can take advantage of that, things like that. So I'd say that like that's kind of the role of that kind of stuff more. But what we don't have is just like I just reserve everything, and like, you know, I'm just like an aura. Like,
oh really? All the way back when only the mug revealed. Oh shit. To be honest, like, it makes sense for them to do that, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's in the current early access version of the game.
Like just a bunch of auras on my character, and that's kind of all I'm doing. So that's the kind of thing that we don't really have in the same way.
Cool. Awesome. I think that generally answers that.
They just need to add diminishing returns on stuns. I wonder how that would feel. Like, I know Monster Hunter does it. There's literally like diminishing returns on stuns, and it takes like way more to stun a monster if you already stunned them. Maybe.
Next up, a little bit of a discussion of something that was brought up in a previous podcast. I have in my notes there. Talk about respecking ascendancies.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's something you've like thought about or talked about more after the podcast with I believe it was
Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to talk more about this. But I mean, look, as I said, it's still on my mind as something that I know players are concerned about. So like, we will definitely have another conversation about it for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's really anything else to say about it at the moment.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, that's it. I'm obviously very pro respecting ascendancy. So
yeah,
my argument would just be it's a very early place to make a permanent decision.
Sure, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Ooh, from the way he said it though, we are going to be locked into our ascendancy in early access from the way it sounds. Uh-oh. Pathfinder forever then.
To endgame like mapping and things like that.
No biggie, to be honest. I wouldn't say no biggie. No. Take for instance, like, if you play, just spend another 24 hours re-leveling. Yeah, that's the problem. Re-leveling the character.
How much more rewarding should a difficult map mod like, you know, penetration or something like that be compared to chill ground or monster variety?
So I believe that so it's a very different situation in POE 2 than POE 1 for this stuff, because the rewards from difficult mods are not necessarily like the rewarding part of the map mods, because we've got the thing with the prefixes are like the rewards mods, and the suffixes are the like bad mods. It means it's kind of separated those two things out a little bit more.
Yeah.
Now there is still a thing where the harder mods have waystone drop rate increases on them,
Yeah.
and so I believe I believe that the harder mods there do affect that, but I don't think that is like quite so much of a big deal compared to how it was in PoE 1, where like the item
Right.
drops were heavily changed by that stuff. So like I don't know that, like, as I said, it's a very different situation. Now it's this is one of those things that I'm like, I really hope it works, but I don't know if it will. So I guess we'll sort of have to see. Like the dynamics of what people choose to roll and how people respond to that are going to be very interesting. Like, yeah, I guess we'll just see how that goes. But what it does mean, at least with the current way the system works, is that it doesn't matter quite so much what the like the numbers we choose for how difficult those things are relative to like the rewards they give, because as I said, the rewards being given are mostly from the prefixes anyway. So yeah, I guess that's kind of related to that.
The bad mods are literally just bad, yeah. Oof. Can't wait for more expedition. Blocks attacks, immune to crit, always crit, immune to all res, yeah. Yikes. Cannot leech, oh god.
Cool. Yeah, no, I was just curious because somebody brought up the point that I think it was penetration and monster variety had basically the same rewards, so I was curious there. So that'll be interesting to see how that changes. What about things like /letter? Is that going to be the same or different?
It's the same for now. Look, we could probably do better with this. Like,
Wait, does that mean that if you have a magic quote-unquote map in PoE 2, you can roll a suffix and only get something bad? If you know, luck out, I mean, well, I guess not luck out, like get unlucky and only get a bad suffix and you'd get no actual like good prefix. That's kind of shy.
you know, it's funny because
I mean, you're gonna be able to roll it with stuff, but you know,
before we /ladder was a temporary cheat we added before PoE 1 was released as a temporary thing before we added the ladder screen.
Oh.
and then now we're releasing PoE 2 and we still haven't implemented the ladder screen. Like, it's kind of absurd how that works. Yeah, we originally intended to have an in-game ladder screen, and then I guess the website kind of had it, and then we just never got around to actually implementing UI for it. Like, so all I could say is like, okay, it's been 15 years, but we're still intending to make a ladder screen in game one day.
All right. So 15 years from now.
Yeah, sure. At some point we'll get around to that.
Cool. Okay, good to know. And in a similar vein, what about would it be possible at all for the community to get a more detailed API for things like that, like ladder and like making our own tools?
oh,
So I'm curious what more you'd want out of the ladder for the API, because effectively I believe that the API we have right now just gives you a full dump of the first, like, I don't remember how many it is it like 10,000 or something people, something like that? There's like some number of people in the ladder that it gives you, and as far as I know, it gives you everything you would need to have. So yeah, what else do you want, right?
Well,
like if you want something else, I can add it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my God. We can get you a list. So obviously, like I'm.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a long time
Oh,
since I studied
shit.
computer science, so I don't have a list in front of me. But things I can think of off the top of my head would be boss kills, for example, right? For the events we do, that is one of the biggest things we want.
you'd leave it out, especially with PoE Ninja existing. But that's the thing, you can get more.
Like what? Oh, so you want a ladder for when? Oh, you want like a different ladder for when people have killed a boss?
Not necessarily part of the ladder, just like an API we can access for if somebody kills a boss or something. That'd be.
So you mean like, but so like, do you want like how many times they've killed a given boss, or do you want like?
Ooh. If it's an API, it would end up being like how many times someone has killed X boss. That's just how it would end up being.
Have they killed the boss at all yet?
Yeah, have they killed the boss at all yet?
I think that we do have support for ladders of when people killed a boss, because like, don't we have that for certain events? I thought we did.
Only for the first person, I believe.
I have a feeling that the way that's implemented internally is there's just effectively the amount of time until you kill the given boss, like as a separate ladder effectively. And then that would mean that like you could effectively dump a ladder of that, of like when was the...
Old School RuneScape has this? Really? They have like specifically a ladder of like, have you killed this boss? And it would be like a boom. He's killed this boss. Like a badge. Not like a number. He's killed this boss X amount of times.
who was the first person to kill a given boss. So that's something we could probably do like relatively easily. I will say we haven't like thought about this for a long time. So
Well, I
like,
can
it's one of those things.
I can get you like from like the guy who made POE racing and stuff. I can get you a list of like API things that would be huge for us. So obviously, I'm
Right.
very involved in loving and wanting to do events.
Right. As I said, I think we do have actually like boss time, time to kill a specific boss, but I'm pretty.
Ooh, time to kill boss? They have that info? What the fuck? Well, I guess that makes sense. Like implementing a kill count tracker shouldn't be too difficult. I mean, yeah, they already have a kill count tracker, right? Like it's already in the game, just /kills. So anything that's just an increment to a number to what the character has killed is very easy for them, likely. It just depends on like how much info is being exported as well. Because it could be a lot. It's a good idea. You'd love to have badges instead of just crossing out bosses on League achievements. It could be cool. But especially for bosses, yeah.
Pretty sure that what it is that like that had to be specifically implemented for each boss that we wanted to do it, because I'm pretty sure that the reason why we had that was for like the original race seasons we did, where we sometimes had like different objectives, things like first to kill X boss.
We have a kill counter for every mob. You know what? Does the kill counter for every mob actually include boss kills as well? No. Like, do we actually know this? We can probably like, nope. Oh, it doesn't? Okay.
So
Oh, not in old school RuneScape. Oh, okay. Because I was talking, I was just talking about Path of Exile. Like when you do /kills. Like if you do /kills and then you kill a boss and they do /kills again, will it actually raise up in like 1?
I think it's still lurking around in there somewhere, so we might be able to like resurrect that, and like
Most probably does.
it would be pretty cool to have a ladder for like first person to kill the pinnacle encounters in POE 2 when it comes out, for example. We might be a little bit too close to be able to actually implement something like that, but like it's possible that it's just like a matter of like resurrecting some piece of code that's been sitting there and turning it on. So I'll actually look into that because that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, is there
We can test it out right now. We can use your level 1 character. Oh shit, you're right. Just kill Hillock. Fuck.
going to be any form of like yellow text announcements for like first to level, first to new areas and stuff?
Considering thinking about it that way, as Londe said, it probably does.
Yes, so I think that we have, so the leveling one, I think we only do it every 5 levels, at least for the first while, just because we don't want it to be like super spammy.
Yeah.
And for first to enter area,
Should be counted for bosses, yeah.
I
Probably.
think
Because it is a kill.
I don't remember exactly how that was going to be. Because there was also some concern. I mean, look, there is definitely going to be stuff like that. But I think that we just wanted to try and reduce the spam a little bit in some cases.
Yeah.
Certainly you want like first to reach level, like past level like 65 or something. You probably want like everything above that to be like every single level, I would say. Just because like, you know, that's a pretty important race and it takes a bit longer up there. So we've got stuff like that. I don't think there's any first to kill. Well, maybe there are first to kill bosses for the act bosses or something. I'm not. I don't remember the exact situation, but there's definitely some of that stuff. We just wanted to make sure it didn't seem like completely incomprehensible for like a bunch of new players who are seeing all the stuff for the first time. So yeah, we just kind of wanted to limit it a little bit.
Very cool. I love to.
They technically already have something like this. Because, you know, in early leagues, there's always like, this guy is the first person to reach blood aqueducts or shit like that. So they already have something like this in place.
To hear that. A question from my community was, are there going to be free respecs during the EA if there's a big enough?
They should remove that for the area thing. Yeah, you're actually right. For like spoilers, they should remove that if it is a thing.
Of change, like right now, if there's a huge seal tree change on standard, you get like the free respec.
Yeah.
Because
so I'd say it's probably going to be the same as that effectively. Like when we do a big change, everyone will get a free respec, and it'll work that way pretty much. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Somebody was particularly concerned because if it's respecing, is it only gold or do you have silver regret orbs? I can't remember.
No regret anymore. It's just gold.
Yeah.
Oh,
So the guy was
it's
asking
only
was,
gold.
What if a big change happens and your build is bricked and you've just used your gold? You just log in, and you're like, ooh.
Yeah,
Cool.
generally speaking, yeah, it'll be that yeah, like
Honestly, you think so too? It must feel so depressing for new people to see the last boss getting killed as they finished Act 1. Yeah. Yeah.
the big
That
patches
would
that
feel
do
like
the big balance
ass.
stuff. We should get some. Now that being said, like I'm not going to say that every single like there will probably be patches where we nerf some particular thing, and then
Yeah.
like that could hurt certain characters like that. That'll probably happen.
Yeah.
Just because that I'm hoping not, but you never know.
Yeah.
So yeah, like that might then cause a situation where you don't have a free respec for that reason.
Yeah.
Because what we don't have the ability to do is like targetedly respec like certain builds or anything like that. Like so it's effectively all or nothing. So because of that, the yeah, like it would have to be a more global change to like, oh, look, we've redone the skill tree in various ways, and then we'd probably do it.
Yeah. And I'm guessing you can't go in negative gold, right? You can't like, okay, Mr. Respect
No,
Man,
no.
I'll pay you back later.
No,
Okay,
no, no,
cool.
no, no.
Yeah, no debt. Cool. Another question from the community is we've learned that ascendancies and items can be supported. So a logical follow-up is how many sockets do those start with? Do ascendancy skills starts with 5 sockets? And do items with skills show you how many sockets they have?
Ooh, wow, that's a very good question. Oh my god. Imagine if they all start with 6. Holy balls, then poison concoction or any concoction would be OP as fuck early game.
So if you have stuff that's inherent to your character, so that is to say, like and ascendancy skills do count as that, or things like so for example, default attack being also a supportable skill. These things level.
Wait, default attack is a supportable skill. You can have a 6-link default? Yo. Wait, that's kind of cool. 6-link default attack. You're gonna have a default attack build. Let's fucking go. Also, they should be less cunty with changes. Give us info on exactly what they changed. Oh. Yeah, there has been moments where they've been like, they've basically hidden changes. Just a sec. I need to take piss yet again. Ooh. Alright. Piss has been complete.
Get sockets based on your character level. Now I don't remember what the level is that you get sockets. For example, default, like and ascendancy skills do count as that, or things like so for example, default attack being also a supportable skill. These things level get sockets based on your character level. Now I don't remember what
Okay.
the level
Character
is
level.
that you get. It's like late 80s. There's like that's the one where you get 5 sockets for all of those things. But effectively, as you level.
Oh. Late 80s. Late 80s is 6 socket on your... interesting.
Up, you'll get more sockets for that stuff. The ones that are inherent to
One more day, boys.
items,
Yeah.
those ones get sockets
more.
based on the eye level of the item. So effectively, a higher eye level base, if that base comes with a socket, that high level eye level base will have the thing. So I don't know.
Default only hardcore SSF. That sounds like dog shit. Then you got to watch Quinn die in hardcore. Oh shit. Wait, is it... Well, I guess it's Quinn. It's confirmed that he's playing hardcore. Ruh-roh.
know if the trade site will show it correctly yet or not, but it is based entirely on eye level, which you can see. The trade site needs that will probably take some time to fully be like 100% like every single thing about it looking exactly the same as in game, just because there's like a whole bunch of work there. But we definitely want to make sure the trade site at least shows you everything that you sort of need to know. So I don't know whether or not they will be showing the sockets in that are in skills in gear, and I have a feeling it probably won't, because I know that skills in general on the trade site are kind of like a bit like because there's like a ton of work to make them work the same as in game. I think we're just going to be showing like names and levels, so it probably won't show the sockets on the site, but you can know that effectively there's just certain eye levels that the item is that when it does that, and then later on we'll like improve support on the trade site and get everything rendering exactly the same as in game, and then that'll be fine. But there certainly should be nothing on the trade site which you can't know about something that's important for trade, at least, even to start with. Yeah.
Awesome. Quick follow-up on ascendancy questions that a lot of people asked me to ask, regardless of the answer. Are we going to have like be able to see the full ascendancies before launch?
Good question. I don't know whether that's in the spoiler list or not, actually. What we're not going to have is like support for it on the website, which we were planning on doing because we wanted people to like just have all that stuff there. But I think we didn't quite get time to implement all that stuff on the website to get that working. It's possible we can still get them to post the ascendancies early. I'll have to talk to the community team and see whether or not that's planned.
Just made it happen.
We can probably... We might be able to do that. I'll talk to the community team and see what their plan is for that.
It is pretty much a 50-50, by the way.
On whether or not people want that?
Oh yeah, a lot of people don't want it.
Right.
I think
we did show quite a lot about the ascendancies already, so like in some ways it's just filling out the remaining stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the argument from people that do want it is that since it is like a hard lock thing, they want to like have a little bit of info there, and obviously most people really are appreciating that like we're going in blind, and that's pretty awesome.
Sure. Fair enough. I'll talk to the community team and see how they feel about it. So yeah, we might do it or might
maybe
not.
just throw up a poll and see what more people want. But yeah, another question.
Just make it opt in. Are you talking about the Ascendancy League? I mean, being spoiled is almost a choice. Almost, I say, because I mean you can get spoiled by some third-party cut. But I mean, they already revealed the 12 ascendancies that are going to be in the game. They're already fully revealed. I say fully, but they didn't really reveal the small passives. They revealed the big nodes that matter technically. But yeah, they're out there.
Question is a low life 50%?
Oh
no, it's 35.
What?
Oh, low life is 35. Oh my. Oh shit. Don't reveal the last third ascendancies for the classes? Yeah, they didn't do that yet. Only the 12 that are gonna be. It's so low, yeah, that's pretty low. That is a big change though. So not anything under 50%, it is 35. In a way, this does buff Infernalist.
It's actually back to how it it's back to how it used to be, and the reason is because that was changed up to 50% mostly because of all the reservation related stuff in POE 1, which is not a concern anymore. So that means low life can be 35 again, and that restores that.
Kind of makes sense, to be honest, in terms of wording. Oh, low life, yeah, it does. Because I mean that like the word low, it doesn't indicate below 50%. Like 50% and then boom, 49 is low life. It's like it's basically just half-life. But yeah, that does make sense, I guess.
That's how it was before.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I was really curious about them. We were trying to figure out what it was. Cool. Force move, is that something that can be a keybind instead of taking up a skill slot?
Oh.
So it works the same way as POE 1.
Yes.
I guess that the thought with that is just like most people probably want force move on left click anyway, right?
Not necessarily.
I know this because we have Dennis as a friend here. He does not use force move on left click. He is a right-click move gamer. Was it right-click? I think it was right-click because MOBAs.
I mean, I guess maybe not. Like I suppose we could change that, but hang on, can't you? Okay, so can't you
Oh, no.
change like? Because you know the skill binds that are like Control W and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like you can control you can change those to
You
not
can
be using
change-
Control, right?
Yes, you can change all your keybinds. The main issue for a lot of people right now is they would like to have in this keybind settings force move to be like whether you put it on mouse button 1 or not. Right now, it's costing you a skill slot, and we're already a little bit for some builds a little bit
Right.
short on that.
I would have thought that when you include the control, like they're more inconvenient, but like the Control Q, Control W, that kind of stuff. Those ones, like, are you really using all of those as well? Because I feel like you could just use the like skill slot 10 or whatever the last one is, like at the end there, and then use that one as your force move, and then just rebind it to something that doesn't require precision control. And then if you do that, you should be able to use that. But like, I mean, I guess there's no real reason we couldn't change it to not use a skill slot potentially. But
Yeah.
I guess I figure that it's not usually a problem at the moment if you're able to do that.
A lot of people want that for sure.
Yeah. You use mouse button 4 when your left click was acting up. Wow. Fuck. You can't have too many skill slots. Coming from an MMO player, you can absolutely have too many skill slots. Doesn't WASD and controllers get free force move? Technically, yeah. Yeah, they do. They do get a free force move. Because it's just built in.
Okay, interesting. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
look, I'll table it with the UI guys and see if they want to do it then.
Yeah. Also, pretty small sample size, but I polled the people watching on Twitch right now, and 77% are saying they do want to know. I actually thought it would be more people against.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, so do
Okay.
with that what
All
you
right,
will.
well, that's an interesting data point to have.
Yeah. Yeah, curious. Right. I would like to hear a little bit more about towers and like buffing the maps and like
Yeah,
if
sure.
you can talk about that a little bit because before the vibe I was getting as a player, it's felt a little bit like synthesis like where I would be like trying really hard to maximize my area and buffing it up. And that could maybe sound a little
Oh.
tedious. So yeah, I would just love to hear you talk about towers more.
Yeah, so effectively, so you unlock towers. The towers are there's quite a few around, so you can always like, and the radius is actually quite large. And what that means is that generally speaking, the amount of
You legit missed Synthesis League? To be honest, I was such a bad player back then that I didn't even make use of the Synthesis League fully. It was bad. Oh, wow, what was I even playing back then? Must have been some like jank build.
things that get added, like the amount of breaches, for example, that you add when you use a breach tablet. Generally speaking, you're going to be there's more in radius that could receive the breach than the number that
All your builds are jank? Okay, I'll have you know they are not. Except when they are.
than the number than the number that it's going to be adding.
Okay.
So for that reason, like 'cause I know there was some concern, that we had initially that like because you have
went
to
around
like
doing
run
synth?
maps to get to the tower
Damn.
in the first place, you're effectively consuming some of the maps you would have been able to use, you know, that would have gotten buffed. And that is true, but because the radius is so large, and because like the number that they'll add, of breaches it might add might be like 6 or something, or 6, 7, something like that. It means that generally speaking, there'll always be more maps in the radius than there will, even ones you haven't run yet, than what you add.
Okay.
In terms of adding them to overlapping stuff, like because there's overlapping towers, you can still get a situation where like you want to try and maximize this.
Yeah.
But and yes, you can only add one, use each tower one time. So effectively, like you want to find the tower, like go to it, add whatever mechanic you're adding, find some nearby towers potentially if there are nearby ones. Use those as well, like add them all, and then once you've done that, you get the overlapping radii for the mods, and then you run them. So effectively works like that.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, if you've got any specific questions about it, I can certainly
Well,
answer
can
them.
you use towers multiple times?
No, you can't. So just one time each.
Honestly, it's hard because again, I haven't played, which I love. I love
Yeah,
that
yeah,
I haven't played. I would just like, do you like it? Like, is it fun? Like, is it something you're confident that you think people will
I
enjoy?
mean, I think
vibe
it's
check.
pretty fun.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty fun, but it's kind of like, look, it's one of those things we'll just have to
Fun
see how it
is
works in some ways. Like,
subjective.
what we don't really know is like what the long-term feel of it is, like when you actually really ramp everything.
He doesn't like it. He's like, I just gotta do the PR. You know, it's fun. It's fun. Yep. It's fun. You were on and off until like Prophecy. Goddamn, it wasn't Prophecy like one of the way back leagues. Prophecy was a really old one, wasn't it?
Everything to like max, and with but like what's the steady state like once you've reached the like point of just grinding forever? And that I sort of have a hard time knowing. Like we haven't done like the amount of time we need to invest to be able to really test that is like more than what we have, so it's kind of hard for us to know that. But the actual just like when you just play it normally, like it's cool. Like it does
2016.
work well, and I'm
Really?
enjoying that. The hard part, yeah, as I said, the hard part to know will be like once you've got infinite resources and you could just like, you know, you've got as much as you will it feel bad then? And I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
I'm hoping not though. There are generic tablets as well, by the way, that don't relate to a specific mechanic. And those ones like add more general mods that just sort of affect all maps. So that's another thing as well, just so you know. So we've got that too.
That's very fun.
And I am sure that we're going to be playing around a lot with the mod pools and other things like this, and sort of like, you know, like affecting the juicing experience is definitely something that needs a lot more actual testing to really know like how far that goes and how well it works. I'm sure that will be an area that receives heavy balance
Cool.
as we're going through.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of doing early access, I guess.
Right.
I was yesterday on a podcast called Dropped Frames, and Ko and JP asked Ezekiel to make them a question for today's podcast that I said I would ask them. And Ezekiel asked, why was it a conscious choice to make the game more difficult than POE 1?
So
Is it actually
I
more
guess
difficult
I don't
though?
know that I would say that the conscious choice was to make the game more difficult as the because that makes it sound like the goal is we're going to make it more difficult, whereas what the goal was to make the combat more engaging, and on some level that did make the game more difficult. But I wouldn't say that was like this is what we're setting out to do. If you know what I mean, it's like we're setting out to make the combat good, and to me at least, good combat involves some level of challenge, and so that's kind of what you end up with. So yeah, I guess that's kind of what that's what it really comes down to. It's just like the
Wait, they were gonna make this for mobile? What the fuck? Wasn't that just like an idea? You're making a passive tree today, seeing what you can conjure up before you start your 0 damage build. Good luck. I don't remember much, if at all, anything about the mobile for POE. You'll spawn as one of the pets of a random player and just be a spectator. Yikes.
it's a natural part of that.
Cool.
That's the gameplay.
That's really
Hell
what it is.
yeah.
Yeah, engaging combat. That makes sense. A cat in the community asked, will every attack from rapid fire give stacks of tailwind?
Oh.
So it currently does.
Oh my.
I know there was a discussion happening about this. One of the designers was unhappy about it, and I think that I know there was a discussion recently that I haven't heard the result of about what's going on with that. I actually can't answer what the final state will be because I don't know. It depends on what they went off and did. But there was a discussion about it for sure. It was a balanced concern. That's what I know.
Yeah, I think that's why they were curious. So I've seen a lot of theory crafting and stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty sure they said they were going to do. Said they was going to, but since the old Diablo Immortal thing, they didn't announce it straight away. Oh. That's good.
So we have a few more Reddit questions here. I think we have a few thousand questions from Reddit, so I've just tried calling down.
Good.
This was one I found very interesting, and it was it's pretty rare to see someone so motivated after doing something for so long. Can you talk about what makes you so motivated?
I guess for me, I just want to make I want to actually make a game I'm happy with, and until I've actually done that, I think I won't be happy. You know what I mean? Like I just want to keep going. Like I was never fully happy with POE 1. There was always more to do. It's always like it's just we're still not in a good place yet. I want to make that perfect action RPG.
That's based.
I'll just keep going until I've achieved that, right? And maybe that's impossible to like make something really truly perfect, but like I guess I'm just ultimately motivated to fix things.
Yeah.
Like I want, I just want everything to be perfect, and so we keep going until we get to that point, which maybe is impossible. As far as I know, that's what's driving me really.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's a great answer. I mean, it's very this like talking to you as well. It's very fun. So it's great. Keep it up.
Might have been a POE
Next
1 like
question
game.
is does hardcore still go to softcore?
Yes. So it works the same as POE1.
So effectively, like I was thinking about actually starting softcore this time, but I could effectively just start playing on hardcore, die, and just continue on softcore then.
Yeah.
Fell asleep again. Wait, but you're waking up like really early. Holy balls. Fall back asleep. Hope you had a good sleep, Jamie. Until now. Going to bed again now? Alright. Hope you have a great sleep, beautiful. Good night. Hope you sleep well.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Yeah, sure. I mean, hopefully that will happen by the time you're like 3 areas in. So
Okay.
but we'll see. But we'll see. We'll see.
Damn. All right. Oh
Have a
wow.
good stream, thank you.
So like, yeah. How hardcore rival do you think it is for your first time?
I think that would be. I think it probably would really not be hardcore viable, just because
Yeah.
there's going to be mechanics on bosses that you're going to need to learn.
Oh.
That being said, look, I mean, you can with enough grinding and like if you really over prepare for everything, right? You obviously can be very you can be successful. But yeah, like if you're playing at a regular pace. Like bosses will kill you just due to like learn the mechanics. Like there are things that are subtle about them.
You've never watched Ziz's stream before? Is he actually a good hardcore player? Yeah. I would say he's good. I'd say he's very good. He's one of the few people that play hardcore. I mean, he does die to some things, but, I'd say he's a good player. Very good player.
And,
Yeah.
He's one of those OG players that knows a lot about the game.
You have to work them out, or like obviously like you've never seen like everything is very well telegraphed, but like if you don't know what it's telegraphing, like until
He
you've
makes
seen the
bait
ability one
left and
time,
right.
what I would say is if you were like playing behind someone and every single boss fight you like watched a video of someone playing it first before you fought it in hardcore,
Yeah.
I think you could probably do it that way, but where's the fun in that, right? Like you want to experience all the stuff for the first time yourself, so that I would say you can do. So
Very
yeah,
cool.
that's I would say play softcore your first time, or at least play hardcore and die, and then play softcore the rest, and you should be alright.
Yeah. No, I was actually
Yikes. So hardcore is like not recommended by the main dev.
like bouncing.
I mean, it makes sense. They probably don't want to like fully balance for hardcore. Nah, you'd win.
Between which one I
So
should do, and then
good.
it was finally Ben that convinced me that I should play softcore because of server issues. And I think that obviously that is something we're all concerned about. So
I have a feeling like if there are server issues, it probably won't be.
What spell is the Infernalist using? I'm gonna guess like SRS, right? But then you can't cast SRS manually, so... She probably just finished casting some like Flame Blast and then letting out the SRS. You'd win by dying and being sent to soft. Bring back old DD mobs? Fuck that.
That like it's like lag server side on the individual like on an individual instance. It's much more likely to be like back-end problems which like boot off to 100,000 people get booted off kind of thing. That's
Right.
kind of like a different type, rather than like a like, oh, it's just crappy performance. Like I would hope anyway. I mean,
Yeah.
you never really know, but like I just have a feeling it was much more likely to be those kinds of problems, like the like horrible back-end issue that I have to get up before at 2 a.m. to work out, rather than the like just slow grind.
yeah, how
But yeah, hopefully we're able to solve that issue.
how confident are you feeling?
Ooh. Personally, you're using Flame Blast with Solar Orb, then casting while channeling some fireballs. Oh. Cast while channeling fireballs. You still don't have a build name for your build? Uh-oh. You should call it Golden Amount of Cock. Except that it doesn't have cast on crit in it, which is kind of sad.
Like, it's hard. Apparently, not very. If I'm
Yeah.
if I'm saying like that, the issue is just like, you know, I really have
Just
no
the
idea
right
how many
amount of
people will turn up
cock,
on day
yeah.
one. Like we can look at supporter pack sales and we can say like, okay, well there's at least this number, but on day one, you know, we're not sure. And the other thing as well is that there are things like what's console going to be like. I just don't know really.
Yeah.
Like how many people will turn up there. It's really hard to say. Yeah, I it's very hard to feel confidence even though we're doing a bunch of testing and things like that, just because, like, you know, as I said, it's a new game, you never know what's going to happen. Like, launches are just like notorious for like random issues, right?
Mhm.
And it's not for lack of people trying to make sure that, like, you know, it's not like we're like, oh, you know, just cheaping out on servers or something like
Yeah.
that, right? Like we will do our best to get as much as we can, but you just never know what kind of a random performance issue can go wrong. And the
This
sucky
trap
thing
has
about it is like
cock.
you
Oh
can make
my
some really
God.
subtle mistake somewhere, and it results in like a huge amount of chaos for the players because, like, you know, you go over some weird threshold and you get some deadlock or some random thing happens and it just everything dies. And so yeah, that kind of stuff really sucks. I really hope we can do well. I mean, the nice thing is, at least, is that you know, it's all based on POE 1 back and stuff. Like, that's been tested to a pretty reasonable degree by this point.
Yeah.
You know, I think we can do okay. But on the other hand, we may get more players than what our back end has ever dealt with before.
Yeah.
And I think it's very, very likely at this point that will happen.
Yeah.
You know, as I said, you can never really know.
I don't know if you're like comfortable sharing a number you're prepared for, but like, are you prepared for like 1 million players, for example? If that's something you're.
Well, a million is how many is what we're prepared for as far as instance capacity goes.
Ooh.
Um,
Really? Instance capacity? Wow.
We also are prepared to increase that as well, like in terms of just like talking to cloud vendors and stuff like that about, like, you know, what if we go over this? Like, do we have a plan for how we're going to scale up? Like that kind of stuff. So 1 million
Ooh, that's gonna be so costly for them. Holy balls.
is the capacity that we'll have on day one, like before we know how many people we're going to get. And my hope is that that'll be enough.
Instance capacity? So what I'm assuming when he says instance capacity, cloud vendor. So cloud vendor is basically... I assume when he says cloud vendor, it's basically just like... It's not as simple as just buying more servers, but I assume cloud vendor is basically like buying more servers. Just to dumb it down a bit. When he says instance capacity, I don't know exactly what he means, but when he says it, I'm thinking like, no way. Maybe he means more technical terms, but yeah, I just don't know. I have no idea.
Huh.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure we'll get it in 1 million. I don't think it's going to go. I think the chance of going above 1 million is pretty low, honestly. But you never know. You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
I think, as I said, I think
Imagine over 100 people in an instance with all that MTX. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, there's no fucking way, right? Because that's what I was thinking. Like, 1 million people in a single instance, like, in town. 1 million people. Holy shit. I'm not even sure most MMOs can do that. Like, you would... The person's PC would probably just explode. You wanted to take your time exploring, but now you feel like you want to go to get ahead by a bit and get away from the masses. I don't know if he means instance capacity like what we're thinking, but who knows?
the chance of going above that is pretty low. Just because bear in mind, it is
Instance cap is probably server cap, probably. Yeah, he's probably talking in like way more. Fuck, I just said it like a few minutes ago. Like just developer speak, more backend stuff. 1 million instances of area. That could be it as well. That could be cool. Okay.
It is paid, right? It's not like
Yeah.
okay. Let me say this on our full release when it's free. Like I think the numbers will be much higher than 1 million. I think that's going to be very very high, like absurdly high. But for a paid early access,
Oh god. They have to also take into account like DDoSing and shit, which obviously they probably will. Also, hey Kimchi. Kimchi rice. Hello. Never played POE, but instantly bought early access for POE 2. You're expecting the player count to be higher than 1 million, to be honest? Ooh. Can I ask you a question? Like, have you heard of POE 1 before instantly buying POE 2? Free game with this quality definitely going to be insane, yeah. Blizzard is going to DDoS. Yeah, well, I assume they already know about this stuff. They're probably gonna have decent DDoS protection. We hope. What's the most we had per one league? 140k? Really? That's the thing though, like the marketing for Path of Exile 2 has been super good. They're marketing to like way more people, so there's let's see. Most 129k, really? That's pretty big. Fuck, I can't find this info. You knew of PoE 1 for a long time, but never felt like playing it personally. Felt like an outdated and complicated to get into. But since in a way PoE 2 will be kind of a fresh start, feels like a better game to start in. Okay. That's quite cool to know. I assume a lot of people will probably think like that. That and like they just never heard of PoE before and PoE 2 looks cool. That's quite cool to see. New players getting into PoE through PoE 2. It's very awesome. 228k on Steam alone in July. Oh, on Steam alone. So we had 200k-ish on July only on Steam. Exactly, that doesn't account for standalone. Wow, so wait. It's kind of large then. Because that's only counting Steam numbers, yeah?
think getting to 1 million would be a very good success. Like that would be crazy. But yet I think that we might be on the way to it for sure.
Yeah.
As I said, 1 million is what we're, because of the fact that we're like, we want to make sure we don't screw this up. 1 million is what we're getting for instance capacity. When I say instance, by the way, I'm talking about the actual servers that individual players play on, as opposed to like the back end, which is like where all the
oh, that's nice. He's clarifying.
you know, which is the scaling challenge that's much more hard to know.
Cool.
Now, as far as like testing,
So yeah, Baron was right.
like testing the backend and making sure it can work. The hard part there is like, can you simulate player numbers? Like,
Hey, dried chicken. All ready for PoE 2? I guess as ready as we can be. We're just looking at more info from Ziz's new Q&A. We'll see. I'm literally gonna be sleeping when PoE early access releases. Me big brain. It's insane that PoE 1 gets like 190k per league for such an old game. I guess you could say it's insane, but yeah. their hard work has paid off. You saw the interview live? Oh shit, bug. It's a really good amount of questions so far. Good questions, good Q&A.
Correctly enough to actually know what's going on.
Oh god, and knowing about the low life threshold, that's an interesting one. 35% for low life is so weird. Which is interesting because if you want to force low life with Infernal List, was it? The Ascendancy, you have to allocate every single one. Yeah, you have to allocate 2, 3, and 4. All of these for low life activation. Which is pretty interesting. What do you think about the unlimited pause in boss fight drama? There's already drama. Okay, so when they brought it up, I was already like, that's gonna be abused. And I gave my reasoning for why. And my reasoning is that people are just gonna be constantly pausing to get the optimal movement, and, you know, they can just dodge everything because you can pause forever. Like, with just a lag switch. Huge drama? Ben made a video on it too. Oh shit. Oh, what did you say? Is it this one? You think it doesn't matter? People who pause won't kill boss as fast as people who don't need to? Biggest issue. Alright, let's see what he says.
I'm so bricked up with the news going hardcore. I mean, so the biggest thing that we got from this interview, hardcore related, there's two things. One, if the system works the way they've like, tried to design it, dying to like game crashes or internet going.
Game isn't tuned around hardcore. Well, yeah. It's not. I mean, clearly. Hardcore has never been... the game has never been tuned around hardcore, especially in Path of Exile 1. But it's like almost tuned around logout macro. Anyone who uses hardcore argument can walk away. No, I don't think that's correct either. Well, we'll see what he says. Just pause at every boss attack and think what to do next. Yeah. Like, if you can do that. You remove Ben's advantage of having good reflexes. They get the turn-based player base to get into POE too then. Oh
Going out,
god.
just won't happen. Like 100
Hell
millisecond
yeah.
pause into you log back in, or like and like you're still there, you're fine. That is so much better than before, where it was like sometimes game crashes would instantly kick you out, sometimes they wouldn't, sometimes you were in for 6 seconds offline, sometimes you were in for literally minutes before you got sent offline, based on like what kind of crash it was. My guess is if you have a super like a bad lag spike, but it's not like a clean break, it just like causes big latency, but it's like it's like very fast, like packet loss problems, it might not pause properly still. But like if you just alt F4 during like as soon as you see lag, I think you'll just like always be chilling, or just hit your pause button itself, I guess.
And he's saying this is good
But
right now.
also pause, like when it comes to game crashing, alt F4ing, your computer turning off, losing power, losing internet, the pause during that I like a lot. I think it's really good. I think players being able to pause is gonna suck, and it's gonna, like the way it was described, it's gonna create gameplay patterns that are cringe. Like,
Hey Melty. How do you win an Atlas map to progress to the next map? As far as we know, I think if it has a boss, you have to kill the boss. When it doesn't have a boss, I assume it's gonna be like kill X amount of monsters, maybe? We don't know. I think. I'm not sure if we know 100% on what needs to be fulfilled in the maps that don't have bosses, yeah? Does Ben not use the macro to close the game? I think I'm pretty sure he does have a logout macro, like a full logout one. Being able to use pause can cause so much security issues. Oh, security issues? How? Am I not seeing this?
It just sounds too strong. It's kind of all it is. Like I don't think pausing. I don't think you should be able to activate a menu.
Instead of making it server side, it's going to be client side. Oh, are you talking about like cheating issues? I mean, it still technically is server side. It's not fully client side. Like it's just pausing it. I'm not sure on the fine workings of that, because it still is server side. Yeah, it's 100% still server side. We just get the trigger to cause it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure.
And you'll pause during a boss fight ever. If I'm just sitting there pausing multiple times per second and looking at what the boss is doing,
This is literally what I was talking about. You just pause constantly and you'll never lose. You can just keep going.
it'll be so much easier to react to what he's doing. You can read the telegraph while you're paused, plan out where you're gonna walk. Like
I
even
literally
if you
said
put up a
this
dark
too.
screen while paused,
Pre-wash.
I mean, you can just record your gameplay on a second monitor and have it all playing on your second monitor. Like, there's no way to prevent pausing during bossing
Yeah.
causing problems. It's always going to cause problems.
That's the thing, though. Like, I can see why this is such a good feature. And he even said it's a good feature. But as I was also saying before, and as Ben is saying right now, it is going to be abused.
And I'm going to abuse the fuck out of it as much as I can, as egregiously as I can on stream, to hopefully make it look awful. That's the goal. I want to fight a boss fight and pause 500 times and have nothing but flame in the chat and in the comments and everywhere just to start that fire, because I think it's gonna suck. I think it's gonna be really stupid. We'll see.
Ooh, he's gonna have to get a lag switcher
I'm
for
glad
that.
that Jonathan talked about like being able to leave boss fights, because like I think being able to leave boss fights once you enter them is really important.
Oh yeah, that's super important. Yeah, I think it has to be done. Everything in POE is triggered server side. Even when we were playing in predictive, when you didn't get server confirmation, nothing dies. Yeah. It's such an easy fix though. The manual pause can just have cooldown. But then that like comes into question, like how bad is the person's internet? How do you save those kind of people? Or are they just left to dry out in the sun and just die? It is game breaking. Manual pause in a boss fight should TP you back to last checkpoint. Or they should give it a 2-second cast time. Or just limit it to 3 manual pauses. That is one way of doing it, actually. Limiting it to X number of pauses. Like, if your internet is that bad, you probably should be kicked out of the bus to go back to checkpoint, maybe. That is one way to limit it. It's possible. If you only do it with manual pause, people would trigger network issues on purpose to pause. Yeah, absolutely. Like they will use a lag switch to force the pause. Just the manual pause. In your opinion regarding the lag pause, it's better to have it overall than not have it. Yes, absolutely as well. Like it is better to have it, but it can currently be abused. So as Dried Chicken was saying, honestly, the band-aid of like three pauses could be kind of cool. Just just as the limiter. Because if you're doing a boss and you trigger a pause that often, you probably should be out of the boss, like just to get safe. Especially if it's like hardcore. If it's softcore, probably doesn't matter. But if you can dodge with a pause, you can dodge better without the pause. Perfect timing, something once versus perfect timing, a pause and a dodge. No, that's not true at all. You can fine tune your dodge to the pixel if you pause, because it just gives you, like, the brain can only work so fast, right? There's only so much reaction time you can have. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Oh, okay. Limited to like one manual pause every 10 seconds, and the lag pause to only trigger 10 seconds after pause is detected. Just think about it. Taking your time to look at the boss AoE, boss animation, and then think about where to move. Exactly. Me with the reaction time of a 90-year-old. I need it. Help. Yeah. You will always be able to dodge something with pauses way better than with no pauses. Like, take Maven's even her memory game, but not just her memory game, like her rotating arena. You could move through that arena perfectly if you're pausing all the time. You just pause, dot yourself through the way, and you'll never get hit. Versus, like, sometimes, sometimes you have like pepega movement because you're panicking or something. But if you have as much time, frame perfect task, yeah. So if you have as much time to think about where you're going, if you just, because you have unlimited time with the pause, it does break the game. So they probably need to limit it at some point in some form, because you can force it with a lag switch. You'll feel like playing Divinity Original Sin 2. Yeah. Maven better make a reappearance, or like her parents or something. Her parents will probably show up lore-wise, because, I mean, they were supposed to. You don't know, because who really will be abusing this lag switch? Like extreme tryhards and hardcore, right? Yeah. Limiting the lag pause for the rest of the players who might be experienced spikes isn't a good solution, in my opinion. That's the thing. This is always a case of like cat and mouse for games like this. But in games where, take Ben for instance. He is a top player in POE. He's basically just the best player in POE. In Gauntlet, this will allow anyone to beat a boss with way less skill. Sure, they will take a lot longer, but they will kill the boss if they do their stuff properly. Sure, it does take a bit of skill still, but this, it is a problem. It would nerf Ben's godlike reaction advantage. Yeah, it would. Imagine that when you unpause on boss, time goes 2x until the time you spent pause is recovered. That's kind of fucked. but it does seem possible, right? Because you are forcing a lag switch. So things could speed up. I mean, it is possible for that to happen, but I assume that's like not what you want to happen, or else you're just dead. But yeah, people in hardcore would probably abuse this as much as possible if they want to, live. But in situations like Gauntlet, where there is actually a monetary value to do this, that is a huge problem. Because once you have monetary value on the line, anyone could do it. And that's when things get messy. So it's not just regular play. It's more of just like in the future, if games like PoE have, well, if PoE has events, what's Gauntlet? So Gauntlet is an event where that Zizaran hosts, where basically the game is just way harder, but it has like money that you can win, it has rewards that you can get for beating X boss before other people, like as fast as possible. It's basically just a race. Isn't it so easy to moderate though? You got a guy constantly lagging during boss hits? Technically yes. But that's where it comes in. Like, is it fine to abuse because it's in the game? I guess that's where the question would come into play then. So I guess in a way you are right, Grey Ram, actually. Zizaran could just say, if you abuse that, you're out of the race. You're done. He could just easily say that, and the problem will be fixed. But, yeah. Maybe it's just that easy. Maybe we're just thinking about it too much. But who knows? I still think the ability to pause is very, very OP, and it will be abused. But yeah. All it comes down to what's ethical or not, yeah. They can disable it for Gauntlet. Yeah, he did say you can disable it. Like, you don't see a huge deal. Some people don't like logout macros. Yeah. Where was that video?
And like that is good. One thing about logging out in PoE that seems to be gone is risk. Like, if you have really good internet and you can use TCP logout and it never 6 seconds you, it's honestly way too strong and it shouldn't exist. It's bullshit. Like, you can be like 10 milliseconds from death and live, and it's kind of dumb. For the vast majority of my time playing this game, and most people's time playing this game, that's not how logout works. Like, most people aren't in that scenario. I use /exit for the last like 3 or 4 years, which means for me in America, I have like about a half-second delay when I log out until I'm actually offline, if it works properly. Sometimes
Logout macro is much better than pause in boss ring regard. Oh, absolutely, because there's a downside. You lose a portal, right? In this case, pausing has no downside. You just gain the upside of being able to do anything you want, and being able to have so much time to think about what you want to do next and where you want to move, what you want to do. So it is not as easy as just saying it's egregious because it can be abused. Like, from like what Grey Ram said, they can just moderate it. But it does trivialize, as Ben is saying right now, it does trivialize things in the game because you could just cheese it, which sucks. You bet the amount of players who actually experience lag that die to it is at least double that who would be using the lag switch, in your opinion. Yeah, you're probably right. No, you are absolutely right. The amount of people that will die to lag, well, the amount of people that will be saved due to this issue, due to like lag, due to their lag, and they get saved by this, is probably way more than the amount of people that will abuse this. You are right in that aspect. Like, it's just an overall plus for game health regarding lag. But it's just the principal ability that you have to abuse, which sucks. So I guess it all comes down to fuck, what was the word? Someone said it right here. Dokure. Well, if it's ethical, well, I guess it's kind of it. Yeah, I wouldn't say ethical. I would almost say like principle. Like, The only people taking this hard are the top 0.0001, and the people who use logout macro as an advantage. Are you saying that people using lag switch to stop deaths based on percent life can 100% be mitigated by putting a delay on when the lag causes the pause by a short amount? Well, it won't 100% stop it, but it will contribute to a lot of life saved just based on the tech that they have. It makes it a necessary gameplay feature. It's not about lag switch, you can just pause without lag. Wait, they don't have to force a lag switch, they can just... wait, so they can actually just press exit and it'll pause. Well, that's even worse. You can press escape and pause it. Yikes. So it's not even lag switch. They just press escape. That's even more... That's technically even more egregious. Whenever you want, how often you want. I mean, in terms of game balance, yeah, that does trivialize difficulty, especially when people find out. Like, obviously, there are gonna be those content people that are gonna be like, oh my god, you could cheese the game like this. Do this, and you will beat every boss. And you'll have people making videos like that. So it's gonna be widespread at some point. So it's become a gameplay feature. Yeah. That's not what you've been saying, manual pause. And why you don't think it's a big problem, except for the top 0.000. Yeah, but like... It's more... It's more just the principle of it, I would say. Less about like the ethics of it. But even the new players are going to pause in boss fights to think and analyze. That's a billionaire saying this will make them lose 1% of their wealth. Nobody cares. No, that's a terrible... That's not it at all. You want principle even though it's something that will never plague you. Well, let's see. In a way, that is true, but POE is also not fully a single-player game. Not until it plagues multiple people. We used to have to use third-party tools for loot filters until POE allowed us to. What are you getting at? You agree with limiting manual pause. Your issue is just for pauses that happen when you lag or DC. Yeah, like this the pause feature for lag and DC is huge. That is a big dub. Because dying to lags and DCs is like actually cringe. It's one of the most cringe things in ARPGs. That's why you said limit lag pause to 2 seconds after lag detected. Yeah, then limit the lag pause too. Just kick the players after a few times. It saves majority of true accidents, but prevents abuse. Yeah, just well, did they actually confirm that you can just press exit to pause? It didn't seem like it, right? It more sounded like that you can, that if you're lagging, fuck. I mean, they did say exit, but it like pauses automatically, and you can press exit to go back to the checkpoint, is what they were saying, when it's paused. Or maybe I'm just thinking about that like incorrectly. 100% they confirmed. It's why Ben is saying he wants to pause 500 times in one fight. Do you think that they've been saying you can choose to pause and leave? Hmm. Hmm. Like, I can absolutely see why this is a problem, but in a way, the problem isn't that big, as Raining is saying, but like still, it is kind of big just for the health of the game, I would say. Because I don't know, because difficulty in a game is a very like subjective matter. It's very opinionated on who likes it and who doesn't. It's kind of like Dark Souls games. For example, if you take like a Dark Souls game, and if you had the ability to pause on Dark Souls games and be like, when can I dodge this boss perfectly? Doesn't that just remove like all skill from the game? And you're basically just cheesing everything? It's gonna be cringe. There's too much controversy about it now. They're going to propose solutions. Yesterday, all big streamers were complaining and discussing it. Oh, you should not be able to cheese the most difficult thing there is to do in a multiplayer game. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Also, hey Torch. Yeah. I mean, when Torch sums it up like that, it's just based, and like you can't really say anything against that because it's true. Also, thanks a lot for the follow, Torch. It's very appreciated. But like still at base, they need to keep this feature in, but the ability to manually pause whenever you can with no regard, I mean with like no downside, is kind of insane. Just for game health. Too much Diablo in your POE too. Just remove the pause.
Times it's like a second, which is slow enough that like you really don't want to use it a lot. You'll use it if you need to, but like you don't want to use it a lot because there's risk. You don't know how long the delay is going to be. You don't know if you're going to get 6-seconded. Like,
is console crossplay? Yes. I think they confirmed that before. Everyone's going to be able to connect to each other, which is fucking massive. Hell yeah. Oh, wait. Am I thinking about a different game? Or is that PoE 2? Because I'm pretty sure this question was asked before, and I think it is going to be crossplay. Fuck. Oh, now I'm not sure. Now I'm doubting myself. That's gonna be 4 million plus players. Oh god. You don't know why you would want to play it on console though. It looks like Garbo. Honestly, it's actually not bad. Like it's actually kind of good. They made the UI a lot better from when it like first started. But yeah, it's pretty good. I played, well, I don't think I can ever play on console after playing mouse and keyboard, but problem is you can just program a network packet interceptor that introduces control. It's a lag switch, yeah, to make the game run in time lapse abusing the 1 millisecond pauses. I mean, yeah, that's literally just a lag switch, right? It should. You don't think they'd fumble that much? Yeah, wait. Can we just get a quick Google on this? Maybe to crossplay. It's so annoying. Guys keep arguing that it exists and forget how easy it is to solve. Well, yeah. Well, we know it's bad and it needs a solution, so at some point we'll get one. Yes. Also, flashbang. Yes, Path of Exile has full cross-play compatibility, meaning you'll be able to play with friends and family across PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. Yes, it does. All we want is solutions, yeah.
Like back in Betrayal League, I got 6-seconded like every like 10th logout. So like, you really didn't want to log out. The difference with pause and then respawn at checkpoint, there is no delay. The pause is instantaneous, and if the respawn at checkpoint is also instantaneous, it means it's just way too strong. Like, I mean, I just think pausing shouldn't exist at all during boss fights. But even then, I think respawn at checkpoint should have like a 1-second delay.
Pausing shouldn't exist at all checkpoints? Nah. It should, especially for people that have bad internet. Cute! Oh my god! And the solution is take like 3 seconds for them to implement. Everyone is just crying for no reason. Well, no, that's the thing. Because people are crying because there is something to fix. And, well, they aren't giving solutions, but yeah. I mean, I think outrage is fine. Outrage is actually good because it gets shit fixed faster. Especially when something is egregious. And this could potentially be egregious. And so, more eyes on the issue will, and more outrage on the issue should get it done faster. Everyone is just crying for no, oh, whoops, we already read that. Logout macro to avoid death was a bad gameplay feature as well, though. I mean, there are. I guess that's something that's been debated to death on, kind of. You died in 2 gauntlets, being stuck in game after logout. It's not a reliable way. Yeah, I mean, it's not a reliable way, but it's one of the best ways. No, Ben has given 0 potential solutions. What you want is for Ben to stop bitching randomly and say this is what I think should be and provide an example. I mean, yeah, that's the best of both worlds. But sometimes people aren't really built to make solutions like that right on the fly. And just saying no, drama bad, is dumb too. Some things just need to have eyes on. He took his time to make a whole video.
Just so like,
well, he was saying like just remove it entirely. He is giving some form of solutions, but honestly, it's kind of pepega solutions. Let's be honest, because removing it outright is not good. Because I mean, it'll save a lot of people from DC, but the manual pause, I can see the argument for removing the manual pause, but you know, it's probably just limiting it is better. Not gonna lie, this is why you like old school RuneScape. Pull it to the community like every other content coming. That is a very cool feature, isn't it? I like that feature a lot. I always liked it. The fact that the community is able to vote for one or the other. They already said they know it'll be abused, but it'll be fixed during early access. Okay. Now we already know about this. Let's continue on. So if his solution is to ignore it, is the same reason that will keep people away from hardcore. And the less people who play hardcore, the less people give a shit about his opinion, literally gatekeeping himself. What? What? Wait. If his solution is to ignore it, it's the same reason that people will keep people away from hardcore. If he just wants the mechanic removed. Then people who keep staying away from hardcore? What? Am I not understanding your reasoning properly? Anyway, how's the weather? It's looking like a logout macro out of 10. It's pretty bad. Well, no. People that want to try hardcore will try hardcore regardless of this drama. He has zero impact on this, in my opinion. They won't give a fuck. Unless what he says is like going to come true, like removing the pause completely, like the if they remove the lag switch abusable part of the pause, not the manual pause. Like, that part's good, in my opinion. That part's healthy for the game. If that part's removed after Ben says it, then I would see sort of an argument of what you're saying, him gatekeeping himself. But no, I don't think so. I don't think he's gatekeeping himself. You'll start hardcore on Friday. And if there is pause, it will be difficult for you not wanting to do it to prevent death. But you will TP out to checkpoint and try again if you have to pause. Yeah, because it's so powerful. If they remove lag switch pause, it won't change much. But if they remove manual pause, people will be up in arms. No, they won't be. What are you talking about? I don't think people would really care if they remove the manual pause. Or am I just out of touch? In case Jade was aborted from hardcore before the game was even released, why waste an ascendancy on a second escape button? True! That's actually true. You think that's the main purpose of it, right? To leave boss fights you can't handle? Technically, yeah. But like... I wonder how they can implement that better instead of just an escape immediate pause. Many people don't want to use external things like logout macros, but having a button to pause, then logout is great. That's built in. Yeah, but that's the problem. It's so powerful to the point where it will be abused. That's what we're getting at. And it does trivialize difficulty, which in turn just trivializes the game entirely. You're not going to unpause pause. That won't make you learn the boss timings. Either do that or give up. Is logout macro not trivializing difficulty as well? In a way it is, yes, but you are also limited to 6 portals. Pausing is not limited. Do we have to go over this again? But no one really learns mechanics from experience. They usually watch a video guide. Not necessarily. But, I mean, you're probably right in some form. People are gonna pause, unpause as much as fish on the spin? Oh, shit. How many times have we done that? Okay, let's get off that drama. We've been over it. We've suggested some solutions. We know the issue now. But now you're just talking as if they won't address this? What do you mean? Of course they'll address it. How am I talking as if they won't address it? I'm just pointing it out that it is unlimited. You gonna make coffee? Alright. Okay, let's get back to this video. Say I'm gonna grab a meal. Alright. Hope you get something good.
So we've got a synthetic test that goes up to 1.6 million in the back end before it falls.
Game's not even out yet, and you're trying to fix mechanics that aren't released. isn't that just part of making a better game? This is literally asking questions, trying to... a lot of these Q&As have affected how the game is being made. Isn't the whole point of like making a game better to either criticize it in some form or ask questions? Like, what do you mean? Of course you're trying to make the game better. Of course you're trying to fix mechanics. Even if the game isn't released. It doesn't matter if the game is released or not. Obviously you want a healthier game on release.
Over, and we want to try and improve that to 2 million before we launch, just so that we like can be like okay. But the thing is,
2 million. True, but all you're saying is that people being up in arms instead of just saying, I think this is how it should be, is not healthy as a community. Yeah, absolutely. I think so too. It is obviously more healthy to provide solutions with your feedback, or what was the word I just said? Criticism. That is obviously the most healthy way to do it. But we're already trying to burn the devs with how Ben is speaking, instead of giving them praise that they have listened to so many community ideas and keeping up with this next one. Yeah, but that's the thing. Just patting them on the back and saying, you know, wow, this is so great, without pointing out that it could be a huge issue, is a problem in itself. You have to give them criticism where criticism is due. So pointing out the issue is the first step, and obviously giving them more potential solutions is the better option. But criticism is key to a lot of this. It has to be done at some point. We can point it out as an issue. We just don't have to rage like Ben. In Ben's defense, he is going to rage if it's not changed on early access. And he's going to do that to make a point. If it's not changed. Obviously his way of doing things is like brute forcing the change to happen. But he's just making a point at that point. Sure, you can say he's flailing around like a child in some form. But, I mean, it gets the job done, right? If they didn't change it before release date. It's probably too late to do it at that point, but we'll see. They're probably going to get it changed. We'll just have to wait for that. Early access gives us the chance to provide feedback, yeah. So, obviously we want a healthier game. And being able to pause at every point is probably not healthy at all. Well, we already went over this. I get what you mean, Raining, though. Like, people are acting like children a lot of the time. But yeah.
Test, right? Like we write a bot that simulates what a player does, but like what if we're just wrong about that, and like people, you know, and there's all sorts of numbers that you can play around with, like how often do people change areas, and how often do people, like how many items do people pick up and not pick up, and like we don't really know the numbers for that. And
Yeah.
we can look at POE 1 and we can kind of assume that they're similar, and we can try and kind of like get things to like some kind of real.
Just saying. But he can respectively make a point by saying, I'm going to abuse this to set an example. I don't agree with the current state of this. Instead of just raging and saying how he will abuse this to show them how bad a job they did. Isn't that, like, I'm going to abuse this to set an example. Isn't that basically what he's doing? What you said is basically the same thing, but in different, like, emotional contexts at that point. Like, isn't that the way he said it? I guess you could say the way he said it wasn't, you know, ideal. But at the end of the day, it's just like he is pointing out that it is a problem. One of them is rage, the other is respectful disagreement. Yes, but like, I mean, we can point out, as long as the message is clear, it doesn't matter. Because as a content creator, he will rile up the community till we abuse the company, the same way that GGG left Reddit, because people can't be respectful. Okay, in that context, I can see it as bad. Yeah. Yeah, in a way, I can see that. I can agree with that. All you're saying is when there's prizes on the line, it's going to be abused. Yeah. It's clearly a bad feature. Well, I mean, we'll wait until something changes. He wants to create more controversy to push GGG into changing it faster. That is his point. Yeah. I mean, that's the point that I got across from him. But like, I can see Raining's point of view where it could damage the community because everyone's gonna be like, "Why did you make this GGG? Fix your game." And people could get, you know, take up the pitchforks, metaphorically, but still, who knows? Things could always be dealt with more tactfully, but you know, that's just retrospect in a nutshell, right? In your opinion, you don't think it's inherently bad feature with so many new players coming in and noting and nothing about the boss mechanics being known? It makes sense who GGG designed this mechanic for. Content creators should have no impact in game dev. I like absolutely yes. But then there's a part of me that's like content creators like Ziz is a very good example of, like, you know, giving good feedback most of the time to, you know, make the game go forward in a better area. Like, it's not exactly like black and white, but yeah. Content creators are providing feedback just like every player. Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, there is a limit to how much feedback game devs should take, because, you know, obviously some things that the players provide feedback for are like absolutely pepeg. You're just here to cause arguments. Okay. Content creators do have an impact on game devs via how their content makes people quit or stay, or even motivates and galvanizes community to support and buy. I mean, yeah, that's just the nature of it, but in terms of feedback and stuff like that, it depends. So we gotta have official polls on things like someone said. Bring the democracy to the game. That's the thing, though. It's not as simple as two choices a lot of the times, especially for things like this. There's so many choices that could... It saved old school RuneScape. Yeah. Massively, yeah. I mean, for old school RuneScape, it's a perfect system. For games like this, where there's so many fine-tuned things, it's not really a question of, like, which X feature to vote for over another. But yeah, I see what you mean. You can never make it right for everyone, but you could for the majority. GGG will probably see the stats on this early access. If more people start playing hardcore because of the mechanic, then it could count as a good thing for them. You mean like just for just for the pause mechanic to get more people into hardcore, is what you're saying? You would agree with Chicken on this. Anyone who has completed the campaign and has played during 2 leagues, not necessarily in league, but time frame, should get a vote on some of this. I mean, yeah, it could be cool. Of course, they can pool it. Look at what happened with AN. AN. Hmm? Because I personally don't want to start in hardcore. Because you don't watch some boss fight videos just to survive it. Arch no. Arch Nemesis. Ooh. Yeah, Arch Nemesis was something else. Holy shit. That was a big one. Yikes. Oof. Okay. All right. Drama over. Are you not going to start in hardcore? You have nothing to lose. You die and you go to softcore, no leaks. Oh, okay. This year when you released Arch Nemesis. Also this year we removed it. Yeah. Man, Arch Nemesis was such a shit show, wasn't it? Like, yikes. That was something. I mean, maybe it's time to play hardcore because we got pause. Let's fucking go.
That would be crazy. But yet I think that we might be on the way to it for sure.
Yeah.
As I said, million is what we're, because of the fact that we want to make sure we don't screw this up. 1 million is what we're getting for instance capacity. When I say instance, by the way, I'm talking about the actual servers that individual players play on, as opposed to like the back end, which is like where all the which is the scaling challenge that's much more hard to know.
Cool.
Now, as far as like testing.
Fun fact about Arch Nemesis is that right before they removed it, half the community started to love it for loot goblins. Ooh, and then they were like, "Ah, shit! They found the loot," and then they got to remove it. Fuck.
Like testing the backend and making sure it can work. The hard part there is like, can you simulate player numbers, like correctly enough to actually know what's going on? So we've got a synthetic test that goes up to 1.6 million in the back end before it falls over.
Wow.
And we want to try and improve that to 2 million before we launch, just so that we like can be like okay. But the thing is
ooh, they're effectively DDoSing themselves, eh? With 1.6. You know, you think you even convinced K approach to start in hardcore? Really? No way. He might do it. Just see how far you get before continuing in softcore. Oh my. Oh god, he might hate that. No! Well, what if he dies to like the first white pack and gets like overwhelmed and stunned? Then it's already there. And then he's gonna have to start in softcore. You lose nothing though? Yeah, I guess that's true. People also made tools to find the gods. Oh my god. Might not be DDoS, might be server load or optimization. Yeah, like it's effectively a DDoS, but not really, you know. Pride. Oof. Yeah, true. You can pause while fighting while Wait, did they confirm that you can only pause in the boss? Because that's where they were talking, yeah? You can only pause in the boss, but not anywhere else? Or any boss that has like a checkpoint? You can pause anywhere. Oh god. Okay. Well,
that's a synthetic test, right? Like we write a bot that simulates what a player does, but like what if we're just wrong about that? And like people, you know, and there's all sorts of numbers that you can play around with, like how often do people change areas, and how often do people, like how many items do people pick up and not pick up, and like we don't really know the numbers for that. And
yeah,
we can look at POE 1 and we can kind of assume that they're similar, and we can try and kind of like get things to like some kind of real world situation, but then it'll just be some other.
Who needs Chronomancer where you can just pause? Yeah, but the thing is, Chronomancer can pause the mobs and not you. So, you know, that's one upside of Chronomancer. It's still pretty good. Day 3 patch note. Fiction issue where minions would keep fighting while the game is paused. Ooh. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah, imagine. That would be insane. Pause them, then pause the game. Oh shit. Double pause.
Other random thing we don't even think about. Like, we write a bot that simulates what a player does, but like, what if we're just wrong about that? And like, people, you know, and there's all sorts of numbers that you can play around with. Like, how often do people change areas, and how often do people, like, how many items do people pick up and not pick up? And like, we don't really know the numbers for that. And
Yeah.
we can look at POE 1 and we can kind of assume that they're similar, and we can try and kind of like get things to like some kind of real world situation. But then it'll just be some other random thing we don't even think about that like players end up doing that we just don't even, that can cause the issue. So, the other thing as well is like, what if we just didn't like? Okay, so sure, we wrote it to that many.
Before patch note, fiction issue where players can get unpaused while map was not. Oh, that's OP. Oh my god. Imagine. People already want to do minion builds on Warbringer. To go into Jade while minions fight. Oh, that's actually interesting, isn't it? Wow, as a defensive layer, that's kind of good, isn't it? That's kind of a good idea. Because, you know, you don't need to do anything.
Players like as a test, but there could be like even more subtle elements. Like here's a random example we did think about, but like just to sort of give you an example.
Fixed an issue where Warbringer can move while in Jade skin. Imagine how OP that would be. Holy balls. You know what? Something like that actually might crop up. Someone's gonna find a way to move while in Jade skin. I almost guarantee it. Unless they like coded the shit out of that real good.
Example of the kind of subtlety that happens here. So we have processes in the backend called instance managers, which like deal with like effectively they just like know where all the instances are, like all the game instances are, and like if they fall over, you know, like if they're keeping track of them effectively.
Yeah.
And we've got more than one of these, but like to know which one to contact, you need to know, like you need to have something to work out like what is the thing that like that will tell you like which instance manager I should be talking to whenever I'm going to go to a new area. And so that we shard this based on the area the area index. And the thing that we realized recently was that like when everyone plays the game initially, they're all going to be in the same area. They're all going to be starting in what's called G11, which is like the first area of the game. And then a bunch of those people, like there'll be a very similar amount of time that people will take to get from there to the next area.
Yeah.
And so that means that everyone will go from there to like the next area. And so that means like all the load's going to be on one of these instance managers, and then all the load's going to move to a different instance manager. It's all going to happen at the same time, which means there's actually like the thing with having more of these is like completely defeated by just the way that will happen on launch. And like that's not something that our load test would immediately notice because like we kind of have to think about how the actual players will actually be behaving on release day to be able to see that kind of issue. So like that's one we did think of, but like there could be 200 other things like that we didn't think of that like, you know, could result in problems. And so this is the kind of stuff that like, you know, as I said, that you just never expect in the back end. So this is probably like way too much detail, and like I'm being way too
I love
general
the
here,
transparency. It's really great.
but okay. But anyway, as I said, that's the kind of issue. So I'm hoping that whatever it is like really obvious. Like whatever problem we do run into is like really obvious to us, so we can just fix it. But it's because the part that really sucks is like the thing fell over. Like there's no crash, there's no like thing. It's just a bunch of people got disconnected. There's no logs. There's nothing for us to even latch onto it. That's like the really horrible type of issue that I really hope we don't run into. You know, I you never know. We'll see what happens.
Oh, imagine crashing console players like you crash other people. Ooh. Not good. In POE 1, you were able to kill bosses with minions while being... Yeah, while you were dead. This is how your friend used to kill Shaper on his Golemancer when Shaper was released fresh. Bad people find their cheese. You wonder how console players will access the trade system. Do they need to leave the game? Everything to trade or use a different device? I I assume, well, they are going to need to use a different device, kind of like how, you have to access the browser out of the game to access the trade site. But there is the in-game currency trade system as well. So yeah, they're going to need to like use the phone maybe to access the trade site and then, make the trade to get the trade to pop up on game. Just pause the game and invite Fishy to your party, he will kill any boss. What the fuck? Yeah, with my OP Pathfinder build that does 0 damage, but infinite HP regen. You'll crash Fishy's hideout with some bugged build. -5 portals. Whoa. Fuck you. What the fuck? I'm assuming pause will only be worth for party later. Other players shouldn't be able to hold map hostage. Yeah, I assume so. Like, that would make the most sense. Because that would kind of be a problem. It's like imagine playing a MOBA and someone else is just fucking constantly fucking pausing for no reason. You're like, oh my god, let me play the fucking game. Ah, fuck. Like Dead Cell? Oh, you're talking about Deadlock. Yeah, Deadlock does have the pause system, doesn't it? Honestly, the pause system is not bad. Yeah, that one. Yeah. That's probably the same like Warframe. Wait. The only trade system I know from Warframe is like in-game. You have to go to like specific places. Kind of like old school RuneScape. Back when the Grand Exchange wasn't a thing. At least that's how I was trading in Warframe before.
I'm hoping it will be okay.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you could just do a surprise launch right now. Then there won't be like no one's expecting it.
You're going SSF2, right? Honestly, I was thinking of going SSF. But, trade is pretty good. There are websites to list stuff in Warframe, but you trade like POE where you have to be in the same location. Oh. Because the only trade that I was ever doing in Warframe was like in the game chat, in the game trade chat and shit. And you have to go to like specific areas to trade. I don't remember there being trade sites. How will we ask for free divs if you go SSF? True. The dojos, yeah.
Yeah, you just
Well, there was somehow I don't think that's a good idea. So, I guess what'll be really interesting to see is how big do the queues get on.
By the way, those divs are mine. And mine alone. Stay away from them.
Yeah, that could be scary.
Yeah.
But I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay.
I'm excited. I'm very hyped. Awesome. Thank you so much for the transparency there. That was more in depth than I was expecting, and yeah, love it. A question about
Migrate the
ExileCon.
divs on the mule to trade with
Are there going to be more ExileCons? Will there be one before or after release? Like, what's the vibe there?
I don't need divs.
So
what are you talking
we
about?
were actually originally planning to have one next year, and as it got closer, we were just like, man, do we really want to? Are we really wanting to be having to deal with another ExileCon this close? Like it's we're pretty tired right
It's a lot of work.
now. I don't know if I can actually. It's a lot of work, and it is like a huge amount of work. So we're kind of like, you know what? We're not going to do one in 2025. So we'll think about the year after that. But we were, as I said, we actually originally like had made a booking and everything of like the venue, and we're actually keen. But then when we really looked at it, we were like, I worry that we're going to be like close to like to like if we're like really close to the release at that point when that would have been scheduled, that could just be really like too much load on our studio all at one time, because running an ExileCon really is like, it is a crazy amount of work for the whole studio. Like it's just a huge amount of stuff. So
it would be. You think it'll be no problem with free divs on SSF? If your character will be locked in SSF forever? But yeah, but what if I migrate? Oh my god.
I am almost certain we'll have another one. I just don't think we're gonna have. We're just not gonna have one next year. Just because it's gonna be too much going on. I think for our studio. Because it's really fun to run them. Like even though it's all that work, like it is really fun to run them and like having all the community there. Like it's a really fun thing. And like if we had infinite resources, then having ExileCon right before the full release would be like the most amazing marketing opportunity, right?
Yeah.
Like that would be great. But then the idea of having to do all of that and
Migration
also
will
get the release out at the
equal
same
exploit.
time, it's just
shit.
like it's just too much. I just don't think we'd be able to do it.
I paused too close to the sun. Setting. I exploited.
Makes sense. Makes sense. It's a lot of work. Question again about bosses. Is every single boss going to be you die once and it's over? Like, you collect 300 Zesh Duelist splinters or whatever?
Right. So we've actually had quite a lot of conversations about this topic.
Practicing pause skills? Hell yeah. I'm getting pretty good, eh? Oh my god. Abuse.
With the 300 splinters thing, just to, by the way, is like they do come in stacks, so it's not like you have to fight 300 breaches to do that. But this was definitely a question. Should we allow...
Oh, did he say 300 breaches to do that? Wait, do we only get one splinter per? No fucking way, right?
Allow more portals for some of these bosses because, like, it's like the first time that you save up, the first time you're going to fight it, and then you just die instantly to some ability, and, like, is that okay?
Listen, he said in stacks. Oh, okay.
Be able to do it.
That makes sense.
And, like, if we had infinite resources, then having ExileCon right before the full release would, and also get the release out.
Makes sense. It's a lot of work. Question again about bosses. Is every single boss going to be you die once and it's over? Like, you collect 300 Zesh Duelist splinters or whatever?
Right. So we've actually had quite a lot of conversations about this topic. With the 300 splinters thing, just to, by the way, is like they do come in stacks, so it's not like you have to fight 300 breaches to do that. But
oh god, I didn't even hear that.
This was definitely
Holy
a question.
fuck.
Should we allow more portals for some of these bosses because, like, it's like the first time that you save up, the first time you're going to fight it, and then you just die instantly to some ability, and, like, is that okay? And there were definitely some arguments about this. But we eventually decided that, we are going to leave it as one death for those bosses just because we just want to make sure that there's integrity in the, like, in the boss fight, that you actually, like, did actually have to kill it from top to bottom. It is one of those things, though, that, like, if it really was a problem, I guess we could readdress it. But, like, I think we're
in the boss
pretty keen
fight.
to go with just one death, even for those for the time being.
Cool.
But yes,
very interesting.
There was a lot of argument about it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I'm gonna be hardcore hopefully most of the time. So once I figure the game out, so I was just mostly asking for softcore players. I'll be very curious how they feel about it. Cool.
Just pause and one frame heal. Okay. I thought we were over the drama already. Fuck.
Okay, another question. How do you feel about safe mechanics like Toda? Like, obviously, RuneScape is probably the game that comes to mind, where you can very, very much, more than any game I can think of, tailor...
Oh, you know what? In RuneScape, I fucking love... What was that castle attack and defense mechanic, I guess? Castle Wars? Fuck, that shit was fun. Castle Wars, yeah. Oh my god. That shit was fun. We must be missing key info, right? They have been stressing about boss fight integrity for a while, just to botch it in the This run is being so lame. Figuring out everything in softcore before trying hardcore. Should be the other way around. Ooh.
Exactly what type of content you want to be doing, right? Like,
right.
If you want to, you can do completely safe content, or you can focus on like a really hard boss fight where it takes all of your focus. So yeah, what are your thoughts on like being able to tailor your custom content?
So, I mean, I would say that POE is pretty strong in this regard as well, right? Like, you've got the ability to change the degree to which, like, how many mods...
Bro, there's 2 days till POE 2. But I can't even stream it because it's on weekends. I'd probably only have like 1 day to stream it, and that's on the 9th. Ugh. Because it's releasing on the 7th, and that's on weekends. So I'm probably gonna be... You're not playing on weekends? It depends on what I do with my friends. Yeah. Because normally I'm like hanging out with other friends when I'm not streaming on the weekends. And then after the 9th, which is probably the only day that I can stream it, would be only 1 day, because after the 10th I'm gonna be gone for 2 weeks. Fuck. Imagine having friends. Oh, fuck. I want to play POE 2. Make him play POE 2 too? Oh, shit. That's true. It's a new game. I'll be like, yeah, it's new game. New game. They hate POE 1 though. Pathetic.
Mods you put on maps, and then like how much you're juicing things with mechanics for the towers and like all sorts of stuff like that. So I would say that PoE is one of the games where you do actually have quite a lot of control. So like you can
Wife and
definitely
a
get like,
dog.
look, if you're running a white
It's
map,
more than enough to keep you busy.
it's not a huge amount
Damn.
that's just going to randomly kill you. If you're powerful enough to deal with that, you should be okay. It really is the other the other extra difficulty you add that makes it so that you're so that you're more safe. And like especially now that the bosses have been moved out of the regular map, so that you can choose whether you're doing them or not.
Yeah.
Like you have even that choice as well. So yeah, I'm a fan of tailoring content difficulty, and that is the goal for us as well, right? Just like make sure that you can decide that.
Awesome. Yeah, no, me too. I'm a big fan of that. Very cool. So, talking about playing hardcore and pausing and stuff.
Ooh.
So let's say
Ooh.
that I've opened an expensive boss fight.
Uh-oh.
It took me a while to farm, and I'm halfway through the fight, and I'm like, "Oh, this is not going well. This is not going down well." But I don't want to leave either. Can I pause the
Right.
fight and be like, "Steel Mage, I need help right now. Please come get me." And can he then like while I'm
So-
paused, can he come help me?
So okay, so currently you actually can't
Oh.
like do things like accept invites and everything while you're paused.
Okay.
Now we actually had planned to allow you to do way more stuff while paused.
Yeah.
There was this whole pause rework we were going to do. We were going to change the interface so you can pause the game and still be able to like look at the rest of the interface and like kind of do certain things while paused or not. And then
Oh my.
we could just make the decision of like what's allowed when paused and what isn't.
Yeah.
But we never got it. We unfortunately didn't get time to do it. So right now, the
Extra drama
you
to be
wouldn't
had.
able to
Oh
accept
my
a challenge
God.
or pause. But that being said, you could like pause the game, message your friend, he sends you an invite, you unpause quickly, click accept, and then pause again. Right? Like it is kind of possible.
Right.
And so there's kind of really no reason to like not allow you to accept an invite or paused for that reason, because like you can just kind of do that. So like that would be possible.
Cool.
And ultimately, that would mean that you can kind of do that. The question then is like, can you get to the person in a fight? And that depends on the context.
Yeah.
Now, I don't actually know 100% of all the rules about this, about
Just
exactly
like-
what goes on. I believe that when you sea
I
shelter
will be
someone,
listening,
as
but I need
the
to feed the
players call it,
cats. They're dying.
that it's that you go to the checkpoint of the last
Oh
you go
my
to the
God.
physical location of the
We need to pause. Their bowls are all over there in the sink. I was cleaning them. I'll be right back. I'll use this as like a piss break as well. Okay. On the 24th, you will be the least experienced PoE 2 player in the world. Shit, true. Ugh. And it's gonna be even worse because I'm gonna have to be like, because I'm like moving countries. So I'm probably gonna be streaming a lot less, and I gotta be like visiting friends, family, and stuff like that. Ugh. So it's gonna be put off like even more. Ooh, I'm gonna have to be playing in like very small increments. Fuck, it sucks. Hmm.
The most recent checkpoint the player has.
Yeah.
And then from there, you can go into the boss fight. So during campaign, you can certainly
Your schedule will probably change too, right? In different time zones? Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna flip completely. Like it's gonna be a 13-hour difference. Yeah. So current stream time is not gonna be easy fix, get Jam to move to you. True, but it's not that easy. Yeah. I mean, it's already set into motion that I'm moving to Jammy, so you know, it is what it is, and it will happen. But yeah, unfortunately, time zone changes are just going to be flipped on its face.
just like get into someone's boss fight very easily.
Yeah.
What I don't know is what the situation is with regard to maps and exactly how that works.
How long have you been to Japan now? I've been living in Japan all my life. Like I've been born in Japan, raised in Japan, and then you know the occasional visit to other countries every now and then. But I've been in Japan all my life, basically.
So I would have to check on that to work out exactly what you could do there.
Yeah.
I am sure there's going to be all sorts of like exploits and like random issues around pausing and checkpoints as well, and like all of those things. Like I just have a feeling that there's going to be stuff. Like we obviously do our best to think of these, but I'm sure there's going to be some stuff. So there might have to be some tweaks to the rules later on here. But as far as I know, you can do that. I believe. So I'm pretty sure what should happen is I think that for
He
maps
didn't
the
even know
last
he was
checkpoint is
Japanese.
like
Oh,
still.
I mean, I don't look Japanese at all. I go outside, and a lot of the times, they would like say I walk into like a shoe store, and they try and be like, "This is," they don't try and speak to me in Japanese. They try and speak to me in like broken English, and I'm like, I can understand Japanese, and I have to specifically say that a lot of the time because I just don't look Japanese at all. It's kind of sad. It's honestly been happening a lot more recently. Like it didn't used to happen as much in the past, but
The map room.
Yeah.
Because there's no checkpoints in map. So I'm pretty sure what would happen is they'd go outside the map, they would be standing where the portals are, and if there's a portal available, they'll be able to go through that portal. And so if you moved the portal close to the boss fight before you went into it, because you can't use the portal while in the boss fight, then that would mean they'd be outside the boss fight. And so long as there's a way to get into the boss fight after the fact, it should work. So as far as I know, that should be how it works at the moment. But as I said, there might be individual rules that we can add or remove or whatever. Like there'll probably be tweaks to this, I'm sure.
Cool. Also, chat really wants me to correct you.
oh, then he literally said there probably will be tweaks. Okay.
I say we call it swirly.
What? Okay.
Yeah,
For some
the blue
reason, people around here call them seashelling.
Right.
I don't know where that. Maybe that's just in GGG slang for this.
That's funny.
Okay.
Yeah, I
'cause
mean,
it apparently looks like a seashell.
that is really cool though. I'm obviously a little bit biased. Like I would love to run like a boss service where I'm like coming to rescue people. So that'd
Right,
be
right. Okay.
that'd be very fun.
Well, as far as I know, that should be possible right now. But as I said, we might tweak the rules.
Cool. A little bit of like a more random cutesy question with how do you feel about like mini games like fishing or just like things to do that aren't necessarily like the core game?
Wait, didn't we find a node that was like related to fishing on the fucking passive tree? Was that a meme? Where? No. Fuck. Where was it? Where did we find that? God, I remember something.
I don't know. Like some people find that stuff fun. I mean, I guess I see the mini games in PoE as more like the different league mechanics. So like those are the things that we're probably more likely to add. But I know people have been wanting a fishing mini game for a long time. I guess look, we have boat support now, right? Like
I
from
know.
the hideout. so you never know, I guess.
Was it the one on Witch Hunter Ascendancy League? Maybe? Because we saw something somewhere, right? Something regarding fishing. Like fishing rod or something, something like that.
Cool. Two-factor authentication.
It was
Is
bait.
that
Something
we can
about
see
fishing line
improvements of in
threshold.
PoE 2?
Yeah.
So this is one of those things where like it's trivially easy to add two-factor
They need to make minigames profitable. 1 chaos an hour. I think that's too much. That's a lot of money. God damn.
authentication. The hard part is all the support policy around what happens when people lose their second factor. And it's like okay, so like how do you verify someone who's lost the second factor? And then like that's a whole thing that's all drama around this. And then like you open yourself up to like all sorts of like support mistakes you could be making when with that kind of stuff. And like it's notoriously like you have this thing. And then people say, oh, you should just tell people that if they had two factor, then if they lose the second factor, they're just hosed. And it's like, well, you can say that now.
Yeah.
You say that right up to the point you do lose your second factor, and then you're like, why is there no recovery process for this? You know what I mean? Like there has to be a recovery process. And then it's like, okay, so then how do we verify it? So then people are like, oh, you could like take government ID, and it's like, okay, well now there's like GDPR and privacy implications of this.
God, yeah.
And it's just kind of an endless rabbit hole of like random policy and horrible stuff. And so like we should.
Or just do something that was absolutely based on what they did in RuneScape. Holy balls. What was that place called? The place underneath the barbarian village. Goddamn. Like the whole place was just for security. It's fucking hilarious. It's done so well. Stronghold of security. Yeah. And they even gave you like, honestly, those were like some of the best boots that you can get in softcore. I mean, non-membership. Those boots were so fucking good. They were like what, 2 strength or something? They added minigames as hideout features recently? Really? Oh.
Should have it, right? Like,
oh, are you talking about like in PoE? They were indeed good boots. But you were there for the 10k gold. I was there for the boots every single time. I was on my like low level PvP characters. You gotta go and get those fucking boots.
like absolutely we should 100% we should have two factor. We just don't, and it's all because of that, like the tricky stuff around this. And like one day I just have no doubt we will implement this. But yeah, it's just we just need to dig ourselves out of the hole of all the policy issues with around support for this. That's the thing. And so what I will say though is just as a thing is that you can effectively outsource the two-factor on your account by using Steam if you want, because they have two-factor. And if Steam is the only login method on your account, then effectively you're just relying on their two-factor to be able to work. So you still have that option at least. But yeah, we should add two-factor to the regular login system. And I want to add two-factor.
Wow, until you got Bandos boots? Whoa, holy shit, they're fucking good then. God damn.
To the regular login system. It's just a question of getting time to sort through all the problems with it.
Speaking of regular login system, I can't remember if this was already confirmed, but do we still have both the standalone client and Steam?
Yep.
Okay.
We do.
Excellent. Another community question. So there is a limit of support gems, right? I can only use element control destruction on one gem. I can't use it on 2 gems.
Correct.
Is that
Correct.
rule still the same on my weapon swap? Let's say that I have a lightning ability in one weapon swap and a cold ability in the other, but on both of these main gems, I want to use control destruction.
So there's one per character. It doesn't relate to weapon swap. Because the thing that I just want to clarify around this is that like it's not like you've got slots that are just like one versus the other, right? Like when you look at your skill screen, they're all just on one screen. That you just get to enable or disable certain skills for being used by a certain weapon swap. So there's no like as far as the question goes, like it is one for your entire character.
Okay.
Row racing, chessboard, decoration, the boat thing. Hideout cosmetics are the new minigames. Yeah. Yeah, kinda. That is true.
We saw like videos. Somebody had a video going through the settings and stuff like that, and I did not see lockstep or predictive being there. Is that still a thing?
Oh,
Why wouldn't it have been there?
uh-oh.
It should have been there.
The new hideout's kind of sick, though. It is kind of cool. The Rubik's Cube portal? Bro, I'm pissed. I didn't get that. Give me my Rubik's Cube portal.
Okay, so
Apparently, it's
It should
only on
have
the
been- I'm
menu
not sure- I'm not-
screen.
yes, because you can't change it while you're in your while you're in game. But yeah, it should be there. As far as
Excellent.
I know.
Risk
One thing I
portal
will say
game?
is
Oh
that
my
predictive with WSD.
Where's
Sorry,
mine?
not predict.
It'll make people even bigger hideout works and get less done in the game. Oh, shit. No. Productivity is down in trade because too many minigames. You love how Jonathan has been able to answer everything decently. He really knows everything inside it. Every little thing inside out, yeah. It's really good. It's a testament to, like, he's actually working on shit and he's not just there for PR. It's very cool.
Okay, let me get this right. Okay, so there is a mode called hybrid. And I think that with WSD, predictive turns into hybrid, but I'm not sure
50
whether or not they've
interviews.
actually like
Wait, that many? 50 in 2 months? Holy shit, man. He's on the clock. Non-stop interviews.
fiddled around with the interface of this. Hybrid is the mode that consoles use, but I don't think it tells you about it because I don't think there's a setting for it
At
on consoles.
conventions.
Right.
But effectively, what that is, it's like it's somewhere in between predictive and lockstep. I guess I could like, and effectively, what it is that. This is kind of irrelevant, but effectively,
Was he?
with lockstep, when there's lag, internet lag, the whole game freezes. And with predictive, when there's internet lag, the game does not freeze. Hybrid is a mode where we still use predictive networking, but we still freeze everything when the server hasn't replied to you, and that's
Right.
just because it keeps everything in sync a little bit better, but prevents some of the issues that you get in predictive.
Yeah.
That mode just works a bit better when you're using direct control WSD versus and stuff without causing too many desync issues. So that's just a random detail there. But yeah, as far as I know, they still work,
Okay.
and they should be fine. What I worry about. And
For the
this
first
is just
three-
this is just
oh.
random.
Chris, Jonathan, Denmark for the first 3 levels of question answering. Damn, and now that Chris is out of there, it's now gone to Jonathan in Denmark. So like,
Speculation on my part is that like pretty much everyone in GGG plays in lockstep,
Yeah.
and so what that means is that like I worry that there won't be as much testing in predictive, and there could be like issues that happen in predictive that we're just not aware of because of the fact that like everyone's just playing in lockstep all the time. So it probably hasn't received the same testing as what what lockstep gets. So I would suggest to you play in lockstep if you can. Obviously, the issue is when your high latency is high. That's the sort of stuff that will be that I'm sure will get more testing as we go into early access as well. But just random thing.
A question I just thought of was in POE 1, a thing that can happen is assets loading and being invisible if there were already loading ones. Is that a fixed thing in POE 2?
Unfortunately, that's not fixed, and this is something that really bothers me.
Shit.
But look, it's something that we're going to be like I really want to fix that. I really want to fix it. Like it's the worst thing to me is that occurring. So we'll get to the point where that can occur. It's actually been made harder in PoE 2 because of the fact the assets are larger in general. You know, like higher resolution textures and higher resolution like models and stuff like that. So I don't think it will necessarily be worse or anything.
fix what? Your game was too loud here.
Versus and stuff without causing too many desync issues. They should be fine. I worry that there won't be as much testing in predictive time. It's high, but yeah.
A thing that can happen is assets loading and being invisible if there were already loading ones. Is that a fixed thing in PoE 2?
Unfortunately, that's not fixed, and this is something.
Yeah. I think this happened a few times. Well, no, it just happens randomly. I think the most egregious time it happened was like when I was in Harvest and it didn't even load the pond, so the fish that was showing in the pond were just swimming in nothing. Well, I mean, it happens everywhere, but yeah.
Something that really, really bothers me. But look, it's something that we're going to be like I really want to fix that. I really, really want to fix it. Like it's the worst thing to me is that occurring. So we'll get to the point where that can occur. It's actually been made harder in PoE 2 because of the fact the assets are larger in general. You know, like higher resolution textures and higher resolution like models and stuff like that. So. I don't think it will necessarily be worse or anything, but yeah, it really sucks to me whenever a thing doesn't load. And so this is a thing that we will be working on and improving.
This happens because of how they pack their files. Really? Why?
Improving over time. I want to get to the point where it's just 100% the case that you never see an asset pop. Like that would be ideal.
Awesome.
Yeah. But we'll work towards that. But it isn't. We aren't there yet.
Cool. A lot of people are asking about
There's been tools to remove MTX, daily fog, etc. Is it because there's just like too much going on the screen? But you mentioned like how they pack their files, so is that just like spaghetti code issue or?
download, especially for people with slow connections, being able to start downloading the files before the 6th?
Ooh, that's a risky one because that falls under the lines of like, if you can download early, that basically means you could just data mine, kind of, in a way. You can? Wait, really? Everything is packed into one file. Really? What the fuck?
So the concern there would be what do you call it? Data mining.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the concern with that.
No.
My question is pre-download / data
Yeah.
mining.
Yeah. I'll like we're definitely more vulnerable to data mining for PoE 2 than we are in PoE 1 usually, just because you know, like there's so much more new stuff, like just the whole campaign being something people haven't played.
Yeah.
You know, so like it's that would be the concern.
Oh, from the standalone launcher you can? Really? I wonder if they have ways to stop data mining. 49 gigabytes? Huh, that doesn't seem right though, because didn't we see like a screenshot of the Fextra Life dude downloading like 120, 100 and something? The PoE 1 one. Oh. Oh, it's 49 gigabytes all in one file. Holy fuck, one. Jesus. He's kind of right. They got their custom file format, ggpk, and it contains all assets. Let's say a minor problem occurs in the updating process. It causes corruption can slow down asset loading from it. Oh god. Wait, is that why my game is slow? Oh no.
I guess I do understand the why you'd want this though. So I guess I'll just have to talk to. I just have to talk and see how we feel about it. Like, yeah, the concern is data mining though. That would be the reason not to do it. So yeah. That would be that.
A minor problem, Doc. Where's the
That's
fix?
really the issue.
Oh no.
I'm a big fan of like that it hasn't been data mined.
Sometimes you gotta reinstall fresh. Only updating won't fix it. I think I tried this before. I think I tried like reinstalling it fresh, but then I don't know. Sometimes it feels like my game just is fucked somehow.
Yet at least I love that.
Right. It will be interesting to see how fast the data mining occurs. Like, obviously, when you've got a thing like this, like a lot of people. Now, we do have some stuff to improve.
Wait, is he like? Is he low key calling out Frextra Life right there?
Yeah, like certain things will be harder to data mine than they were in the past. But on the other hand, there are some things the client just has to have, and if the client has to have it, then there's just no way to prevent data mining of it because, like,
Yeah,
it
that's right.
has to be on the client for the client to be able to be able to see a mod on the client. The client has to have the text of the mod, right?
Yeah.
So on some level, you've got to have that stuff. So yeah.
Cool. Makes sense. Is rarity multiplicative or additive with map/monster rarity?
You mean so player rarity is
Yeah.
player rarity is multiplicative with the map rarity, yeah.
Okay.
So that's still the case.
Oh.
Right. A question about what leagues are, because obviously we are still going to have leagues in PoE 2. What are they going to be based around? Right now they're being inspired by other games. Is that still going to be the case?
Oh, I mean, that's always the case, right? We're always
Yeah.
looking at other mechanics. I mean, ultimately, it comes down to what is cool. And so that means that all we're really doing when we're looking at other games is like, is there something we can notice here that could inspire us to be cool? But like, it doesn't have to be another game. It could be a movie or like just some random other thing. Like, you never know where the inspiration is going to come from. But that stuff can definitely happen. Just, can we come up with a cool mechanic? That's all it comes down to.
Yeah. Is there any game off the top of your head that you're like, oh, do we really want to find a way to get this in PoE that inspires you?
I don't know that I can name one right now. If it's like anything that would have happened like that, we probably already made a league for it.
Yeah.
So it would have to be something recent, and we haven't been talking about leagues in PoE 2 yet, so we haven't had like a brainstorming session about that yet.
Yeah.
So yeah, as I said, I don't think I can come up with one at the moment.
Awesome. And it's pretty much the final question here. I kind of tried to avoid open-ended questions, but is there any particular large engine changes with PoE 2 that allows you to do something that you've always wanted to do in PoE 1, but you weren't able to?
So most of the changes, like engine-wise, are actually on PoE 1's engine because we wanted to merge them so that we can make all the assets transfer.
Yeah.
Probably one of the largest changes that is different between PoE 1 and 2 is the global illumination system. And what that kind of means is that
okay.
So like any
Okay.
and this was like we had
Stop
GI in PoE 1 as
him.
well, but it kind of works differently. So like effectively, the nice thing that you can do with a really good GI is that you can light objects without having to actually place lights in them. Like they just get lit by the glowing parts, and so you just get a really nice like soft form of lighting from certain things. And certain areas can actually be lit entirely with the GI system, which is just really nice. Like you get the ability to do some lighting that's just really quite different than what PoE 1 has been capable of.
Nice.
So yeah, like that's pretty cool. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that like we didn't actually port over, but not really. Like, because we've tried to get everything as much as possible to be the same. Just for asset portability. There's quite a lot of stuff to do with like one of the engine features we have is the ability to read this is like real technical stuff, but to read the material that's on the ground and use that in the shader of a thing that's sitting on top.
Yeah.
And that lets you do things like, for example, we use that in the, the bear slam.
Yeah.
When the bear does a slam, like the actual ground that's under the bear, like the chunks of rubble that come up are like red from the ground that's actually there. So that kind of like fits to the area. So that's kind of cool.
That's very cool.
That is cool,
There's a
actually.
few, that's actually used quite a lot, like in more subtle ways. The bear is like really obvious because it's like big chunks of terrain that kind of come up. So that's like another one.
That's very cool.
What's another one that's like PoE 2 only? I'm not sure. As I said, most of the things get moved over. Like, I mean, look, one of the things that's gone on generally is that all of the we've upgraded the part. So we used to use in PoE 1 originally a like CPU based particle system, and then for most of PoE 2's development, we've had this like GPU based particle system, and that just means that the particles can look way nicer. And like that is available in PoE 1, but it's just like all those assets were made like a long time ago, right? So they all use the old system. So like just what we're doing with particle systems now is just like way cooler, in my opinion. Like just like a lot of the graphics, like there's stuff like the particles will respond to like wind in the environment. So like,
oh shit! So that just means PoE 2 is going to be using more GPU power, yeah? Instead of like deleting my CPU. That's kind of nice. It's about fucking time. Finally, yeah.
If you have like explosions, you can have like wind events on the explosions that will cause like other particles that are around to just get pushed away and stuff like that. Like there's just like little cool things like that.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
cool.
know. There's just like there's nice little touches, but as I said, all that stuff is theoretically available in PoE1. It's just it would require us like redoing
Spaghetti
a bunch of
code
effects
be
to actually
gone,
take advantage
yeah.
of it. Yeah, probably some of the newer stuff in the leagues probably does, but
Yeah.
most stuff isn't that. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that answers some of those questions.
No, that was great. Actually, I thought of another thing. Guild tabs. Guilds are not transferring over to PoE2. What about guild slash tabs?
Oh,
So because of the fact the
shit.
guild isn't, it means the stash tabs aren't either, and that's kind of unfortunate because I would want that to happen. But in order to, the guilds just aren't integrated across both games. So
Yeah.
therefore, because one guild owns the tab, that guild isn't across, like therefore the tabs are where they are. And as I said, that's really not a like policy decision. It's just a kind of technical decision. So
That kind of sucks, doesn't it? That's too bad. Because Guild Stash was honestly kind of cool. A very nice system to have, especially if you're running. I assume they're gonna add it at some point, but you think PoE 2 will end up running smooth on less hardware than PoE 1? The minimum requirements are so low too. That would be really cool. Rip, your friend filled up our guild with stashes in prep. Oh no, that's super rip. And so Tencent takes starts. Tencent takeover starts. No. Yeah, Tencent's like no guilds. Stop.
I suppose in order to fix that, we'd have to merge the guilds of PoE1 and 2, and like I wouldn't even be against that idea. It's just requires more work than what we have time to do, unfortunately.
So the answer is
to be able to make something
basically
happen.
we will have to buy the stash tabs again, right?
You will for that, yes, unfortunately. But as I said, I just wish that wasn't the.
Oh. Wait, so the guild system is in the game, but what? Oh man, you guys gotta buy the stash tab again? Ugh. Oh, that sucks. Tencent owned it since the beginning of the year. Been there for a long time already, but you still fear it? Yeah. I'm pretty sure Londe posted, like, Tencent owns 100% of GGG in stock. Or was it, like, stake or something? Pretty sure it's stock, yeah. 94%? It's 100? I'm pretty sure, yeah, I'm pretty sure Londe, like, linked the Yahoo stock page for New Zealand or something. And it was literally 100%. $94.
The case, but it just is unfortunately just due.
Thank you for the link. Ooh. Flashbang, by the way, if you didn't notice. Depends, maybe he can try just to contact with game support for refunded points. Potentially. He could be like, yeah, I didn't think they oh, yeah, that's possible. He could try and get a refund for it. Or maybe if there's guild stashes in PoE 2. Oh. The best possible option would probably be to like oh no, you said it right there. Yeah, a refund in points. Honestly, you trust Tencent more than the other publishers we could have instead? In a way, like, yes and no. But honestly, I would just say no because it's Tencent. Wait, is this really Tencent though? You already suspect that Tencent was giving Fextra Life their early access their early press access. Fextra is a Hong Kong-based company. Anyway, Tencent gives money and makes PoE 2 possible and better. Thankfully, they haven't taken away. You can check docs. Oh god. Ugh. Acti-Blizz is bad. Yeah. Let me just take that. Alright.
Due to the way that we couldn't get the kills merged.
No, that's fine. Sarah, is POE Mobile still being worked on?
It's not being worked on right now. Like we put it on hold when we like as we realized that we needed the resources, and effectively the people who were working on that, they then were the ones who then were taking over the console interface for PoE 2. So what that meant was that we suddenly
There would be no PoE 2 with this quality without Tencent for sure. Probably. Well, I wonder. Yeah, maybe. You're glad that you waited until release for DLC for D4. You will not buy it for sure. I didn't touch that shit.
suddenly had a team that could actually like work on all that stuff and like do all the work that we need to do for console. So the intention would be that when we get to the point of like feeling comfortable with like PoE 2 is fine, like all the interface stuff is like all resolved, like we're out of early access, we're kind of like everything's good, then would be keen to restart the console version, the mobile version again. But for the time being, we're not working on it. We'll just have to get to the point where like feel okay, the console version of PoE 2 is like is good enough that we can get some of the resources and move them over again.
Awesome. I don't know if the last one's like a question. I just want to throw my hat in the oh my god, please let us mute other player sounds. I hate the goblin troops. I'm gonna throw my hat in that.
Okay.
So much.
Understood. Yeah, understood. I'll talk to them about it.
Awesome. That was pretty much all the questions I had. Like, thank you so much. Like, we are a few days out for launch and you're taking time to do this. We all the community super appreciate it. Yeah, thank you
No
so
problem.
much. And we're very excited to play PoE 2 when it comes out.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you very much for for giving me a chance to talk to you guys again. It's always fun.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much. And yeah, for everybody watching on both YouTube and Twitch,
All right.
try to die. Less than
See you
the
later, guys.
servers do. Awesome.
Yeah.
Oof, that was a good Q&A. God damn. We only watched 2 videos that were like, holy balls. Only 2. Fuck, we're gonna have to watch these later, but... Just imagine how big the Chinese release of PoE 2 is going to be. Huge opportunity for Tencent, yeah. Because they do have like the Chinese version of PoE, which I wonder what like different things they have in the Chinese version compared to ours. If you got a country with 1.4 billion people, it could be large. Auto loot pets, yeah. God damn it. You just know they got resurrection coins you can buy to revive your hardcore character? Oh my god. You heard about those? Yeah. Back. Got a bread dough rising now? Oh, welcome back. Alright. Well, that is probably it for me today, though. Oh shit. Okay, Approach is playing Destiny 2. We have 2 people we can raid, but they're not doing PoE at all. Lady Clarice is playing old school RuneScape. K Approach is playing D2. Or I can send you guys off to a D2 streamer. Don't forget to abuse pausing. Okay. I will not forget. An elephant never forgets. I'm sending you off to sending me off to bed. Tis time. All right. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Let's see. God damn, who do we raid? Whoa. Hey, Grill. Thanks for the follow. It's very appreciated. See you later then. Yeah. All right. Let's give Kenneth approach of a raid. This is not PoE 2 content, but he will be playing PoE 2 at some point. I sent you guys off. You'll make him talk about PoE 2. Alright. Alright. Well, to everyone that's here, still watching, still hanging out, thank you all for being here. Hope you guys have a great time. I probably won't be streaming tomorrow, because I still need to do some packing, and I need to do that before the weekends. So sadly, no stream tomorrow. no stream on the weekends for me. Unless I, like, force it. It's probably not possible, but we'll see. I may stream on the 9th of Monday before I leave. But we'll see. Alright. Hope you guys all stay healthy, stay safe, and good night. Hope you have a great time playing the PoE Early Access. GG's. See you later. And good night.